This is the boyfriend everyone trusts, and the one a mother fears most. Everyone loves him, but a mother knows when something is wrong. When Zoe's daughter brings her new boyfriend home, the verdict is instant. Finn is perfect. He's charming, handsome, polite, the kind of boy any family would be proud to welcome. Friends admire him. Relatives defend him. Even Zoe's husband tells her she's imagining things. But Zoe sees what no one else does. A flicker of something cold behind Finn's eyes. A smile that doesn't quite reach his gaze. Moments when his charm slips, revealing something darker beneath. Every instinct tells Zoe this boy is dangerous, but the more she tries to warn her family, the more they turn against her. They think she's paranoid, unstable, jealous of her daughter's happiness. And maybe that's exactly what Finn wants. As Zoe becomes increasingly isolated, she must decide how far she's willing to go to protect her child, because when everyone else trusts him, the truth may come too late. In the boyfriend everyone trusts, the most terrifying threat isn't a stranger at the door, it's the one sitting at the family table. Chapter 1. Zoe. I kneeled on the hardwood floor of the sitting room, arms outstretched, and ran a cloth under the coffee table for the third time that hour. I wasn't searching for dust anymore. There wasn't any to be found, but rather so I had something to do with my hands. Anxiety jittered through me like an electrical current, my limbs twitching with restless energy. The house was immaculate, of course. I'd made certain of that. The cushions on the sofa had been plumped to within an inch of their stuffed lives. The picture frames on the mantelpiece gleamed. I'd even removed every single book from the shelves and dusted each one individually before replacing them in alphabetical order. It wasn't that I feared judgment, though perhaps a small part of me did. It was more that preparing the house gave me something tangible to control. Unlike the twisting knot of emotions about meeting the young man who had captured my daughter's heart, my knees cracked as I stood, reminding me of my 47 years. The sound seemed to trigger a flood of memories. Buffy as a toddler clutching my finger, Buffy losing her first tooth, Buffy's first day of school. Now here was Buffy bringing home a boyfriend from university. A boyfriend who was serious enough to warrant an introduction. Christ, Zoe, if you polish that table any harder, you'll wear right through to the other side. Graham ambled in from the kitchen with 2 mugs of tea. His cardigan was rumpled around the cuffs, and he hadn't bothered to tidy his salt and pepper hair after his afternoon nap. The sight of him, so carelessly comfortable, spiked my irritation. I wouldn't need to clean so much if you'd pick up after yourself occasionally, I snapped, then immediately regretted it. Graham hadn't done anything wrong. My anxiety was turning me mean. He set the mugs down carefully, the liquid inside sloshing dangerously close to the rims. Here's your tea, you tremendous grump. Despite myself, I smiled. I'm not a grump. Oh, absolutely not. You're a ray of sunshine, a veritable beacon of joy. The neighbors have reported needing sunglasses whenever they look in the direction of our house. I chucked the cloth at him, and he caught it one-handed. Oi, careful with the projectiles. I'm not as spry as I once was. He tossed it back, hitting me lightly on the shoulder. Sorry, I picked up my mug and took a careful sip. I'm just nervous. Is it that obvious? Graham laughed. Well, considering this is the 4th time you've cleaned under the coffee table today, and you spent 45 minutes arranging the fruit bowl, I'd say yes, it's fairly obvious. I collapsed onto the sofa, the tension in my shoulders easing. I just want everything to be perfect. What if he doesn't like us? Then he's an idiot, Graham said and sat beside me. But more importantly, what if we don't like him? I gave him a sharp glare. Don't you dare sabotage this. I'm not sabotaging anything. I'm just saying we've got just as much right to form opinions as he does. And Buffy values our opinions. She might not admit it, but she does. She's in love with him, I said quietly. She hasn't said as much, but I can tell. Graham nodded, a flicker of something. Concern, sadness, crossing his face. I know. They're too young to be this serious. We were younger. I huffed. That was different. Was it? Graham reached for my hand. His palm was warm and solid against mine, an anchor in the storm of my thoughts. We survived. Thrived, even. The world's different now. It always is. He squeezed my hand. What's really bothering you, Zoe? I bit my lip, staring at the perfectly arranged cushions. I'm afraid of losing her. She's been my whole world for so long. And now there's this person I've never met who knows parts of her I don't. Who's seeing sides of her we'll never see? I swallowed hard. Who might hurt her? Graham's face softened. Ah, there it is. The truth comes out. What if he breaks her heart? Then we'll be here to help her pick up the pieces. He kissed my knuckles. But we can't protect her from everything. That's not how parenting works. I know that, I said, a touch defensively. I'm not an idiot. Never said you were. You're the cleverest person I know, apart from Buffy. And she gets that from you. He gave me a small smile. Along with her stubbornness, her tendency to overthink, and her inability to let anyone else load the dishwasher properly. I elbowed him. You're meant to be comforting me, not taking the piss. I'm multitasking. Graham's eyes crinkled at the corners. Listen, this Finn lad? That's the other thing, I interrupted. What kind of name is Finn? It sounds made up. Graham gave me an incredulous look. We named our daughter Buffy. That's different. How? It just is. Solid argument, counselor. Graham took a sip of his tea. As I was saying, this Finn character, God, I hope he's not one of those hipster types with a handlebar mustache and a beanie that sits on top of his head like a tea cozy. Zoe. Or one of those boys who won't shut up about crypto. Zoe. I stared at him, startled. Take a breath, will you? Graham said gently. Let's just meet the bloke before we decide he's a cryptocurrency-obsessed hipster, shall we? I inhaled deeply through my nose, then released it slowly. You're right. I know you're right. Write this date down in your calendar. I want proof when you inevitably claim I've never been right about anything. I sipped my tea, letting the warmth of it and Graham's humor calm my nerves. All right, enough about my anxiety. How are you feeling about it? Graham leaned back, considering the question. Curious, mostly. Buffy's dated before, but she's never brought anyone home. This must be serious. That's what worries me. I know. But it's also kind of wonderful, isn't it? Our little girl is growing up, finding her own path. I nodded, a complicated mixture of pride and melancholy washing through me. When did you get so wise? Graham winked. I've always been wise. You're just too busy organizing your book collection to notice. I've never organized my book collection, I protested, then paused. Though that's not a bad idea, actually. Graham laughed, the rich sound filling the room. You're impossible. Yet you love me anyway. God help me, I do. He leaned over and kissed my temple. And I love our daughter. And I will make an effort with this Finn person. Whether he's covered in tattoos, talking about Bitcoin, or wearing a tea cozy on his head. I'd appreciate that. I leaned into him. I suppose I should attempt to be nice as well. That might help, yes. We sat in comfortable silence for a moment, sipping our tea. Do you think he'll call you sir? I asked. Graham grimaced. Christ, I hope not. That would make me feel ancient. You are ancient. Cheers for that. The doorbell rang, a shrill sound that cut through the quiet of the house and sent my heart into overdrive. Oh, God, they're here. I whispered, paralyzed. Well spotted, Graham stood. Shall I get it, or do you want to continue your impression of a statue? I jumped to my feet, nearly spilling my tea. No, I'll get it. You tidy yourself up a bit. I gestured vaguely at his cardigan and hair. Graham rolled his eyes, but ran a hand through his hair anyway, making it marginally less disheveled. Better? It'll have to do. I set down my mug and straightened my blouse. How do I look? Like a woman who's about to combust from nervous energy. Helpful. Thanks. Graham smiled. You look beautiful. You always do. The doorbell rang again. Go on, Graham said. Let's meet this mystery man. I nodded, taking another deep breath before heading to the front door. I hesitated with my hand on the knob for just a moment. Then I pulled it open. There stood Buffy, her blonde hair drawn back in a messy bun, her smile as bright and infectious as always. Next to her stood a tall young man with dark hair and a cautious smile. He wore a simple jumper and jeans, no beanie or handlebar mustache in sight. "Mom," Buffy stepped forward to envelop me in a tight hug. "I've missed you." I hugged her back fiercely. "I've missed you too, sweetheart." Buffy eased away, still smiling. "Mom, this is Finn. Finn, this is my mom, Zoe." Finn stepped forward, a hand extended. "It's lovely to meet you, Mrs. Parker. Buffy's told me so much about you." His handshake was firm, his smile genuine. He was undeniably handsome, with bright, intelligent eyes and a dimple in his left cheek. There was nothing immediately off-putting about him, nothing that would explain the sudden cold dread that pooled in my stomach as our hands touched. "Please, call me Zoe," I managed, ignoring the inexplicable chill running down my spine. "Come in, both of you. Graham's in the sitting room." "Dad," Buffy called. She stepped past me to find her father. Finn lingered for a moment in the doorway, his eyes meeting mine. "You have a beautiful home." "Thank you," I replied automatically. Something flickered in his expression, something dark and knowing that vanished so quickly I might have imagined it. His smile returned, warm and charming. Buffy wasn't exaggerating when she said you were house-proud. It was an innocuous comment. So why did it feel like a veiled criticism? I shook myself mentally. I was being ridiculous. This was my anxiety talking, making me look for problems where none existed. This pleasant, well-mannered young man wasn't hiding anything sinister. He was just nervous about meeting his girlfriend's parents, as anyone would be. "Come through." I forced a smile. "I'm sure Graham is eager to meet you." Finn nodded and stepped inside. I closed the door behind him, the soft click of the latch sounding oddly final in the quiet hallway, like the closing of a trap. "Don't be absurd," I told myself. "He seems lovely." So why couldn't I shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong? I followed them into the sitting room where Graham was now standing, his posture casual but alert, the way he always stood when assessing someone new. His teacher's habit of silently categorizing people. "Dad, this is Finn," Buffy said, her excitement undeniable. "Finn, this is my dad, Graham." Graham stepped forward with an easy smile and extended his hand. "Good to meet you, Finn. Heard a lot about you." "All good things, I hope." Finn shook Graham's hand. "Mostly," Graham replied with a wink at our daughter, who rolled her eyes. I listened to the exchange with a detached sort of curiosity, as if observing the scene through glass. Everything seemed normal on the surface. Finn was polite, handsome, and clearly besotted with Buffy, who kept casting adoring glances his way. Graham was his usual, affable self. There was nothing out of place, nothing that would justify the profound unease I felt. "Would you like some tea? Or something stronger, perhaps?" I asked. "Tea would be lovely," Finn said with a smile that reached his eyes. Lovely white teeth. Impeccable manners. So why did I feel like I was staring at a predator? I scurried off to the kitchen to prepare the tea, the three of them continuing to talk as I clattered the mugs and poured the water and milk. I made my way back into the living room and handed Finn his tea. Our fingers brushed, and that same inexplicable dread washed over me again. He smiled up at me, all charm and warmth, but for a split second, I could have sworn his eyes were empty, cold, calculating. I took my seat beside Graham, who gave my hand a reassuring squeeze. "Everything is fine," the gesture said. "He's a good lad." And yet, I observed Finn charming my husband and daughter, smiling and laughing at all the right moments. I couldn't escape the gnawing certainty that something about him was profoundly wrong, that beneath his polished veneer lurked something dangerous. But without evidence, without anything concrete to point to, what could I do? Tell my daughter I didn't like her boyfriend because of a feeling? Warn Graham about a threat I couldn't articulate? No. For now, all I could do was watch and wait. and hope that my instincts were wrong. But my instincts were rarely wrong. Chapter 2. Zoe. The Spanish Inquisition had been brutal. 2 hours of required smiles and polite questions that sliced beneath our family veneer. I'd gone from concerned mother to paranoid lunatic in record time. Now Graham had retreated upstairs, his breath too shallow, his shoulders slumped forward like a man carrying invisible shopping bags. This bloody cancer, it leached his energy at the worst moments. Buffy fidgeted with the sleeve of her jumper, a habit from childhood that surfaced when she felt uncomfortable. She glanced between me and her boyfriend before rising from the sofa. "I should go check on Dad," she said, too bright. "Make sure he's taken his meds." And there it was, the not-so-subtle maneuver, to leave me alone with the enemy. Because that's how I'd begun to categorize Finn in my mind. A wolf slipping into our fold. "You two will be all right for a minute?" Buffy asked, already backing towards the stairs. A conspirator's smile aimed at Finn. "Course we will," he answered, flashing those unnervingly perfect teeth. As Buffy's footsteps faded upstairs, Finn leaned forward, elbows on his knees. He had good posture, I'd give him that. My theater design eye noticed these things. How people held themselves, the physical tells that actors relied on. Finn's performance was flawless, which was precisely what unnerved me. "Lovely house," he said, his gaze roaming the living room. "Buffy told me you designed the interior yourself." "Most of it." I shifted in my armchair, unable to shake the discomfort crawling across my skin. "Finn, I can't get rid of the feeling we've met before." He blinked, once, twice, and then his expression transformed into puzzled amusement. "Really? I don't think so. I definitely remember meeting Buffy's mom." Something in his tone felt off, like he was enjoying a private joke. I studied his face, those blue eyes, the angular jawline, the small scar near his right eyebrow. A memory flashed. Incomplete. Hazy. Before vanishing. "Are you sure?" I pressed. "Perhaps at one of Buffy's uni events? Or maybe you've been to one of my immersive theater installations." "I think I'd remember if I had." He smiled again, head tilted. "I've got a good memory for faces, especially striking ones." Was that a compliment or something else? Before I could decide, he added, "Though I do get that a lot. Must have one of those familiar faces." I nodded, forcing myself to relax. "Must be. Sorry, bit embarrassing, really." "Not at all. Happens to the best of us." He stretched his arms, casual and at ease. Too at ease for someone meeting his girlfriend's parents for the first time. My mom once convinced herself she'd seen our neighbor in an adult film. Awkward Sunday roasts for months after that. I laughed despite myself. Funny. Disarming. Telling a slightly risque anecdote to build rapport. He was good. "So," he continued, "Buffy tells me you're working on some sort of haunted maze? For Halloween?" "Not exactly haunted." I sat straighter, professional instinct taking over. "It's an immersive experience. A Victorian seance? Gone wrong. Players have to figure out which of them is actually dead." "Sounds brilliant. How do you build something like that?" "Misdirection, mainly. Make them focus on one thing while the real puzzle is somewhere else." I studied him. People see what they expect to see, or what you guide them to see. Clever. His eyes never left mine. "You must be good at reading people." "I try to be." "And what do you read in me?" The question caught me off guard. "I hardly know you." "First impressions, then." "Professional assessment." He spread his hands. "I'm curious. Was this a trap? A test?" I considered lying, but decided on a version of the truth instead. "You're confident," I said. "Too confident for someone meeting his girlfriend's parents. You adapt quickly, mirror body language. You're observant." I paused. "And you're hiding something." His smile didn't falter, but something flickered in his eyes. "Everyone hides something. Some more than others." "True enough." He leaned back. "What are you hiding, Zoe?" My name in his mouth felt wrong, presumptuous. "Well, anyway," I said, standing. "More tea? That'd be brilliant, thanks." I collected our mugs and headed for the kitchen, grateful for the momentary escape. I filled the kettle, my hands shaking, that nagging sense of wrongness intensifying. I placed the mugs on the worktop and gripped the edge, steadying myself. His question echoed, "What are you hiding, Zoe?" The kitchen window reflected my face in the darkening autumn evening. I looked tired, suspicious, old. Maybe that was it. Plain jealousy. My daughter had brought home this handsome young man while I was stuck playing nurse to my dying husband. Perhaps I was inventing reasons to dislike him because I couldn't stomach their happiness against my misery. No, that wasn't it. I'd worked in theatrical design long enough to know when something was off in a scene. It was like walking into a period room where a digital clock sat anachronistically on the mantelpiece. Finn was that digital clock, perfect in execution, but essentially wrong. The kettle clicked off. I reached for the tea bags and found myself wondering about Buffy upstairs with Graham. Our daughter had always been closer to him, the stable parent, the one who didn't drag her to theater rehearsals that ran until midnight or forget parent-teacher conferences because she was constructing a scale model for a West End production. Graham had been the one to bandage skinned knees and attend school plays. Even now, facing death, he maintained that gentle steadiness that made him such a remarkable father. I poured boiling water into the mugs, the tea bags bleeding their color. Could I really judge anyone else's authenticity when my own marriage was built on lies? From upstairs came a muffled cough. Graham, trying to suppress it, no doubt. Each cough sounded like cloth tearing, his lungs betraying him cell by cell. The doctors had given him 6 months. That was 4 months ago. I squeezed my eyes shut. When had it all gone so wrong? When had I become this person who scrutinized her daughter's boyfriend as though he were a suspect in a police identity parade? Was I projecting my own guilt onto him? A soft creak behind me. I spun around, panicked. "Sorry," Finn said from the doorway, hands raised slightly. "Didn't mean to startle you." "It's fine." I ran cold water over my scalded skin. "Just jumpy." I came to help with the tea. He moved into the kitchen with an easy grace. And to apologize if I was being intrusive before. Occupational hazard of being a psych student. Always analyzing. "Buffy mentioned you study business." His face remained neutral. "Double major. Business and psychology. Interesting combination. Understanding what makes people tick is useful in business." He took one of the mugs, adding milk and sugar. Best way to give people what they want is to understand what they really need. And what do people really need, in your expert opinion? Validation, mostly. His eyes met mine. To be seen, truly seen. Something about the way he'd said it had my skin prickling, as though he could see right through me to the hollow core where my moral compass should be. "I should go and see Buffy," he said, gesturing with the mug. "Thanks for the tea." I watched him leave, something nagging at the edges of my mind. What was it about him? Why did every interaction leave me feeling like I'd lost some unspoken game? Footsteps on the stairs. Buffy appeared in the doorway, her smile tentative. "Dad's resting. Says his painkillers are kicking in." "Good. That's good." I kept my voice neutral. "How is he really?" She shrugged, the move both adult and childlike. Same as usual, putting on a brave face. She took one of the mugs from the worktop. "This for Finn?" He already came and got one. "Oh." She seemed momentarily confused. I texted him, told him to wait in the living room. He said he wanted to help with the tea. Buffy's brow furrowed. "He's so thoughtful like that. Always knows exactly what to do." "Yes," I said. "Exactly what to do. Mom, I really want this to go well. Finn's important to me." I nodded, swallowing the warning that rose in my throat. "Of course, love. So you'll try? For me?" "I am trying." I managed a smile. "He seems nice." Nice. What a useless word. A word that conveyed nothing while appearing to say something positive. Nice was what you called your great-aunt's inedible fruitcake. Buffy's shoulders relaxed a little. "Thanks. I know it's weird having someone new in the house. If only she knew how weird. It's just..." She hesitated and stared down at her mug. I know things have been hard with Dad's illness and everything, but Finn makes me happy. I haven't felt this way before." The sincerity in her voice caught me off guard. My daughter, my fiercely independent, cynical daughter, was actually vulnerable about this boy. "I want you to be happy, Buff." "I do." I touched her arm gently. "And if Finn makes you happy, then I'll make an effort, I promise." She smiled, a real smile this time, and I was reminded of the little girl who used to look at me with unguarded adoration before adolescence erected its necessary walls. "Just be patient with me," I added. "Maternal paranoia and all that." "Deal." She clinked her mug against mine in a toast. "Come on, let's rejoin civilization before Finn thinks we've abandoned him." Buffy left with her tea, and I lingered in the kitchen, that uneasy feeling growing stronger. I'd designed enough theatrical spaces to recognize when I was in one. A constructed reality where nothing was what it seemed. I stirred my tea absently, thinking of Graham upstairs, his body slowly betraying him. Perhaps it wasn't just Finn setting off alarm bells. Perhaps it was this entire situation. A dying husband, a daughter pulling away, and a stranger in my house who felt unsettlingly familiar. Through the kitchen doorway, I could see Finn and Buffy, his fingers brushing hers in a way that seemed both innocent and possessive. He smiled at her, and for a second, I thought I caught him gazing past her, towards me. No, that was paranoia talking, wasn't it? I took a sip of tea, but it tasted wrong somehow. Everything felt wrong. My mind drifted to the escape room I was currently designing. I'd spent weeks researching psychological manipulation, creating false compartments and hidden mechanisms. I understood misdirection, how to make people look where you wanted while the real action happened elsewhere. Was that what was happening here? Was I missing something obvious because I was looking in the wrong direction? I set my mug down with a thud, tea sloshing over the rim. I needed to get a grip. Finn was just a university student who'd fallen for my daughter. Nothing more sinister than that. But as I rejoined them in the living room, Finn's arm draped casually around Buffy's shoulders, his eyes following my movements with a hint of amusement. That nagging discomfort bloomed into something closer to dread. Because now I was absolutely certain we'd met before. I just couldn't remember where, or when, or why I'd apparently forgotten something his face suggested had been memorable. "Everything all right, Zoe?" he asked, using my first name again with an ease that felt inappropriate for a first meeting. "Fine." I sat opposite them. "Just fine." The autumn rain pattered against the windows, soft and insistent, mimicking the doubts tapping at the edges of my mind. Chapter 3. Zoe. The house had settled into its nighttime quiet, that peculiar stillness, when heating pipes ticked their metallic lullabies and the old Victorian floorboards creaked like arthritic joints. Graham had already gone up, exhausted from the evening's social exertion. The cancer had that effect on him lately. Even simple conversations drained him, as though words themselves had become physical labor. I'd retreated to the living room with a novel I had no intention of actually reading. The book, some psychological thriller Buffy had recommended months ago, lay open on my lap while my mind replayed the evening's interactions on an endless loop. Finn's smile, Finn's questions, the way his eyes lingered a fraction too long, the infuriating certainty that I knew him from somewhere. My brain gnawed at it. A dog with a particularly stubborn bone. The stairs creaked. I glanced up to see Buffy patting down in her pajamas. Ridiculous things covered in cartoon avocados wearing sunglasses. She'd had them since sixth form, but refused to throw them out, claiming they were ironically hilarious. "Thought you'd gone to bed." I closed the book without bothering to mark my page. Couldn't sleep. She moved to the kitchen. Then came the sounds of the tap running, the clink of glass. When she returned, she was clutching a water glass as if it were a security blanket, hovering near the sofa but not committing to sitting down. "Everything all right?" I asked, though I suspected I knew where this conversation was heading. "Yeah, just." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Just wanted to chat." At 11 o'clock at night? It's the best time for proper conversations. Dad's asleep, no distractions. She perched on the edge of the armchair opposite me and drew her knees up. The lamplight caught the hopeful eagerness in her face, and I recognized that expression. It was the same one she'd worn at age 7 when asking if I thought her terrible finger painting of a horse, which had resembled a deformed potato, was good enough for the school art show. "So," she said, attempting casual and failing spectacularly. "What do you think?" I feigned ignorance. "About what?" "Mum." She gave me that look, the one that said she'd inherited my inability to tolerate bullshit. "About Finn, obviously." Right then, no escape route. I bought myself a moment by adjusting the cushion behind my back, considering my words. Outside, a fox shrieked, that horrible, almost human sound that always made my skin crawl. He seems... I paused to search for something both honest and diplomatic. "Nice." Buffy's face fell. "That's the worst thing you could possibly say." "What?" "I said he was nice." "Exactly. Nice is what you say when someone's completely mediocre. When there's nothing actually good to mention, but you're too polite to say they're rubbish." She set her water glass down with more force than necessary. "You use the same tone when talking about Dad's university friend Martin, and I've heard you describe him as the human equivalent of wet cardboard." She had me there. Martin had been spectacularly dull, the sort of person who could make winning the lottery sound tedious. "All right, fair point." I set the book aside. I don't know him well enough to form a proper opinion yet. We only just met. "But," she leaned forward. I can hear the "but" hanging there. I hesitated. How did I articulate this without sounding like a paranoid lunatic? Graham's words from earlier echoed in my head. "Let's just meet the bloke before we decide he's a cryptocurrency-obsessed hipster." "There's no but," I lied. "He seems pleasant." "Mum." Buffy's voice sharpened. "Don't do this." "Do what?" "This thing where you pretend everything's fine but you're secretly judging. I can always tell. Your left eye twitches when you're being diplomatic." "Did it? Christ, I'd have to work on that." I touched my face self-consciously. "I'm not judging," I said, though we both knew that was bollocks. "I'm just being appropriately cautious. You're my daughter. I'm allowed to be protective." Protective is one thing. This is something else. She stood and paced, that nervous energy she'd inherited from me manifesting in movement. Every time he spoke at dinner, you were watching him like he might suddenly produce a knife and start stabbing the potatoes. "That's a bit dramatic. You're being weird about him, and I want to know why." "Because he feels wrong," I wanted to say. "Because some primal part of my brain is screaming danger every time he enters a room. Because I'm fairly certain we've met before, and the fact that I can't remember when or where is driving me mental." Instead, I went with, "I suppose I'm just having a hard time accepting that you're old enough to have serious relationships." Buffy stopped pacing and stared at me. "That's your excuse? That I'm growing up?" "It's not an excuse. It's bullshit." "Buffy." "It is, Mum. Complete bullshit." She crossed her arms. "You do this every time I mention anyone I'm dating. Every single time." "That's not true." "It is. When I told you about Tom, you immediately said he sounded dodgy. And you were right. He did turn out to be a shoplifter. But you said that before you knew anything about him except his name." She shook her head. "Same with Jamie. I mentioned he was a business student, and you pulled that face. The one you're pulling right now, actually." I tried to relax my expression. Had I really been that transparent? "And that DJ from first year," Buffy continued. "You made some comment about how DJs were just unemployed blokes with Spotify accounts. You judged him entirely on his career choice. To be fair, he did turn out to be unemployed. That's not the point. The point is, you've never given any of my boyfriends a chance. You always find something wrong with them based on practically nothing. But this is the first time I've actually brought someone home to meet you, and you're still doing it. Finn is brilliant and kind and treats me well. And you're acting like he's some sort of criminal mastermind." "I'm not." "You are. You've been side-eyeing him all evening, And that whole haven't we met before thing? That was so obviously you trying to catch him in a lie. Yeah, he told me about that. It wasn't. I genuinely thought. What? That he's been secretly stalking me? That he's running some elaborate con? She laughed, but there was no humor in it. You build immersive experiences for a living, Mom. Sometimes I think you forget that normal life isn't one of your elaborate mysteries where everyone's hiding something. The words stung because they contained truth. I did look for puzzles everywhere. Occupational hazard. When you spent your working life constructing false realities, you started questioning which reality was real. Listen, I said, trying to gentle my words. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. That wasn't my intention. It's just, I struggled to find the right words. I get a vibe from him. Nothing concrete, just a feeling. A feeling. Buffy's tone was flat, unimpressed. Right, a feeling. Don't dismiss it. My instincts are usually good. Are they? Because, from where I'm standing, your instincts just make you suspicious of everyone. She sat back down, her anger deflating into something closer to hurt. This is why I've never brought anyone home before. I knew you'd do this. I knew you'd find some reason not to like him. The accusation landed like a punch. That's not fair, isn't it? Name one boyfriend I've mentioned that you haven't immediately criticized. I opened my mouth, then closed it again. She had a point. I'd been skeptical of Tom before the shoplifting came to light, derisive about the DJ's life choices. Perhaps I was projecting, seeing threats where none existed. You're right, I conceded. I have been overly critical, and I'm sorry. Some of the fight went out of her. Thank you. But, and hear me out here, is it really so terrible that I'm being cautious? You're my daughter. I worry because I love you. There's a difference between worrying and being hostile, Buffy said, her tone hardening again. And tonight you crossed that line. I wasn't hostile. You were. You made him uncomfortable. You made me uncomfortable. This is exactly why I waited so long to bring anyone home. She stood abruptly. You know what? I can't do this right now. Buffy, wait. No, Mom. I'm tired. And this conversation is going in circles. She picked up her water glass, her grip tight. I brought Finn here because I wanted you to meet him. Because I hoped, stupidly, apparently, that you might actually be happy for me. I am happy for you. Are you? Because it doesn't feel like it. It feels like you're looking for reasons to hate him before you've even given him a chance. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. I really like him, Mom, and I need you to be okay with that. But if you can't even try. She trailed off, shaking her head. I'll try, I said. I promise I'll. Will you? Or will you just keep interrogating him and making everything awkward? Her voice cracked slightly. Because I can't spend the rest of this week watching you side-eye my boyfriend like he's some sort of threat. That's not what I'm doing. It is exactly what you're doing. And honestly, I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted from trying to make everyone happy. I'm exhausted from worrying about Dad. And now I have to worry about whether my own mother is going to sabotage the one good thing I have going right now. The word stung. That's not fair. Fair? You want to talk about fair? Fine. It's not fair that you've judged every single person I've ever dated. It's not fair that I can't bring someone home without you turning into some sort of suspicious detective. And it's not fair that I have to defend Finn when he's done absolutely nothing wrong except exist in your presence. I opened my mouth to respond, but she held up a hand. I don't want to hear it. Not tonight. She moved towards the doorway. I'm going to bed. And tomorrow, I'd really appreciate it if you could at least pretend to be civil. For my sake, if not for his. Buffy. Good night, Mum. She left the living room, her footsteps heavy on the stairs. A moment later, her bedroom door closed. Not a slam, but firm enough to make her point clear. I sat in the sudden silence, my chest tight with a mixture of guilt and frustration. A short while later, muffled voices rumbled upstairs, Buffy and Finn talking in low tones. I couldn't make out the words, but I could imagine them. Her, upset and frustrated. Him, probably being understanding and supportive. The perfect boyfriend. Too perfect. I picked up my book again, but didn't open it. Instead, I stared at the wall, my mind returning to that persistent, maddening question. Where had I seen Finn before? His face had triggered something. Some buried memory that refused to surface. It nagged at me, an unreachable itch, frustrating and impossible to ignore. Perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps he just had one of those faces, generically handsome in a way that could remind you of half a dozen different people. But something in my gut said otherwise. That same gut that had warned me about people before, the same gut that had occasionally served me well in my career, helping me sense when a design wasn't working or when an actor was phoning in their performance. I'd promised Buffy I'd give Finn a chance, and I would, but that didn't mean I had to stop paying attention. If he was hiding something, and I was increasingly certain he was, I'd figure out what, even if it meant playing the pleasant, welcoming mother while conducting my own private investigation. Because despite what I'd just told my daughter, my instincts weren't wrong. Not about this. And one way or another, I was going to prove it. Chapter 4. Buffy. I closed the bedroom door behind me, perhaps more firmly than necessary, and stood there for a moment in the darkness. My chest felt tight, eyes stinging with unshed tears that I refused to let fall. Not here. Not where Mum might hear me crying and think she'd won some invisible argument. The room was bathed in pale moonlight, filtering through the curtains I'd forgotten to close properly. Finn was a dark shape in the bed, his breathing steady and even. At least one of us could sleep through the drama. I moved quietly across the room, navigating around the furniture by memory. The floorboards creaked under my feet. This bloody old Victorian house betrayed every movement, but Finn didn't stir. I reached the window seat and sank onto the cushions, drawing my knees up to my chest. Outside, Bath stretched out in shadows and amber streetlights. Somewhere out there, normal families were having normal evenings, not interrogating their daughters' boyfriends like suspects in a murder investigation. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass, my breath fogging the window. What had I been thinking, bringing Finn here? I should have known Mum would do this. She always did this. Every boyfriend I'd ever mentioned had been subjected to her suspicious scrutiny, found wanting before they'd even had a chance to prove themselves. But this time was different. This time I'd actually brought someone home, naively believing that meeting Finn in person might change things, that she'd see what I saw. Someone kind, attentive, genuine. Someone who remembered I took my coffee with oat milk. Someone who'd sat with me for 3 hours in the library last month when I'd had a panic attack about imagining Dad dying, just holding my hand without saying anything. Someone who made me feel safe in a way I hadn't felt since Dad's diagnosis turned our lives upside down. Instead, she'd eyed him like he was a threat, like he was hiding something sinister beneath that charming exterior. Maybe she was right to be cautious. Maybe I was being naive. But God, couldn't she just be happy for me? Just once? Behind me, the bed creaked. I froze, holding my breath, but there was only silence. False alarm. I exhaled slowly and turned back to the window. The thing that really gutted me was the look in Mum's eyes during our argument. Not anger, exactly. Something worse. Fear, maybe, or disappointment. As if my choice in boyfriend was yet another way I was failing to meet her impossible standards. And hadn't I been failing those standards my entire life? Never artistic enough to follow in her footsteps. Never as clever as she'd hoped. I'd chosen psychology instead of theater design. Practical instead of creative. I hugged my knees tighter. Tomorrow would be awkward as hell. A whole week of this stretching ahead. Mum pretending to be civil while radiating disapproval. Me caught in the middle trying to keep everyone happy. Finn probably sensing the tension and feeling uncomfortable. And poor Dad, too ill to mediate, watching helplessly from the sidelines. This was exactly why I'd avoided bringing anyone home before. Why risk subjecting someone I actually cared about to Mum's relentless judgment? The bed creaked again, more insistently this time. Then came the rustle of sheets and a soft groan. Buff? Finn's voice was rough with sleep, confused. You all right? Damn. I'd woken him after all. Yeah, fine. I whispered back, not turning around. Go back to sleep. More rustling. Him shifting, probably sitting up. You're sitting in the dark by the window. That's not fine. Really? I'm Buffy. He sounded gentler now, more awake. What's wrong? I bit my lip, debating whether to lie or just tell him the truth. The mattress springs complained as he got out of bed, and a moment later, his weight settled on to the window seat beside me. He was wearing just his boxers and a t-shirt, the warmth radiating from him to me in the cool night air. Couldn't sleep, I said, still not looking at him. Bad dreams, bad reality. I attempted a laugh, but it came out hollow. Had a fight with Mum. Ah. He was quiet for a moment. About me? The way he said it, so carefully neutral, as if bracing for impact, made my chest ache. I turned to him. In the moonlight, his features were softened, vulnerable. His dark hair stuck up at odd angles where he'd been sleeping on it. Sort of, I admitted. She's just being weird. Overprotective mother stuff. She doesn't like me. It wasn't a question. That's not, I started, then stopped. What was the point in lying? She doesn't know you yet. She's being cautious. Right, cautious. Finn rubbed his face with both hands. Christ. I really thought tonight went well. I mean, not amazing, but still. Your dad seemed okay with me at least. Dad's fine with you. He said so after he went upstairs. I reached out and touched his arm. Mum's just complicated. She's like this with everyone. Is she? He looked at me properly now. Disappointment etched across his face. Because from where I was sitting, it felt pretty personal. All those questions about where I'm from, what my parents do, that whole haven't we met before thing. She's suspicious by nature. It's her job, basically. She designs escape rooms and immersive experiences. She searches for puzzles everywhere. So I'm a puzzle to be solved? There was an edge to his voice now, something between hurt and frustration. That's brilliant. Really makes a bloke feel welcome. Finn. No, it's fine. I get it. He started to stand, but I grabbed his hand. Please don't be upset, I said. And I hated how desperate I sounded. She'll come around. She just needs time. Will she? He stared down at our joined hands. Because it didn't sound like time was going to help. It sounded like she's already made up her mind about me. She hasn't. I promise. She just. I struggled to find the right words. She's been through a lot this year. With Dad's cancer and everything, it's made her paranoid and overprotective. Finn's expression softened. I know. And I'm sorry about your dad. I really am. But that doesn't give her the right to treat me like I'm some sort of criminal. I know it doesn't. And I told her that. We had a whole argument about it just now. I squeezed his hand. I defended you. I want you to know that. Yeah? Some of the tension left his shoulders. What did you say? That you're brilliant and kind and treat me well. That she's being unfair and judgmental. I attempted a smile. That she's acting like you're some sort of criminal mastermind instead of just my boyfriend. He huffed out a breath that might have been a laugh. Well, thanks for that at least. We sat in silence for a moment, hands still linked. A car drove past, its headlights briefly illuminating the room, before plunging us back into shadow. I really like you, I whispered. I wouldn't have brought you here if I didn't, and I know Mum's being difficult, but please don't let it ruin things between us. Finn turned to me, his expression serious. It won't, I promise. He reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. I really like you too, enough to put up with a suspicious mother. Even if she keeps interrogating you? Even then. He smiled, that dimple appearing in his left cheek. Though I might need you to throw me a lifeline occasionally if she gets too intense. Deal. I leaned into him and rested my head on his shoulder. He wrapped an arm around me, and for a moment, everything felt manageable again. I'm sorry about all this, I said. I really thought it would go better. It's not your fault. Families are complicated. His thumb traced circles on my shoulder. And hey, your dad seems all right with me. That's something, yeah? Dad likes everyone. It's Mum who's the problem. She'll come around, Finn said, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. Once she gets to know me better, sees that I'm not some villain out to hurt her daughter. I wanted to believe him. I really did. But I couldn't shake the memory of Mum's face during our argument. That absolute certainty in her eyes that something was wrong with Finn. That bone-deep suspicion that no amount of time or evidence would shift. Yeah, I said, forcing brightness. She'll come around. It'll all be okay. You don't sound sure about that. Damn. He could read me too well already. I am sure, I lied. Mum just needs time to adjust. By the end of the week, you'll probably be her favorite person. Finn's laugh came out soft. Now I know you're lying, but I appreciate the effort. I pulled back to look at him. I mean it. She's being ridiculous right now, but she's not a bad person. She's just protective. Overly so. I get that. I do. He cupped my face with one hand. But I'm not going to hurt you, Buff. I hope she can see that eventually. She will. I kissed him, brief and sweet, then rested my forehead against his. Thank you for being understanding about all this. Most people would have run screaming by now. Most people don't have a girlfriend worth putting up with suspicious mothers for. He kissed me again, longer this time. When we pulled apart, he was smiling. Come on, let's get back to bed. Tomorrow's another day of winning over the in-laws. They're not your in-laws, I protested, but I let him pull me to my feet. Not yet, he said. I wasn't sure if he was joking or not. We climbed back into bed, and Finn wrapped himself around me, his warmth chasing away the chill that had settled into my bones. Within minutes, his breathing had evened out again, back to that steady rhythm of sleep. But I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying the evening on an endless loop. Mum's suspicious questions, Finn's nervous laughter, Dad's quiet observation from the sidelines. That whole excruciating dinner where I'd felt like a referee at a boxing match, trying to prevent bloodshed. Finn had said Mum would come around, that it would all be okay. But as I lay there in the darkness, listening to the old house settle and creak around us, I couldn't convince myself that was true. What if Mum never accepted him? What if this week was just the beginning of months or years of tension? What if every visit home became a battlefield? What if I had to choose between my mother and my boyfriend? My stomach clenched at the thought. I couldn't choose. How could I choose? Mum, for all her faults, had been there for me my entire life. But Finn made me happy in a way I hadn't been in months. Since Dad's diagnosis, since watching him waste away, Finn had been a lifeline. No, I wouldn't think about choosing. Mum had promised to try, even if she'd said it through gritted teeth. And Finn was patient, understanding. Things would get better. They had to. I closed my eyes and tried to believe it. But somewhere in the back of my mind, a small voice whispered that maybe, just maybe, Mum's instincts weren't entirely wrong. That perhaps there was something about Finn I hadn't seen yet. Something that had set off her alarm bells. I shoved the thought away violently. No. That was Mum's paranoia infecting me. Finn was exactly what he appeared to be. A good person who cared about me. Nothing more, nothing less. I repeated it like a mantra until sleep claimed me. Everything would be okay. It had to be. Chapter 5. Zoe. I stayed in the living room for another 20 minutes after Buffy stormed upstairs, staring at the wall and wondering when, exactly, I'd become the villain in my daughter's life. The book lay forgotten on the sofa cushion beside me, its pages still open to Chapter 3, the same chapter I'd been pretending to read for the past hour. I rubbed my temples, the familiar throb of a tension headache building behind my eyes. This wasn't how tonight was supposed to go. I'd imagined awkwardness. Yes, maybe some stilted conversation over dinner. The usual parental vetting process. Asking about his studies, his family, his plans for the future. Normal questions any mother would ask. But somewhere between the main course and dessert, I'd crossed the line. I could see it in Buffy's face, the way her expression had shifted from hopeful to defensive to outright hostile. And Finn. Christ. I'd practically accused him of being a spy the way I'd grilled him about his hometown, his childhood, his every bloody movement. Maybe I had been too harsh. Maybe my interrogation at dinner had crossed a line. But something about Finn set my teeth on edge, and I couldn't shake it. That feeling when you walk into a room and know something's been moved, even if you can't put your finger on what. I stood, my knees cracking in protest, and began tidying the living room even though it didn't need it. Straightening cushions that were already straight. Adjusting picture frames that were already level. Anything to keep my hands busy and my mind from spiraling. The clock on the mantelpiece chimed 11:30. Graham had gone up hours ago. Exhausted from the effort of staying upright through dinner and the subsequent small talk, I should have gone up with him. Should have helped him with his medication, made sure he was comfortable, been there when he needed me. Instead, I'd been down here, obsessing over my daughter's boyfriend like some paranoid lunatic. Guilt twisted in my stomach. Graham was dying. Actually dying. And here I was, wasting what little time we had left on stupid suspicions about a boy I'd known for all of 5 hours. What kind of wife did that make me? What kind of person? The truth was, I'd been a rubbish wife for months now, maybe longer. I switched off the lamps and headed upstairs, the familiar route, requiring no thought. 16 steps, creaky floorboards on numbers 7 and 12, turn left at the landing. Past Buffy's closed door. Silence now, they must have gone to sleep. And down to the end of the hall where our bedroom door stood ajar. The room was dark, except for the dim glow of Graham's bedside lamp. Turned down to its lowest setting. He was propped up against the pillows, eyes closed, his chest rising and falling in shallow, uneven breaths. The cancer had stolen his vigor, leaving behind a gaunt shadow of the man who used to carry Buffy on his shoulders through the park. I paused in the doorway, just watching him. His medication bottles cluttered the nightstand. A pharmacy's worth of pills meant to manage pain, nausea, fatigue. None of them actually helped. Not really. They just made the dying slightly more bearable. The room smelled of sickness. Not strongly. I'd opened the windows earlier, lit a lavender candle. Done everything I could to chase it away. But it lingered underneath, that sweet, sour scent of a body breaking down. I'd grown used to it over the months, the same way you grew used to traffic noise or a ticking clock. Background radiation of our new normal. As if he sensed my presence, his eyes fluttered open. Zoe? His voice was rough, scratchy from disuse. Hey. I moved into the room, closing the door softly behind me. Sorry, didn't mean to wake you. Wasn't sleeping. Just resting my eyes. The lie was kind, and I didn't challenge it. Everything all right? He asked. I heard raised voices earlier. Of course he had. The old house carried sound like a megaphone. Especially at night when everything else was quiet. Buffy and I had a disagreement. I sat on the edge of the bed. About Finn. Graham nodded slowly, as if this was the least surprising news he'd heard all day. Thought you might. Was I that obvious? You were doing that thing where you smile but your eyes look like you're planning someone's murder. He shifted and winced. To be fair, you always look like that when Buffy brings up boys. I do not. You absolutely do. Remember when she mentioned that Tom character? You looked like you wanted to hunt him down and bury him in the garden. I was right about him, wasn't I? He turned out to be a thief. Eventually, yes. But you hated him before you knew that. Graham's hand found mine. His fingers cold and thin. You always assume the worst about anyone who gets close to her. I opened my mouth to argue, then closed it again. He wasn't wrong. I'm just protective. I know. But there's a difference between being protective and being hostile. His thumb traced circles on the back of my hand. Finn seems like a decent kid. Bit nervous, obviously. But who wouldn't be? Meeting the parents is terrifying under the best circumstances. Meeting the parents when one of them is dying, he trailed off, the unspoken words hanging between us. He could be anyone, I whispered. We don't know him. We don't know anything about him. So get to know him. Ask questions without making him feel like he's in a police interrogation. Graham's eyes met mine, gentle but firm. Buffy likes him. Really likes him, from what I can tell. That should count for something. What if she's wrong about him? What if he's hiding something? Then she'll figure it out. She's smart, Zoe. You raised her to be smart. Trust that. I stared down at our joined hands. His wedding ring hung loose on his finger now, too big for the weight he'd lost. I don't want her to get hurt. I know, but you can't protect her from everything. And pushing her away isn't going to help. He squeezed my hand weakly. If you make her choose between you and him, she might not choose you. Is that what you want? The thought tightened my chest. No. Then maybe ease off a bit. Give the lad a chance. Graham's eyes were already starting to close again, the conversation draining what little energy he had. He might surprise you. Or he might turn out to be exactly what I think he is. Maybe. But innocent until proven guilty, yeah? His smile was faint. Besides, we've got a whole week of him staying here. Plenty of time to suss him out properly. Just try to be subtle about it. Subtle. Right. Because that was my strong suit. Can I get you anything? I asked, to change the subject. Water? Your medication? Another pillow? No, I'm all right. He was fading, sleep pulling him under. Just stay with me for a bit? Of course. I got ready for bed quickly, washing my face, brushing my teeth, changing into pajamas, all the mundane rituals of nighttime. When I slipped under the covers, Graham shifted closer, or as close as his aching body would allow. I curled around him, trying to be gentle, mindful of the places that hurt. He felt so fragile, like he might break if I held him too tightly. The man who used to pick me up and spin me around our kitchen, who'd carried all our furniture up 3 flights of stairs when we'd first moved in, who'd been solid and strong and permanent. Now he was paper thin, disappearing by degrees. His breathing evened out within minutes, that shallow rattling sound that had become his baseline. I lay there in the dark, listening to him breathe, feeling the rise and fall of his chest against mine. Graham's words echoed in my head. Maybe ease off a bit. Give the lad a chance. She might not choose you. Was I really that bad? Had I been so focused on protecting Buffy that I'd forgotten how to just let her live? She was 19, not 9. She didn't need me vetting her every decision, scrutinizing her every relationship. Except she did, didn't she? Because she'd proven time and again that her judgment in men was questionable at best. Tom the shoplifter, Jamie the serial cheater, that DJ whose name I genuinely couldn't remember because he'd been so spectacularly unmemorable. And now Finn. Perfect, charming, too good to be true Finn. I closed my eyes, trying to will myself toward sleep, but my mind kept churning. That nagging sense of recognition, the way he'd studied me across the dinner table, the precise way he'd answered every question, as if he'd rehearsed his responses. Or maybe I was just being paranoid. Maybe grief and stress had turned me into someone who saw threats in every shadow. Maybe Finn was exactly what he appeared to be, a nice boy who genuinely cared about my daughter. Maybe Graham's hand twitched in his sleep, fingers curling around mine. Even unconscious, he was trying to comfort me. Or maybe he was just dreaming, far away from this room, this illness, this slow deterioration. I hoped he was dreaming of better times, of when Buffy was small and uncomplicated, when I wasn't constantly suspicious, when he was healthy and whole, before cancer, before everything went sideways, before I'd become this person, paranoid, unable to trust anyone, including myself. Perhaps this innocent Finn kid deserves a chance, Graham had said. Perhaps he did. I'd try. For Buffy's sake, for Graham's sake, I'd try to be more accepting. I'd smile and make conversation and resist the urge to grill Finn about every detail of his life. I'd be the warm, welcoming mother Buffy wanted me to be. The mother I used to be, before fear turned me into something harder, colder. Tomorrow, I'd apologize to Buffy. Not for being protective. I'd never apologize for that. But for the way I'd gone about it. For making her feel attacked. For ruining what should have been a nice evening. And I'd be nicer to Finn. Ask him about his coursework, his hobbies, normal things. Maybe offer to show him around Bath, take him to the Roman baths or the Abbey. Tourist activities that would give me a chance to observe him in a more natural setting, away from the pressure cooker of family dinner. Yes, that's what I'd do. Be subtle, be clever, get to know him properly before passing judgment. But that didn't mean I'd stop watching, stop noticing, stop listening to that instinct that had kept me safe my entire life, that had warned me about dodgy contractors trying to overcharge for my set designs. That had sussed out lying actors and unreliable technicians. That same instinct that had been right about Tom the shoplifter before anyone else saw it. Because something about Finn was off. I knew it in my bones. And I was going to figure out what. The thing was, I wanted to be wrong. Desperately. I wanted Finn to be exactly what he appeared. A nice, normal boy who made my daughter happy. I wanted to look back on tonight in 6 months and laugh about how paranoid I'd been, how I'd nearly ruined Buffy's relationship over nothing. But I didn't think I was wrong. And that was what terrified me most. Chapter 6. Zoe. 2 days had passed since that disastrous first evening, and I'd made a genuine effort to be more welcoming. We'd taken walks along the canal, showed Finn the sights of Bath, endured an awkward pub dinner where Graham had rallied enough energy to tell terrible dad jokes. Yesterday, we'd spent the morning at the Roman baths, Finn asking surprisingly insightful questions about the architecture, while Buffy clung to his arm. In the afternoon, we'd wandered through the city center, stopping for coffee at Sally Lunn's, where Finn had insisted on paying despite my protests. I'd smiled. I'd asked polite questions about his business degree, his family in Manchester, his plans after graduation. I'd even laughed at his stories about his university football team, though I suspected half of them were embellished for comedic effect. And surprisingly, it hadn't been entirely awful. Finn was charming, I'd give him that. Quick with a joke, attentive to Buffy, respectful when Graham needed to rest. He'd offered to help with the washing up, insisted on carrying the shopping bags, held doors open with an old-fashioned courtesy that would have been endearing if I wasn't looking for cracks in the facade. But I was looking. Always looking. Now we sat in the garden on a rare, mild autumn afternoon. The 4 of us arranged on mismatched patio furniture that desperately needed replacing. Graham dozed in the lounger, a blanket tucked around his legs due to the weak sunshine. Buffy was curled up in the wicker chair, scrolling through her phone with that glazed expression that meant she was deep in some Instagram rabbit hole. And Finn sat across from me, his chair angled just slightly in my direction. "This is lovely," he gestured to the garden with his mug of tea. "Really peaceful. Must be nice to have your own outdoor space." "We're lucky," I agreed, keeping my tone neutral. Graham did most of the landscaping himself, years ago. Before, I trailed off. The unspoken words hanging in the air. Finn nodded, his expression appropriately sympathetic. He's got good taste. The whole setup is brilliant. His gaze raked over me, quick but noticeable. Runs in the family, obviously. I blinked, uncertain I'd heard him correctly. Sorry? Good taste. Design sense. He smiled, that dimple appearing. This garden feels like a set, actually. Very composed. Right. Yes. I took a sip of tea and tried to shake off the odd feeling his words had given me. Had he just complimented the garden or something else? I was probably reading too much into it. It needs work, honestly. We've rather let it go this year. Looks okay to me. Another glance, this one lingering a fraction too long. You've got a real eye for aesthetics. Across the garden, Buffy glanced up from her phone and smiled at us. Not just smiled, beamed. The expression was so open, so hopeful, that my chest ached. She was thrilled that Finn and I were getting along. This was what she'd wanted. "Mom's being nice," she announced, as if I couldn't hear her. "This is a good sign." "Your mom's been lovely from the start," Finn said smoothly, his attention still on me. "We just needed time to get to know each other properly." I faked a smile and raised my mug in a mock toast. See, I could do this. I could be the easygoing mother who welcomed her daughter's boyfriend with open arms. No more interrogations, no more suspicion. Just pleasant conversation and family bonding. Even if my skin crawled at something in Finn's tone. The afternoon wore on. Graham woke briefly, disoriented and confused about where he was, until I gently reminded him. Buffy went inside to take a phone call from her flatmate. Graham went with her, and suddenly, I was alone in the garden with Finn. The silence stretched between us. Not comfortable, but not openly hostile either. I focused on my tea, on the browning leaves scattered across the lawn, on anything but the young man sitting 3 feet away from me. "Can I ask you something?" Finn said eventually. "Of course." I kept my voice light, pleasant. This was fine. Just a normal conversation between a mother and her daughter's boyfriend. "Do you believe in gut instinct?" The question caught me off guard. "What do you mean?" "Like trusting your first impression of someone. That immediate feeling you get." He leaned forward a bit, elbows on his knees. "I've been thinking about it a lot since we met. That first dinner." I set my mug down, wary. "Oh? I could tell you didn't like me, straight away, before we'd even properly talked." He didn't sound accusatory, just matter of fact. Made me wonder what it was about me that set you off. "I wouldn't say I didn't like you. It's all right, I get it," he smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You saw some young bloke with your daughter and immediately went into protective mode. It's natural. Buffy's lucky to have a mom who cares that much." There was something in the way he'd said it that felt like a test, like he was waiting to see how I'd respond. "I just want her to be happy," I said, careful with my words. "And safe." "Safe." He repeated the word thoughtfully. "Interesting choice. Do I seem dangerous to you, Zoe?" The use of my first name still felt presumptuous, overly familiar. Of course not. I only meant, because I'd never hurt Buffy. Never. His intensity was sudden, almost startling. "She's incredible, beautiful, smart, funny. Do you know how lucky I am? A girl like her, choosing someone like me?" "I'm sure she feels equally lucky," I said, though the words felt hollow. Finn laughed, a soft sound that might have been self-deprecating, or might have been something else. "She's got nothing to feel lucky about. I'm the one who hit the jackpot." He paused, his gaze drifting towards the house where Buffy had disappeared, in every possible way. Something in his tone turned my stomach. An insinuation, barely there but unmistakable. "What do you mean by that?" I kept my voice level. "Just that she's generous, with her affection." He looked back at me, and there was something in his expression that made me want to stand up and walk away. Very generous, very enthusiastic. Oh, God. He wasn't. I don't think I started. But he kept talking. "She gets that from you, probably. That passion. That intensity." His gaze swept over me again. Less subtle this time. I can see where she gets her looks from, too. The cheekbones, the eyes. "Though you've got," he indicated vaguely, "something she hasn't grown into yet. A confidence, maybe." "Finn." "It's a compliment, Zoe. You're an attractive woman. Surely Graham tells you that all the time." He glanced towards the sleeping, stirring figure in the lounger. "Or, well, maybe not so much anymore." The audacity of it stole my breath. This little shit sitting in my garden making comments about my dying husband while simultaneously, what? Hitting on me? Making inappropriate remarks about my daughter? I stood abruptly, my chair scraping against the paving stones. "I think we should." "Mum." Buffy's call cut through the tension like a knife. She appeared in the doorway, a now-awake Graham shuffling behind her, using the doorframe for support. "Dad's feeling better. He wants to watch some telly." I looked between them. Buffy's bright smile, Graham's exhausted but game expression, Finn's composed face, showing not a trace of the conversation we'd just had. As if he'd simply flipped a switch, transforming back into the ideal boyfriend. "That's wonderful," I managed, the words sounding strangled. "Let's go inside then." Finn stood, moving to help Graham before I could. "Here, let me give you a hand, Graham. Careful on the step there." I watched him support my husband, watched Buffy beam at his thoughtfulness, watched him play the role of devoted boyfriend and considerate guest with flawless execution. And I knew, with absolute certainty now, that I hadn't been wrong about him. Not one bit. Inside, I busied myself making more tea, while the others settled in the living room. My hands shook as I filled the kettle, as I lined up the mugs, as I tried to process what had just happened. Finn had crossed a line. Multiple lines. The comments about Buffy, about me, about Graham, each one designed to unsettle, to provoke, but done so subtly that if I tried to explain it to anyone, I'd sound hysterical, paranoid, the bitter, suspicious mother who couldn't accept her daughter's happiness. Because what could I actually say? He complimented my cheekbones? He said Buffy was generous? He implied my dying husband couldn't satisfy me anymore. Out of context, they were nothing. Harmless observations. It was the tone, the implications, the way he'd stared at me while saying them, that made them poisonous. And that was the genius of it, wasn't it? He'd found the exact way to needle me, to make me uncomfortable, while maintaining complete deniability. If I confronted him, he'd appear confused, maybe even hurt. I was just being friendly, he'd say, just trying to bond with my girlfriend's mom. The kettle boiled. I stood there, staring at the steam, trying to calm my racing heart. From the living room came the murmur of conversation. Buffy laughing at something on the television, Graham's dry cough, Finn's smooth interjections, perfectly timed, perfectly pitched. I picked up a mug, and it slipped from my fingers, shattering on the kitchen tiles. "Everything all right?" Buffy called. "Fine," I called back, my voice too bright. "Just clumsy." I kneeled to pick up the pieces, welcoming the physical task, something concrete to focus on, sharp edges that couldn't hurt me any more than words already had. What was Finn's game? Why make those comments? Was he testing me, seeing how far he could push before I snapped? Or did he genuinely not understand how inappropriate he'd been? No, he understood. I'd seen it in his eyes. He knew exactly what he was doing. The question was, what did I do about it? I couldn't tell Buffy. She'd never believe me. She'd think I was inventing reasons to dislike him, reading malice in innocent remarks. And she wouldn't be entirely wrong to think that. I'd been on the hunt for problems from the start. I couldn't tell Graham. He was too ill, too tired. He didn't need this stress. Didn't need to worry about protecting me or Buffy when he could barely protect himself. Which meant I was on my own. I finished cleaning up the broken mug, dumped the pieces in the bin, and made a fresh cup of tea. Then I stood there, gripping the worktop, trying to decide what to do next. The smart thing would be to document everything. Write down what Finn had said, exactly how he'd said it. Build a case, gather evidence. Approach this like I would a design project. Systematically, methodically. But another part of me, the part that had spent my whole adult life trusting my instincts, wanted to march into that living room and throw him out. Tell him to get the hell away from my daughter, my family, my home. Except that would make me the villain again. That would push Buffy further away, drive her straight into his arms. No, I had to be smart about this, patient, watch and wait and document every inappropriate comment, every boundary he crossed. Eventually, he'd slip up, show his true colors in a way that couldn't be explained away or dismissed. And when that happened, I'd be ready. I picked up the tea tray and carried it into the living room, my hands steady now, my smile fixed in place. "Here we are," I announced cheerfully. "Who wants sugar?" Finn gazed up at me, and for just a second, Something flickered across his face. Amusement, maybe. Or challenge. "Game on," that look said. And I stared right back at him, keeping my expression pleasant, motherly, completely unthreatening. Game on indeed. Chapter 7. Zoe. Dinner the next evening was a strained affair masquerading as normality. I'd made lasagne, Graham's favorite, though he'd barely managed 3 forkfuls, and we sat around the dining table like a family in a catalog photograph. All the right props in place, all the expressions carefully arranged. Except nothing was right. I sensed Finn's gaze on me throughout the meal. Not constantly. He was too clever for that. Just occasional glances that lingered a fraction too long. A look that accompanied his smile when he passed me the salad bowl. A knowing expression when I refilled his water glass. Buffy seemed oblivious, chattering away about an essay she was writing on cognitive behavioral therapy. Graham pushed food around his plate, making valiant efforts to appear interested, despite the exhaustion pulling at his features. And Finn played his part flawlessly. Attentive boyfriend, considerate guest, absolute snake. "This is delicious, Zoe," he said, jabbing his fork in the air at the lasagne. "You're an amazing cook." "Thank you," I replied, my voice neutral. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of knowing he'd got under my skin yesterday. 2 could play this game. Mom used to cook all the time. Buffy smiled at me across the table. Before Dad got ill, we'd have these massive Sunday roasts. The whole family round the table. Sounds lovely. Finn's gaze slid to me again. Something in his expression I couldn't read. Family is so important, isn't it? Those connections. Those intimate moments. My skin prickled at the way he'd said intimate, but his tone was innocent. Just a young man appreciating family values. Nothing untoward at all. "How are you feeling, Graham?" Finn turned his attention to my husband. "You mentioned the other day that you'd had a treatment session recently." Graham set down his fork, clearly relieved to stop pretending to eat. Tired, mostly. "The chemo is, well, it's not pleasant." "I can imagine." Finn leaned forward, his expression earnest, concerned. "What's the prognosis looking like, if you don't mind me asking?" Buffy started, clearly uncomfortable. "No, it's all right." Graham waved her off. "It's terminal. We've known that for a while now. The treatment is just about buying time, really, managing symptoms." The matter-of-fact way he'd said it made my chest tighten. We'd had this conversation so many times, with doctors, with family, with each other, that the words had lost their sharp edges. Terminal, dying, time running out. They'd become mundane, ordinary, background noise in our daily lives. "I'm sorry," Finn said, and he actually sounded sincere. "That must be incredibly difficult. For all of you." "We're managing," I said quietly. Under the table, I found Graham's hand and squeezed it. He squeezed back, his grip weak but steady. "How long have you been ill?" Finn asked. "If that's not too personal." "Diagnosed a few months back," Graham said. "Lung cancer. Stage 4 by the time they caught it. I'd had this cough for ages. Kept thinking it was just a cold that wouldn't shift." He gave a dry laugh. "Turns out, it was rather more serious than that." Finn shook his head, sympathetic. "And the treatment options?" "Chemo, radiation. We tried a few different combinations." Graham's thumb traced circles on my palm. "A habit from when we were young. Nothing's worked as well as we'd hoped. At this point, it's about quality of life rather than quantity." "That must be a difficult mindset to adopt," Finn said. "Accepting it, I mean. You don't really have a choice." Graham looked at Buffy, his eyes soft. "You just focus on making the most of the time you have left, spending it with the people who matter." Buffy's eyes were glassy with unshed tears. I could see her fighting to keep her composure, not wanting to break down at the dinner table. My poor girl, trying so hard to be strong. "I think that's incredibly brave," Finn said. "The way you're all handling this. It can't be easy." And despite everything, despite yesterday's garden conversation, despite my suspicions, despite the way he looked at me, I found myself almost warming to him in that moment. Because he was asking the right questions, saying the right things, showing genuine interest in Graham's condition without the usual awkwardness or pity. It was masterful, really. This was why Buffy had fallen for him. This charm, this ability to read a room and adapt. He was a chameleon, shifting his colors to match whatever background he found himself against. "How does it affect your work, Zoe?" Finn turned to me. "Being Graham's primary caregiver must make it difficult to take on projects." "I've scaled back quite a bit," I admitted. "Mostly doing consulting work from home now. The occasional project when Graham's having a good week, that must be frustrating. Giving up something you're passionate about. Family comes first." I took a sip of water and tried to read his expression. Was this genuine conversation or another test? The work will still be there afterwards. When Graham's dead, that's what I'd meant but couldn't say. When I'm a widow. When this house is too big and too quiet and too full of ghosts. "Still," Finn pressed, "it must be hard. Putting your own life on hold. You're what, mid-40s? That's young. You've got decades ahead of you." The observation felt pointed, though I couldn't say why. 47. And I'm not putting my life on hold. I'm living it. Just differently than I planned. Isn't that what life is, though? Finn leaned back in his chair, his wine glass, the cheap everyday one, not the crystal, dangling from his fingers. Nothing ever goes to plan. You think you know where you're heading, but then something happens. Someone happens, and suddenly you're on a completely different path. That's very philosophical. Buffy smiled at him, her fondness for him evident. I've been thinking about it a lot lately. His eyes never left mine. How one decision can change everything. One night, one choice, one person, and your whole life goes in a direction you never expected. My throat tightened. Was he talking about meeting Buffy or something else? I think that's both terrifying and exciting, Buffy said. The randomness of it all. Like, what if I hadn't gone to that party where we met? What if Finn had decided to stay in that night? We'd never have found each other. Exactly, Finn said, though he was still looking at me. Sometimes I wonder if things really are random, or if there's a pattern we just can't see, like fate. You don't strike me as someone who believes in fate, I said. I didn't used to. His smile was slight, enigmatic. But lately, I've started thinking that maybe some things are meant to happen. Maybe we're all just playing our parts in a story someone else wrote. Graham coughed, a wet, rattling sound that broke the strange tension. Well, if someone wrote this story, he said, indicating himself, they've got a twisted sense of humor. Dad, Buffy protested weakly. It's all right, love. Gallows humor is all I've got left. He took a sip of water, then winced. But Finn's right about one thing. Life is full of surprises. You never know who's going to walk through that door and change everything. I looked at Finn, and he looked back at me. And in that moment, I felt like Graham was talking directly about him, about this stranger in our house who had somehow wormed his way into our family, into Buffy's heart, into our dinner conversations. I gave a smile. But yes, I do miss it sometimes. The theater work, especially. There's something about creating a physical space that tells a story, making an audience feel something just by walking into a room. That's fascinating. Finn's attention was fully on me now, Buffy beaming at this apparent bonding moment. How do you do that? Create emotion through space? Lighting, mostly. Sound design. The way furniture is arranged can make a room feel welcoming or threatening. Colors affect mood. Warm tones versus cool ones. Even the smell of a space can trigger emotional responses. I was warming to the topic despite myself. It had been so long since anyone had asked me about my work with genuine interest. It's all about manipulation, really. Guiding people to feel what you want them to feel without them realizing they're being guided. Like a magic trick, Finn said, and there was something in his tone, admiration, mockery, that I couldn't place. Exactly like a magic trick. I met his eyes across the table. Misdirection. The best illusions are the ones where the audience never even knows they've been fooled. Until it's too late, Finn added quietly. Until it's too late, I agreed, though the words felt loaded with meaning beyond their surface. Graham shifted in his seat, drawing our attention. Zoe did this brilliant haunted house installation a few years back, he said, his voice weaker than usual. Scared the living daylights out of people. They thought it was just actors and jump scares, but she'd designed the whole space to psychologically unsettle them before anything even happened. The walls got narrower as you moved through. The ceilings got lower. Temperature drops in specific rooms. By the time they got to the actual scares, they were already primed for terror. That's genius, Finn said, and he actually sounded impressed, building the fear before delivering the payoff. It's all about patience, I said. Understanding your audience, knowing exactly which buttons to push and when. Something flickered in his expression. Recognition, maybe. Or challenge. Could you teach me? He asked. How to read a space like that? I suppose so. Show me now. He stood and waved an arm to encompass the dining room. What does this room tell you? What story is it telling? Finn Buffy started, but he was already moving. No, I'm genuinely curious. He walked to the window, looking at the curtains. Every choice in here must mean something, right? The colors, the furniture, all of it. It's just a dining room, I said, though it wasn't. Every room told a story if you knew how to read it. Humor me. He moved to the Welsh dresser against the wall and ran his fingers along the dark wood. This piece, for instance. It's old, isn't it? Victorian? Edwardian, actually. It was Graham's grandmother's. And you kept it because? Because it has history, sentimental value. He examined the dresser, and an uneasy feeling built in my stomach. What about these? He pointed to the plates displayed on the shelves. They match the room, but they're not antique. We got them for our 10th anniversary. Royal Doulton. Finn nodded, processing this. Then he reached up to the top shelf where we kept the good wine glasses. Crystal ones that only came out for special occasions. Finn, let me get those. I started to stand. They're quite high. But he was already reaching, stretching up on his toes to grab one of the glasses. His t-shirt rode up with the movement, pulling free from his jeans to expose a strip of skin above his hip. And there, stark against his pale skin, was a tattoo. A serpent coiled around a dagger, the design intricate and distinctive. Black ink with red accents on the blade. The serpent's eye rendered in startling detail. The world tilted. I knew that tattoo. The wine glass slipped from Finn's fingers, but Graham caught it, his reflexes surprisingly quick for someone so ill. Careful there, he said. But I wasn't listening. I was staring at that strip of exposed skin, at that tattoo, as a memory, sharp and unwelcome, sliced through me. Finn pulled his shirt down, settling the glass on the lower shelf instead. When he turned back to the table, his eyes met mine, and I saw it there. The knowledge, the recognition. Sorry, he said. Butterfingers. My mouth opened, but no sound came out. Buffy was saying something. Graham was putting the wine glass away properly. The room continued as if nothing had changed. But everything had changed. Because I knew exactly who Finn was. And he knew I couldn't say a word. Chapter 8. Buffy. I'd been replaying that moment all day. That split second during last night's dinner when Mum's face had gone rigid. The wine glass incident. Finn reaching for the crystal. His shirt riding up. Mum's expression transforming into something I couldn't parse. Horror? Recognition? Whatever it was, it had passed so quickly I'd nearly convinced myself I'd imagined it. But I hadn't. You all right, Buff? Finn asked, breaking me from my spiral. We were heading into Bath for our date night in his battered Golf. Bowling, because I'd mentioned weeks ago that I missed the terrible arcade near my secondary school, and Finn had remembered. Yeah, fine. I lied, and watched the streetlights blur past. Rain spattered the windscreen. You've been quiet since we left. He glanced over. Did something happen? Just family stuff, I said. You know how it is. Finn's jaw tightened. Your mum still giving you grief? She's been better, actually. More civil. Which was true. It should have made me happy. Instead, it made me nervous. How can you be sure? She gave a weird look yesterday, he said quietly. Bloody hell. He'd noticed too. After you reached for the wine glass, your shirt rode up, and she just froze. Like she'd seen a ghost. I chewed my lip, but then it was gone. Finn's hand found mine. What do you think she saw? Haven't the faintest. Maybe she doesn't like tattoos? I attempted a laugh. My nan nearly had a coronary when I got my belly button pierced. Maybe. He didn't sound convinced. Neither was I. Mum had never expressed opinions about tattoos. Half the actors she worked with looked like they'd been used as coloring books. It wasn't that. The bowling alley appeared ahead, garish neon against the rain. Finn pulled into the car park. Has your mum said anything specific about me? He asked, before killing the engine. Beyond general maternal paranoia? I turned to face him. She thinks we're moving too fast. The usual bollocks. Right. He squeezed my hand. Nothing else? Like what? Forget it. He kissed my knuckles. Let's go knock down some pins. We dashed through the rain, laughing. The bowling alley assaulted us with noise. Arcade beeps, crashing pins, terrible pop music. This is great, I said. Exactly the right level of tacky. We got our shoes and claimed a lane. As Finn programmed our names in, I found myself studying him. He was perfect, wasn't he? Handsome, attentive, funny. He remembered everything. My coffee order, that I hated the smell of bacon frying, that I needed to talk through my revision. So why did Mum's reaction keep needling me? You're up, sunshine, Finn said. I selected a green marble ball and approached the lane, wobbling in the rental shoes. The ball careened down, scattering 8 pins. 8! Finn cheered. That's brilliant. My second ball picked off 1 more. 9 total. Not bad. Finn's form was proper, controlled. Strike. Show off, I said, smiling despite myself. He returned to sit beside me. Want to tell me what's really bothering you? I sighed. I saw something in Mum's expression last night. I can't figure out what it was. What do you mean? I've seen her make that face before, but I can't remember when. I traced patterns on the scoring tablet. It was shock, or horror, maybe fear. Finn was quiet. Maybe she saw something that reminded her of someone else, an ex-boyfriend or something. Maybe. It was plausible. Or maybe she just realized how serious we are. Parents do that sometimes, have these delayed reactions. He took my hand. Maybe she saw how much I care about you and it freaked her out. You think? Your mum probably looked at us and thought, I'm going to break your heart, which is why she's been hostile. His voice was firm. But I promise you, Buffy, I would never hurt you. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. And there it was, that sincerity that had drawn me to him. Your turn, I said. The evening progressed. We bowled. Finn won the first game easily, his form annoyingly perfect. I took the second by sheer luck, and possibly because he was distracted, staring at me instead of the pins. The third was close, competitive, with terrible trash talk on both sides. You're rubbish at this, I said after he got a gutter ball. I'm letting you win. You absolutely are not. Between games, we attacked the arcade. The shooting game was my domain. I absolutely destroyed him, which delighted me more than it should have. He was gracious in defeat, though I caught him staring at me with this expression I couldn't read. Fondness? Amusement? Something else? We got chips afterwards, greasy and delicious, sitting in those plastic molded chairs that were somehow both uncomfortable and impossible to get out of. Finn stole one of mine despite having his own portion, grinning when I swatted his hand away. Tell me something. He popped the stolen chip into his mouth. Something I don't know about you yet. Like what? Anything. A secret. A weird habit. Something that makes you, you. I thought about it, twirling a chip in curry sauce. I used to sleepwalk when I was little. Mum would find me in the oddest places, once in the airing cupboard, once standing in the garden in my pajamas. Scared the life out of her. Do you still do it? Not for years. But sometimes I have these dreams where I'm walking through the house and everything's slightly wrong. Like the walls are the wrong color or there's an extra room that shouldn't exist. I shrugged. Probably means I'm mental. Or creative. Your mum's a designer. Maybe you inherited that spatial awareness thing. He leaned back and studied me. Do you ever think about following in her footsteps? Theater design or something similar? God, no. I love Mum, but I couldn't do what she does. All that manipulation of space and emotion. It feels too much like lying somehow. I paused, realizing how that sounded. Not that she's a liar, just that it's all about creating illusions, you know? Making people feel things that aren't real. But the feelings are real, aren't they? Even if the space is constructed, I suppose. I'd never thought about it that way. Is that why you're doing psychology alongside business? Understanding what makes people tick? Something like that. He smiled, but it didn't crinkle his eyes. I like understanding how things work. People, systems, relationships, the patterns underneath the surface. There was something in the way he'd said it that felt significant, though I couldn't say why. We finished our chips in comfortable silence. Families and teenagers and couples drifted past. Normal people doing normal things. For a moment, I could pretend we were normal too. Just two university students on a date. No dying fathers or suspicious mothers or inexplicable glances to decode. Thank you for tonight, I said eventually. I needed this. To get out of that house. Away from all the tension. Anytime. He reached across the table and took my hand. I mean it, Buff. Whatever you need. If that's distraction or someone to talk to or just sitting in silence, I'm here. And he was, wasn't he? He'd been nothing but patient and understanding since we'd arrived. Dealing with Mum's suspicion, Dad's illness, my own spiraling anxiety about everything. A lesser person would have made excuses and left by now. So why couldn't I shake this feeling? Can I ask you something? The words were out before I could stop them. Course. That tattoo, the serpent and dagger, is there a story behind it? Something shifted in his expression. Not quite shuddering, but close. Got it at 18. Bit of a rebellious phase. Why? Just curious. It's quite distinctive. Yeah, well, young and stupid, you know how it is. He squeezed my hand. Ready for one more game? Or should we call it a night? The deflection was smooth. Easy. Maybe too easy. But then again, not everyone wanted to discuss their tattoo choices. I was probably reading too much into it. Mum's paranoia. Infecting my thoughts. One more game, I decided. And then we should probably head back before Mum reports us missing. We played our final game with more enthusiasm than skill. I won by 3 pins, which Finn claimed was unfair. You distracted me, he protested. How? By existing and being unfairly beautiful. I laughed, despite myself. That's the worst excuse I've ever heard. Doesn't make it less true. In the car park afterwards, the rain had stopped, leaving everything slick and gleaming under the streetlights. The temperature had dropped, that sharp October cold that cut through my jacket. Finn pulled me close, his hands on my waist, and kissed me properly. Not a quick peck, but the kind of kiss that curled my toes in the ridiculous rental shoes I'd forgotten to return. When we broke apart, he kept me close, his forehead resting against mine. Thank you, he said softly. For what? For bringing me home to meet your family. For defending me to your mum. His blue eyes were serious in the half-light. I know this week hasn't been easy. The tension with your mum, seeing your dad struggle. But I'm glad I'm here. Glad I got to meet your dad before, well, and I'm glad I got to see where you grew up. Something in my chest tightened. This was it, wasn't it? This was what being with someone was supposed to feel like. Connected. Understood. I'm glad you're here too, I said, and meant it. Even with all the weirdness, having Finn beside me made everything more bearable. He kissed me again, slower this time, his hands warm against my back despite the chill. When we pulled apart, he was smiling, that genuine smile that made his dimple appear. "Your mum will come around," he said with confidence. "She's just being protective. It's actually kind of sweet, in a terrifying sort of way. Shows how much she loves you." "You really think so?" "I do. She doesn't know me yet, but she will. And when she does, she'll see that I'm not going anywhere, that I genuinely care about you." He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. "I actually like her, you know. She's sharp, creative, clearly brilliant at what she does. The kind of person I'd want in my corner. Even though she's been awful to you." "She hasn't been awful. She's been cautious. There's a difference." He tugged me into a proper embrace now, wrapping his arms around me. "If I had a daughter like you, I'd probably be the same way, suspicious of anyone who came sniffing around." I pressed my face into his shoulder, breathing in his scent, that cologne he wore, something clean and woody. He felt solid, safe, real. "I really like you," I said, the words muffled by his jumper. "I really like you too, Buffy." He kissed the top of my head. More than I probably should after only a few months, but there it is. We stood like that for a long moment, just holding each other in the car park while the wind picked up around us. In the distance, the rumble of traffic, the faint sound of music from the bowling alley. Normal sounds, normal life continuing around us. But inside my head, something still niggled. That look on Mum's face. That frozen moment of recognition or horror or whatever it had been. And despite Finn's reassurances, despite his warmth and his kindness and the way he held me like I was something precious, I couldn't shake the feeling that Mum had seen something real, something true, something that terrified her. Chapter 9. Zoe. The porch swing creaked beneath me, a rhythmic complaint that matched the tempo of my thoughts. I'd wrapped myself in an old tartan blanket, the one Graham's mother had given us years ago that still smelled faintly of mothballs. But the chill crept through regardless. Autumn had arrived with a vengeance this year, stripping the trees bare weeks earlier than usual. The neighbor's oak stood skeletal against the darkening sky, branches clawing at nothing. The book in my lap was open at page 47. It had been open to page 47 for the past hour. The words kept bleeding together, sentences dissolving into meaningless shapes. I'd read the same paragraph 6 times. My mind kept wandering, dragging itself back to that moment at dinner, the wine glass. Finn's shirt riding up, that flash of ink against pale skin, that bloody tattoo. Above me, the porch light flashed, the bulb dying, probably. Another thing to add to the list of repairs I'd been ignoring. The house was falling apart in small, almost imperceptible ways. A loose floorboard here, a dripping tap there. Paint peeling on the window frames, the guttering that sagged on the east side. Entropy in action, everything breaking down, bit by bit, rather like my sanity. I pulled the blanket tighter and tried again with the book. The protagonist was describing her childhood home, the way light filtered through lace curtains in the morning. Pretty prose, evocative, the kind of thing that would normally draw me in, transport me elsewhere. Completely wasted on me in my current state, because all I could think about was that tattoo. That serpent coiled around a dagger, rendered in black ink with red accents on the blade. The serpent's eye had been disturbingly detailed, almost lifelike. I'd seen it for perhaps 2 seconds before Finn's shirt had fallen back into place, but the image was seared into my brain like a brand. I knew that tattoo. I knew exactly where I'd seen it before. The question was, did Finn know that I knew? I'd suspected, but couldn't say for sure. Our eyes had met across the dining table in that split second after I'd seen it, and there had been something in his expression. Knowledge, maybe. Recognition. Or perhaps I was reading too much into it, the way I was reading too much into every bloody thing these days. A car engine growled in the distance, growing louder. My shoulders tensed despite myself. They were back then. The happy couple returning from their date night, probably full of chips and contentment and all the naive optimism of young love. The Golf veered into the drive, headlights sweeping across the front garden before cutting out. I watched through the porch railings as the doors opened, as Buffy climbed out, laughing at something Finn had said. They looked so normal, so perfectly, frustratingly normal. I should go inside. Give them space. Stop lurking on the porch like some Victorian madwoman. But my body wouldn't move, muscles locked in place by indecision and dread. Buffy spotted me first. "Mum? What are you doing out here?" "It's freezing." "Reading." I held up the book as evidence. "Needed some air." "You're mental. It's like 8 degrees." She bounded up the porch steps, her cheeks flushed from the cold and probably Finn's kisses. We had the best time. Finn absolutely destroyed me at bowling. "I did not destroy you," Finn protested, following more slowly. "You won 2 games." "Through skill and natural talent." Buffy grinned at me. I persuaded myself to smile back. "Is Dad still up?" she asked. "He was dozing when I checked 20 minutes ago." I marked my place in the book, a futile gesture, and set it aside. "But you could pop in and see." "I will. Just want to make sure he's taken his evening meds." She kissed my cheek quickly. "Thanks for waiting up like a proper worried mother. Very progressive of you." "I wasn't waiting up. I was reading." "Course you were." She was already heading for the door, pulling her keys from her pocket. "Be right back." And then she was gone, the front door swinging shut behind her, leaving me alone on the porch with Finn. The silence stretched. Traffic whooshed in the distance. A dog barked several streets over, and the wind rustled through the neighbor's hedge. Normal sounds, safe sounds, nothing to be afraid of. Except I was afraid. The kind of fear that settled into your bones and made a home there. "Mind if I join you?" Finn pointed to the swing. "Or would you prefer to be alone with your book?" I should say yes. Should tell him I was going inside, that I needed to check on Graham, that I had work to do. A dozen excuses lined up in my throat, ready to deploy. "Of course," I said instead. "There's room." He settled onto the swing beside me, not too close, maintaining a respectful distance. The kind of distance a polite young man would keep with his girlfriend's mother. Nothing inappropriate, nothing to object to. So why did every nerve in my body scream danger? The swing creaked under the additional weight. A different rhythm now. More insistent. He smelled of the bowling alley, fried food, and the chemical scent of rental shoes. Underneath that, his cologne. Something woody and expensive. The kind young men wore when they were trying to impress. "Good book?" He nodded at the paperback I'd abandoned. "Couldn't tell you. I haven't managed to absorb a single word." The honesty surprised me. Why was I telling him this? Why not maintain the pretense, keep up the facade of the distracted but functional mother? Too much on my mind, I suppose. "Graham?" His voice was gentle, sympathetic, the perfect tone of concern. "I guess he's had a rough few days." Among other things, I adjusted the blanket to buy myself time to think. This was fine. Just a normal conversation between 2 people who'd met at a family dinner. Nothing strange about it. How was bowling? "Fun, actually. Your daughter's got a competitive streak I hadn't seen before. Nearly took my head off with a bowling ball at one point." Despite everything, my mouth twitched. She gets that from me. The competitiveness? Or the attempted murder? Both, probably. He laughed, a nice laugh. Warm and genuine sounding. Anyone else would have found him charming. Anyone else probably would have welcomed him into the family with open arms, grateful their daughter had found someone so thoughtful, so attentive. Anyone else hadn't seen what I'd seen. "She talks about you a lot, you know," Finn said, his gaze drifting to the darkened street. A car passed, headlights sweeping across us briefly before moving on. "About growing up here, watching you work on set designs in the garage. She's proud of you." That's kind of her to say. The words felt stilted, formal. I wasn't good at small talk on the best of days, and this was decidedly not the best of days. It's not just kindness. She genuinely admires what you do. Creating these immersive experiences, manipulating space and emotion to tell a story. He turned to look at me, and in the dim porch light, his eyes looked almost black. It's a form of power, really. The ability to make people feel exactly what you want them to feel. Something in his tone prickled my skin. I suppose it is. Must be useful in other contexts too. Reading people, understanding their motivations, knowing which buttons to push. He leaned back, the swing creaking beneath his weight. I imagine you're quite good at sussing out when someone's hiding something. Was that a challenge? A warning? Or just innocent conversation from a psychology student interested in human behavior? I try to be, I said slowly, though people can be surprisingly good at deception when they need to be. Oh, absolutely. We all wear masks, don't we? Present different versions of ourselves depending on the situation. He smiled, and there was something in it that felt pointed. The good boyfriend, the concerned daughter, the devoted wife. We play our parts. Is that what you think this is? Playing parts? Isn't it always, at least a little bit? He shrugged. I'm on my best behavior because I'm getting to know my girlfriend's parents. You're being polite because I'm your daughter's boyfriend. We're both performing, just a bit. It's what civilized people do. He wasn't wrong, but the way he'd said it felt like he was implying something more, something underneath the surface that I couldn't grasp. The wind picked up, rattling the loose shutter on the upstairs window. Another thing to fix. Another problem to ignore until it became critical. Buffy seems very fond of you, I said, changing tack. I'm fond of her too. Very much so. His expression softened, became more genuine. She's special. I'm sure you already know that, but it's worth saying. I'd never want to do anything to hurt her. I'm glad to hear it. I mean it, Zoe. She deserves someone who treats her well, who sees how remarkable she is. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice had dropped lower. Everyone makes mistakes, of course. We all have things in our past we're not proud of. But what matters is how we move forward, don't you think? My heart stuttered. There it was, the ambiguity I'd been dreading. Was he talking generally? About himself? About me? I suppose that depends on the nature of the mistake. I managed. Does it? He tilted his head and studied me. Or does it depend more on whether anyone finds out about it? The front door opened before I could respond. Buffy's chatter carrying out into the night. Dad's awake and being a grump about his medications. Says he's taken them already, but I know he hasn't, because the evening ones are still in the dispenser. She appeared on the porch, oblivious to the tension she'd interrupted. Can you come talk sense into him, Mom? He listens to you. Of course. I stood too quickly, the blanket slipping from my shoulders. Finn caught it before it hit the ground, handing it back to me with a smile that showed all his teeth. Thanks for the chat, Zoe. Really nice to talk properly without the whole family around. He winked, a quick, conspiratorial gesture that could have meant anything or nothing at all. We should do this again sometime. I clutched the blanket and followed Buffy inside, my legs unsteady beneath me. Behind us, Finn must have settled back onto the swing, the chains creaking gently. We headed down the hallway. You all right, Mom? Buffy asked. You look a bit pale. I'm fine, just cold from sitting outside. I forced my breathing to slow, to even out. Let's go sort out your father's medication, shall we? But as we climbed the stairs, I couldn't shake Finn's words. Everyone makes mistakes. Or does it depend more on whether anyone finds out about it? Had that been a threat? A confession? An olive branch? Or was I so desperate to find patterns, to make sense of the impossible, that I was inventing meanings where none existed? My hands shook. I clasped them together, willing them to stop. Not now. Not in front of Buffy. Graham was sitting up in bed, appearing mutinous and frail in equal measure. I've already taken them, he insisted. I'm not senile yet. No one said you were senile, Dad. Buffy perched on the edge of the bed and held up the medication dispenser. But the evening slot is still full, so unless you've developed telekinesis, I'm thinking you might have forgotten. He squinted at the dispenser, then had the grace to look sheepish. Ah, right. Must have got confused. I moved to his other side, helping him sort through the various pills while Buffy fetched water. This was familiar territory. medications and reassurances, the mundane rituals of caregiving. Safe, normal, a welcome distraction from the chaos in my head. My hands had stopped shaking, small mercies. But even as I helped Graham swallow his tablets, even as I adjusted his pillows and listened to Buffy chatter about the bowling alley, how Finn had bought her chips, how they'd played arcade games, how normal and lovely the whole evening had been, part of my mind remained downstairs on that porch swing. Everyone makes mistakes. Or does it depend more on whether anyone finds out about it? The question wasn't whether Finn remembered me. The question was what he planned to do about it, and whether I could figure out his game before it was too late. Chapter 10. Zoe. He sat on the stairs at around 8, knees drawn up. Graham paced the hallway below, back and forth, back and forth. His nightly ritual of stretching, trying to keep his muscles from atrophying while the cancer ate away at everything else. The doctors had stressed the importance of movement, of fighting the body's natural inclination towards stillness when it was being slowly poisoned from within. His pajama bottoms hung loose on his frame, the drawstring tied tight to keep them from slipping. He'd lost so much weight in the past month that his clothes looked borrowed, like he was a child playing dress-up in his father's wardrobe. The once solid muscles of his shoulders had melted away, leaving sharp angles beneath papery skin. He moved, and I catalogued each stumble, each moment when his hand reached for the wall. Above us, on the 3rd floor, muffled voices. Buffy and Finn, probably getting ready for an early bedtime. The old pipes groaned as someone ran a tap. Normal domestic sounds, the kind of sounds that should have been comforting but instead felt surreal, like we were all performing in a play where everyone knew the ending except the protagonist. You're brooding. Graham paused mid-stride to look up at me. His face was drawn, exhaustion evident in every line. I can hear you thinking from down here. I don't brood, I contemplate. You absolutely brood. You've been brooding since dinner. He resumed his pacing, one hand trailing along the wall for balance. What's got into you tonight? Everything. Nothing. How did I even begin to explain? It's Finn, I said quietly. Graham disappeared into the living room. His voice floated back, muffled. What about him? There's something off. I can't explain it, but there's something. I paused and chose my words carefully, lowering my voice. Something about him that doesn't sit right with me. He reappeared in the doorway, leaning against the frame. The exertion of pacing was already taking its toll. His breathing was labored, a sheen of sweat on his forehead, despite the cool evening. Off how? Just off. The way he looks at me, the things he says. It's like there's a subtext I'm missing, or maybe not missing, but I can't quite. I pressed my palms against my temples. God, I sound mental, don't I? A bit, yeah. But his tone was gentle, teasing. Give me specifics. What's he actually done that's made you uncomfortable? That was the problem, wasn't it? I couldn't give specifics. Not real ones. Not without revealing why his face had sent ice water through my veins the moment I'd seen him properly. Not without admitting to things that should have stayed buried. He makes these comments, I said instead. Nothing overtly wrong, but they feel loaded. Like he's implying something without actually saying it. Such as? Graham started pacing again. He disappeared from view. Tonight, on the porch. He was talking about mistakes people make. About how what matters is whether anyone finds out about them. I wrapped my arms around my knees. It felt pointed, like he was specifically talking to me about something. Or he was making conversation. Graham's voice came from the kitchen now. I heard the tap running, the clink of glass against the sink. You're a theater designer, Zoe. You look for subtext in everything. Sometimes people are just making small talk. It wasn't small talk, wasn't it? He emerged with a glass of water, taking small sips as he resumed his circuit. I know you're worried about Buffy. I know you don't want her to get hurt. But you're seeing threats where there aren't any. What about the tattoo? What about it? I stopped myself. What could I say? that I'd seen that exact tattoo before, in circumstances that turned my stomach just thinking about them. It's distinctive, unusual. So? Graham paused at the bottom of the stairs. He looked up at me with an expression somewhere between concern and exasperation. Lots of people have tattoos. It doesn't mean anything sinister. I know, but nothing. You're catastrophizing. He started up the stairs, then seemed to think better of it and turned back. His hand gripped the banister tighter than necessary. This is what you do. You find one thing that bothers you and you build an entire narrative around it. Remember when Buffy started dating that Jamie lad? You were convinced he was involved in some sort of pyramid scheme because he talked about building his personal brand. Turned out he was just a wanker who liked taking selfies. My mouth twitched. He was still a wanker. Absolutely, but he wasn't running a scam. He was just self-absorbed. Graham moved into the living room again, his footsteps creaking on the old floorboards. And Tom, the shoplifter. You were right about him, but you'd decided he was dodgy without even meeting him. Maternal instinct. Maternal paranoia. His voice was fond but firm. I'm not saying your instincts are always wrong, but they're not always right either. And right now, you're working yourself into a state over a nice lad who's done nothing but be polite and treat our daughter well. I wanted to argue, wanted to explain that this wasn't like Tom or Jamie or any of the others, that this was different, more complicated, more dangerous. But how could I? How could I tell Graham that I knew Finn without revealing how I knew him? It's more than just a feeling, I tried. There's something familiar about him, like I've met him before, but I can't place where. Maybe you have. The world's not that big. Maybe you saw him at the shops or the gym or one of your theater events. Graham's voice drifted back from the living room. That's not. And even if you did meet him somewhere before, so what? That doesn't make him dangerous. I heard him adjusting something, probably the throw pillows I'd arranged on the sofa that he was constantly messing up. You're grasping at straws here, love, he said. He winked at me, I said, and immediately regretted how pathetic it sounded. He what? Tonight, on the porch. After he made that comment about mistakes and people finding out, he winked. After Buffy came out. There was a pause. Then Graham's laugh echoed from the living room. Christ, Zoe! A wink? That's what's got you spiraling? Maybe he had something in his eye. Or maybe he was just being friendly. Building rapport with his girlfriend's mum. It wasn't friendly. It was a wink. From a 24-year-old lad trying to bond with his girlfriend's mum. Graham's words were getting fainter as he moved deeper into the room. You're reading malice into everything because you don't want to accept that Buffy's growing up, that she's got her own life now, her own relationships. It's normal to feel protective, but you're taking it too far. Was I? God, maybe I was. Maybe the guilt and the fear had twisted my perception so thoroughly that I was seeing threats in innocent gestures. Maybe Finn was exactly what he appeared to be. A pleasant, nervous young man trying to make a good impression. Maybe the tattoo was just a coincidence. Maybe I was losing my mind. I just have this feeling I started. Feelings aren't facts. Graham's voice was patient, the same tone he used when explaining things to particularly dense students. I get it. He's dating our daughter. That's weird and uncomfortable and brings up all sorts of protective instincts. But you can't base your entire judgment of him on a feeling. But what if this time? This time is the same as every other time. You're anxious because of my illness. You're stressed because Buffy's growing up and pulling away. You're looking for something to control because everything else feels out of control. It's understandable, but it's not fair to Finn, and it's not fair to Buffy. His words hit harder than I expected. Was that what this was? Displaced anxiety? A need to find a problem I could fix because I couldn't fix Graham's cancer or stop Buffy from growing up? Take a chill pill, Zoe. Seriously. You're working yourself into a state over nothing. His breathing sounded heavier now, more labored. Give the lad a chance. Get to know him properly instead of analyzing every word that comes out of his mouth. You might actually like him if you stopped finding reasons not to. He had a point. Several points, actually. I was being dramatic. I was catastrophizing. I was letting my own guilt color my perception of an innocent situation. Except it didn't feel innocent. What if I'm right? Though, I asked quietly, what if there is something wrong with him? Then we'll deal with it when we have actual evidence. Not feelings. Not vibes. Evidence. He moved further away, his footsteps heading towards the dining room. But I genuinely don't think there's anything to worry about. He seems like a decent bloke. Buffy's happy. Let's just focus on that, yeah? Focus on the time we have left as a family, instead of inventing problems. The words stung, even though he hadn't meant them to. Time we have left. A reminder that Graham was dying, that every moment spent worrying about Finn was a moment stolen from what really mattered. I wanted to believe him. Wanted to trust that my instincts were overreacting, that the resemblance was coincidental, that the ambiguous comments were just awkward conversation from someone trying too hard. But I couldn't shake the image of that tattoo, that serpent and dagger, exactly as I remembered it. The odds of two people having the identical design in the identical place seemed impossibly small, unless it wasn't a coincidence. Unless Finn knew exactly who I was, and this whole thing, the relationship with Buffy, the visit to our home, every carefully chosen word was deliberate. Graham? I called out. What if it's not paranoia? What if my instincts are right this time? Silence. Graham? Nothing. No response. No footsteps. No sound at all except the faint creak of the house settling. Graham, this isn't funny. Still nothing. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. I stood, my legs stiff from sitting on the stairs, and moved down the hallway towards the dining room. Graham? The overhead light was on, casting everything in harsh yellow. The dining table gleamed, chairs pushed in neatly. The Welsh dresser stood against the far wall, our good plates displayed on the shelves. Everything appeared exactly as it should. Except Graham wasn't there. Graham, where did you? Then I saw him, on the floor beside the sideboard, crumpled like a discarded puppet. His water glass had rolled across the floor, leaving a wet trail. One arm was twisted beneath him at an angle that had my stomach lurching. His eyes were closed, his face slack and pale. The scream tore out of me before conscious thought could form. Help! Someone help! I was across the room in seconds, dropping to my knees beside him. My hand shook as I reached for his face, his neck, searching for a pulse. Graham! Graham, can you hear me? Graham! Oh God, Buffy! Finn, help! Footsteps thundered overhead, people shouting, but all I could focus on was Graham's face. So still, so pale. My fingers found his neck, pressed against the skin, searching desperately for the flutter of life beneath. There, faint but there, a pulse. Please, I whispered, my voice breaking. Please, please, please. The dining room door burst open. Chapter 11. Zoe. The hospital waiting room smelled of disinfectant and stale coffee. Harsh fluorescent lights bleached everything. The beige walls, the vinyl chairs, even Buffy's face as she sat beside me, her knee bouncing with nervous energy. Finn had positioned himself slightly apart, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, eyeing us with an expression I couldn't read. We'd been waiting for over an hour. The paramedics had been efficient, professional, asking questions I'd barely registered while they'd loaded Graham onto the stretcher. Pulse, blood pressure, medical history, current medications. I'd recited it all mechanically, my voice sounding like it belonged to someone else. The ambulance ride had been a blur of sirens and medical jargon, Buffy squeezing my hand so tightly I'd lost feeling in my fingers. I'd watched the paramedics work, checking Graham's vitals, asking him questions to assess his consciousness. He'd been confused at first, disorientated, asking where he was and what had happened. But gradually, his awareness had returned, and with it, the embarrassed frustration of a man who prided himself on independence, suddenly rendered helpless. At A&E, they'd whisked him away immediately, leaving us in this purgatory of plastic chairs and out-of-date magazines. Buffy had tried to read one, a gossip rag from 6 months ago, but had given up after staring at the same page for 20 minutes. I'd attempted to call Graham's sister, but my voice was too shaky to speak properly. In the end, I'd sent a text instead. Graham in hospital, collapsed at home, waiting for news, will update soon. Finn had followed in his Golf, meeting us at A&E with surprising speed. He'd found us in the waiting room, had asked quiet, appropriate questions about what had happened, had offered to get us coffee or tea or anything we needed. Perfect boyfriend behavior. Exactly what you'd want in a crisis. So why did his presence make me feel more anxious rather than less? Now we waited, trapped in this limbo between knowing and not knowing. A baby cried somewhere down the corridor. An elderly man coughed wetly into a handkerchief. The telly mounted in the corner played the evening news with the sound turned down. Subtitles scrolling across images of politicians and weather maps. Mrs. Parker? I looked. A doctor approached, young, probably early 30s, with tired eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. Dr. Patel, according to the name badge clipped to her white coat. Yes. I stood too quickly, my legs unsteady. Buffy was beside me instantly, her hand finding my elbow. Is he? He's stable, Dr. Patel said. The relief was so acute it sent me dizzy. We've run some tests and got him comfortable. You can see him shortly, but I wanted to explain what happened first. Please, I said, hoarse. Dr. Patel gestured to the chairs, and we all sat, me and Buffy, with Finn hovering at the edge of the small circle we'd formed. The doctor opened a tablet, scrolling through what I assumed was Graham's file. Your husband experienced what we call a vasovagal syncope episode, she began. That's essentially a sudden drop in heart rate and blood pressure that leads to a temporary loss of consciousness. A faint, Buffy translated quietly. Essentially, yes, though it's a bit more specific than that. Dr. Patel looked at me directly. In patients with advanced lung cancer, syncope can occur for several reasons. The tumor can affect the vagus nerve. That's the nerve that helps regulate heart rate and blood pressure. When it's compressed or irritated by the cancer, it can trigger these episodes. I nodded, trying to absorb the information. But he'll be all right. For now, yes. He's conscious and responsive. We've given him fluids and adjusted his medication to help prevent future episodes. She paused, to choose her words carefully. I won't sugarcoat this. Syncope in late-stage lung cancer patients can be concerning. It's often related to the position of the tumor and how it's affecting surrounding structures. But this particular episode seems to have been relatively benign. No evidence of stroke or cardiac event. So it's just a symptom of the cancer? Buffy's voice was small, younger sounding than usual. I'm afraid so. The exertion from pacing, combined with the position of Mr. Parker's tumor near the mediastinum, that's the membranous partition between the lungs, likely triggered the vagal response. Dr. Patel's expression softened. The good news is that these episodes, while frightening, aren't necessarily life-threatening in themselves. We can manage them with medication adjustments, and by being mindful of triggers, sudden position changes, overexertion, that sort of thing. How do we prevent it from happening again? I asked. Unfortunately, we can't prevent it entirely, but we can reduce the frequency. Encourage him to move slowly when changing positions, sitting to standing, lying to sitting. Avoid prolonged exertion. Stay hydrated. She pulled out a leaflet from her pocket and handed it to me. This has more detailed information about managing syncope in cancer patients. And I'll be referring him back to his oncologist for a follow-up to discuss whether any adjustments to his treatment plan might help. Treatment plan. What a euphemism for there's nothing we can really do except make him comfortable while he dies. Can we see him? Buffy asked. Of course. He's asking for you both. Dr. Patel stood, and we followed suit. He's a bit shaken, as you'd expect, but physically he's doing well, considering. No injuries from the fall, thankfully. Thank you, I managed. Thank you for everything." Dr. Patel smiled, a professional smile that didn't quite reach her tired eyes, and gestured down the corridor. "Bay 7. Take your time. We'll keep him for a couple more hours for observation, but barring any complications, he should be able to go home tonight." She left us then, her soft-soled shoes squeaking on the linoleum as she headed towards the nurse's station. I stood there, suddenly paralyzed. Home. We'd take Graham home, back to that house where he'd collapsed, where every room was a reminder that he was dying. Back to normal life. Except nothing was normal anymore. "Mom?" Buffy touched my arm. "Should we go see Dad?" "Yes. Of course. Yes." I forced my legs to move, to carry me down the corridor towards Bay 7. Behind us, Finn's footsteps followed. Graham looked diminished against the hospital bed, dwarfed by the pillows and the machinery surrounding him. An IV dripped steadily into his arm. Heart monitors beeped their reassuring rhythm. But his eyes were open, tracking our movement as we entered, and his mouth curved into a wan smile. "There's my girls," he said, his voice rough but recognizably his. "Sorry for the drama." Buffy reached him first, carefully avoiding the wires and tubes when she bent to hug him. "You scared the life out of me, Dad." "Just keeping things interesting." He patted her back gently. "Can't have you getting bored during your visit home." I moved to his other side, taking his hand, the one without the IV. His skin felt papery, cool despite the warm room. "How are you feeling?" Like an idiot who pushed himself too hard. He squeezed my fingers weakly. "The doctor said I gave you quite a fright. I'm sorry, love." "Don't apologize for being ill." My voice cracked despite my best efforts. "Just don't do that again," I thought. "I know." His eyes met mine, and in them I saw understanding. "I'm not going anywhere just yet, Zoe. Still got some fight left in me." Finn had stayed near the entrance, giving us space. But Graham noticed him and raised his free hand in a small wave. "Finn, thanks for not running away. Must have been quite the shock for you." "Not at all." Finn stepped closer, his expression appropriately concerned. "I'm just glad you're all right." That was terrifying. Terrifying for all of us, I imagine. Graham's gaze moved between the three of us. "Listen, I'm going to be fine. But I'm also knackered, and they're going to keep me here for a few more hours for observation." He made air quotes with his fingers. "No point in all of you sitting around a depressing hospital room while I sleep." Dad, Buffy started. "I mean it, Buff. Go home. Get some rest." "Your mother will stay with me." He looked at me for confirmation, and I nodded. "And she'll call if anything changes. But I promise you, nothing's going to change. I'll be bored and cranky and desperate to leave by the time they discharge me." "I don't want to leave you," Buffy said, her voice wobbling. "I know, but I need you to do me a favor." Graham's tone gentled. "Go home, have some tea, maybe watch something mindless on the telly, and get a proper night's sleep, 'cause I guarantee I won't be sleeping here with all these machines beeping every 5 seconds. I could see Buffy wavering, torn between staying and following her father's wishes. Part of me wanted her to stay, wanted us all to huddle together in this awful room until the danger passed. But Graham was right. There was no point in all of us exhausting ourselves. "Finn," I heard myself say, the word coming out more sharply than intended. I modulated my tone, made it softer. "Would you mind terribly taking Buffy home? Making sure she gets there safely?" Finn's eyes met mine, and for just a second I thought something twinkled there. Surprise? Calculation? But then it was gone, replaced by that earnest, helpful expression he wore so well. "Of course," he said, "happy to help however I can." "Mom, I really think I should stay." Buffy tried again. "Your father needs rest, and so do you." I smoothed her hair back from her face, the act automatic from years of mothering. "I'll call you if anything changes." But he's right. You sitting here worrying yourself sick won't help anyone. Graham nodded his agreement. "Listen to your mother. She's making sense for once." "Oi," I said mildly. He grinned at me. a ghost of his usual humor breaking through the exhaustion. Buffy looked between us, clearly unhappy but accepting defeat. Fine, but you call me immediately if anything happens. Anything at all. I promise. I pulled her into a hug, holding her tighter than necessary. Now go. Get some rest. I'll see you in the morning. She nodded against my shoulder, then drew away and bent to kiss Graham's forehead. Love you, Dad. Love you too, Buff. Now bugger off before I have them throw you out. She laughed weakly and headed towards the door, Finn following. But at the threshold, Finn turned back, catching my eye. I'll take good care of her, he said, and there was something in his tone. Not quite threatening, not quite reassuring. Something ambiguous that prickled my skin. I know you will. I matched his tone with my own studied neutrality. He nodded once, then followed Buffy out into the corridor. I listened to their footsteps fade, my daughter asking quiet questions, Finn's lower murmur responding. You all right? Graham asked. I turned back to him, manufacturing a smile. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I'm fine. Bit embarrassed, but fine. He studied my face. You still worried about Finn? Was I? God. After tonight, after Graham collapsing, after thinking I might lose him right there on our dining room floor, Finn seemed like such a small problem, a puzzle I didn't have the energy to solve. No, I surprised myself with the honesty. Right now, all I'm worried about is you. And it was true. Whatever game Finn was playing, whatever secrets he held, they paled in comparison to the reality of Graham's mortality. We had so little time left. Weeks. Maybe days if tonight was any indication. I couldn't waste those precious moments obsessing over my daughter's boyfriend, and whether he recognized me from a past I'd spent years trying to forget. There were bigger problems right now than Finn and his secretive side. Much bigger problems. I dragged the uncomfortable hospital chair closer to Graham's bed and settled in for what would likely be a long night of beeping machines and fitful dozing. Outside the window, Bath's lights twinkled in the darkness, life continuing on, oblivious to our small drama playing out in this sterile room. And somewhere out there, Finn was driving my daughter home, probably being charming and helpful. Let him. I had more important things to worry about, like making sure the man I loved survived the night. Chapter 12. Zoe. I got home just after midnight. The hospital had discharged Graham around 2 a.m, and the drive back had been silent, except for the occasional direction I'd murmured to the taxi driver. We'd come in through the garage, far away from the front of the house. Easier than navigating the front steps with Graham unsteady on his feet. He'd fallen asleep almost immediately once we'd got him into bed, the medication and exhaustion claiming him before I'd even brought the duvet up to his chin. Now I stood in the hallway, keys still in hand, the weight of the evening pressing down on my shoulders. The house was quiet, too quiet. Buffy and Finn must have gone to bed hours ago. I should sleep. God knows I needed it. But my mind was still racing, replaying the moment I'd found Graham on the floor, the ambulance ride, the doctor's careful explanations, vasovagal syncope, the tumor pressing on his vagus nerve. More symptoms, more deterioration, more reminders that we were running out of time. I moved towards the kitchen, thinking I'd make myself some tea, maybe sit in the dark for a while and try to decompress. But as I passed through the front hall, I caught a whiff of something that made me stop. Smoke. Not the acrid smell of something burning inside the house, but the distinct scent of cigarettes drifting in from outside. I changed direction, heading for the front door and opening it. God knows how I hadn't spotted them before. But there, on the porch swing, sat Buffy and Finn. A single cigarette glowed orange in the darkness, passing between them. They were close together, Buffy's head resting on Finn's shoulder, his arm around her waist, an intimate tableau of young love and shared vice. They looked up as the door opened, both startled. Buffy straightened immediately, leaning away from Finn. Guilty teenager behavior, the kind I recognized from my own youth. "Mum," she said, her voice pitching higher than normal. "You're back. How's Dad?" "He's fine. Sleeping." I stepped out onto the porch, letting the door close behind me. The air was cold, raising goosebumps on my arms. "What are you doing?" "Just." Buffy motioned vaguely, with the hand not holding the cigarette. "Couldn't sleep. Needed some air. And a smoke, apparently." She had the grace to look sheepish. "It's just one. We don't usually." "I don't care if you smoke," I interrupted, which clearly surprised her. "You're 19. Old enough to make your own poor decisions about your health. But not under my roof. Put it out." There was a beat of silence. Buffy opened her mouth, probably to argue, but Finn reached over and gently took the cigarette from her fingers. "Of course," he said smoothly. "Sorry, Zoe. We should have been more considerate." He moved to the edge of the porch where an old flower pot served as an improvised ashtray. Had they been doing this all week? And stubbed the cigarette out against the ceramic. Then he turned back, that easy smile on his face. "Old habits die hard, I suppose. Though not as hard as they used to for you, eh?" I stared at him. "What?" "The smoking." He settled back onto the swing beside Buffy. "You mentioned you used to smoke, back in the day." The world tilted slightly. "I never told you that." "Sure you did. The other day, when—" "No." I stepped closer, my heart rate picking up. "I didn't. I never mentioned smoking to you. Not once." Finn's expression shifted, the easy confidence faltering. I'm pretty sure you did. During one of our conversations." "When?" That had come out sharper than intended. "When exactly did I tell you I used to smoke?" "Mom, what's wrong with you?" Buffy stood and moved between us. "Why are you being so weird?" "Answer the question, Finn." I kept my eyes locked on his and searched for tells, for the spark of recognition or guilt. "When did I tell you?" I don't remember exactly. It was just in passing, I think." He spread his hands, the picture of confused innocence. "Maybe at dinner? Or when we were talking on the porch?" "I didn't mention it at dinner. And on the porch we talked about mistakes and people finding out about things, not my personal history." My hands were shaking now, adrenaline flooding my system. "So how do you know?" "Mom, for God's sake," Buffy's voice rose. "You mentioned your smoking the other day, when we were all talking about Dad's illness." I turned to look at her. "I did not." "Yes, you did." She threw her hands up. "You said you'd quit when you found out you were pregnant with me, that it was the best decision you'd ever made. You were going on about how grateful you were that you'd quit before Dad got sick, so at least you knew his cancer wasn't secondhand smoke or something." Had I said that? I tried to recall, to bring the memory forward. But everything was a blur. Days bleeding together, conversations overlapping. The stress of Graham's illness, Finn's arrival, the constant vigilance required to keep my secrets buried. "I don't remember saying that," I said, but sounded uncertain. "Because you've been distracted all week," Buffy said, frustration bleeding into anger. "You're barely sleeping. You're constantly worried about Dad. Half the time you're not even listening when people talk to you." "That's not." "It is. You asked me the same question 3 times yesterday about whether I'd picked up Dad's prescription. You kept calling Finn Fred on Tuesday. You're exhausted and stressed, and your memory is shot." She softened slightly, which is understandable, given everything. "But don't take it out on Finn." Finn stood, his expression appropriately concerned. "Zoe, I'm really sorry if I've upset you. That wasn't my intention at all. I was just making conversation, trying to relate to what you'd shared with us earlier." His voice was so reasonable, so gentle, the kind of voice you'd use with someone fragile, someone unstable. "If I misremembered, or if you'd rather I didn't mention personal things, I completely understand." "Don't," I said, the word coming out harder than intended. "Don't try to make me think I'm losing my mind. I know what I have and haven't said." "Mom, you literally told him." Buffy's voice cracked. "Why are you being like this? What has Finn ever done to you except be polite and supportive and kind? Why do you hate him so much?" "I don't hate. You do. You've hated him from the moment he walked through that door. Looking at him like he's done something terrible, when all he's done is love me and try to fit in with this family." Tears streamed down her face now. I brought him home because I wanted you to meet him. Because he's important to me. And you've made this entire week a nightmare. Buffy, that's not fair. Isn't it? You've been interrogating him, watching him, making him uncomfortable. And now you're accusing him of lying about a stupid conversation because you can't admit that maybe, just maybe, you don't remember every single thing you've said while your husband is dying. The words hung in the cold air. Buffy clapped a hand over her mouth, as if she could take them back. But they were out there now. Brutal and honest. Your husband is dying. Buffy, Finn said softly, reaching for her. That's enough. No, it's not enough. She turned to him, her face crumpling. I can't do this anymore. I can't keep defending you to her when she's determined to see you as the enemy. I can't keep making excuses for why she's treating you like rubbish. You don't need to defend me. But I do, because she won't stop. She won't give you a chance. Buffy grabbed his hand. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry she's being like this. You don't deserve it. Finn pulled her into a hug, his chin resting on top of her head. Over her shoulder, his eyes met mine. And for just a second, so brief I might have imagined it, something flickered there. Triumph? Satisfaction? Then it was gone, replaced by concern and sympathy as he murmured soothing words into Buffy's hair. Come on, he said and gazed at her face. Let's go inside. You're freezing out here. I'm sorry, Buffy said again, but it wasn't clear if she was apologizing to him or to me. She let him guide her towards the door. As they passed me, she wouldn't meet my eyes, just brushed past, her shoulders rigid with anger and hurt. Finn paused in the doorway. Get some rest, Zoe. Tomorrow will be better. His tone was kind, concerned. The perfect boyfriend caring for his girlfriend's troubled mother. Things always look different in the morning light. Then he was gone, the door closing behind them with a soft click. I stood alone on the porch, the cold seeping into my bones. From inside, muffled words filtered out. Buffy's tears, Finn's quiet reassurances, the sound of them climbing the stairs, a door closing. Had I told him about the smoking? The more Buffy insisted I had, the less certain I became. What if she was right? What if I had mentioned it and simply didn't remember? The past week had been full of stress and fear and sleepless nights. It was entirely possible I'd said things I couldn't recall, but it didn't feel right. That comment, old habits die hard, though not as hard as they used to for you, it had felt pointed, deliberate, like he'd been testing me, seeing if I'd react. Except now I looked paranoid. Now I came off like the unreasonable one, attacking an innocent young man who was just trying to get along with his girlfriend's family. Now Buffy was upstairs crying, thinking her mother hated her boyfriend for no reason. Maybe I was paranoid. Maybe the stress really had broken something in my brain, making me see threats where none existed. But I didn't think so. I thought Finn knew exactly what he was doing. Every comment, every timed observation, it was all deliberate. A game of cat and mouse. And I refused to be gaslighted into thinking otherwise. I went back inside, locking the door behind me. The house was silent now, everyone in their respective rooms. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step feeling like it required monumental effort. Graham was still asleep when I slipped into our bedroom. I changed into pajamas mechanically, washed my face, brushed my teeth. But as I climbed into bed beside my husband, I knew sleep wouldn't come easily. Because whether or not I'd told Finn about the smoking, one thing was certain. He knew things about me. Personal things. Private things. And he was using that knowledge deliberately, watching me scramble and doubt myself. The question was, what else did he know? And what was he planning to do with that knowledge? I stared at the ceiling, listening to Graham's labored breathing. Tomorrow I'd apologize to Buffy. I'd be civil to Finn. I'd play the part of the reasonable mother who'd overreacted due to stress. But I wouldn't stop watching, wouldn't stop listening, wouldn't stop cataloging every word, every gesture, every tell. Because I knew what I knew, and no amount of gaslighting would make me forget it. The tattoo, the comments, the way he studied me when no one else was aware. Finn remembered me. I was certain of it. And one way or another, I was going to prove it. I lay there in the darkness, doubt creeping in like fog. What if Buffy was right? What if I really had mentioned the smoking and simply couldn't remember? Memory was a tricky thing, especially under stress. I'd read about it in my research for immersive experiences. How the brain could rewrite memories, fill in gaps with plausible fictions, convince you that things had happened differently than they actually had. I tried to recall the conversation Buffy had referenced. Us all sitting together, talking about Graham's illness. Had I gone on about quitting smoking? It sounded like something I might say. The kind of rambling, anxious monologue that spilled out when I was worried and couldn't sleep. But I couldn't picture it. Couldn't hear myself saying those words. Then again, I also couldn't picture what I'd had for breakfast 3 days ago. The past week was a haze of medication schedules and Graham deteriorating. It was entirely possible I'd said all sorts of things I didn't remember. My hands clenched into fists beneath the duvet. This was what gaslighting felt like, I realized. This constant second-guessing, this erosion of certainty. Even when you knew something was wrong, the persistent insistence that you were mistaken could make you doubt your own perceptions. Was that what Finn was doing? Deliberately? Or was I so paranoid that I was seeing manipulation in innocent confusion? I rolled on to my side, peering at Graham's profile in the darkness. His face was peaceful, untroubled. He believed Finn was a decent lad. He'd told me to give him a chance, to stop seeing threats everywhere. And maybe he was right. Maybe my guilt about the past, about things I'd done and people I'd hurt, was making me project onto Finn. Maybe I was so afraid of being recognized, of having my secrets exposed, that I was seeing recognition where none existed. But that tattoo, that distinctive serpent and dagger, the odds of two people having the identical design in the identical placement seemed impossibly small, unless it was a popular design I wasn't aware of, unless coincidences did happen, and I was simply connecting dots that had no business being connected. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to will my brain into silence, but it kept churning, kept circling back to the same questions. Did Finn know me? Had I really told him about the smoking? Was I losing my mind, or was he deliberately trying to make me think I was? The worst part was not knowing, not being able to trust my own memory, my own perceptions. That was the truly insidious thing, the way doubt ate away at certainty until you couldn't distinguish reality from paranoia. Tomorrow, I decided, I'd try a different approach. Instead of confronting Finn directly, I'd observe more carefully, document conversations, maybe even record them, if I could do so without anyone noticing. Build a case based on facts rather than feelings. Because if Finn was playing games, he'd slip up eventually. Everyone did. And when he did, I'd be there to catch it. And if he wasn't, if I really was just a paranoid, exhausted woman seeing threats where none existed, then at least I'd have proof of my own instability. At least I'd know for certain that the problem was me. Either way, I needed answers. Needed to know if my instincts were reliable or if stress and guilt had finally broken something in my brain. I couldn't live like this, constantly questioning everything, constantly afraid. Something had to give. Chapter 13. Buffy. I caught her at it again this morning. Mom stood at the kitchen window, ostensibly washing up the breakfast dishes, but her eyes kept tracking towards the garden where Finn was sitting with his laptop. He'd said he needed to catch up on some coursework, had chosen the patio table for the fresh air and autumn sunshine. Normal behavior. Completely innocent. But Mum watched him like he was defusing a bomb. I turned away, my jaw clenching. 2 days since the smoking incident. 2 days of forced smiles and brittle politeness. 2 days of Mum pretending she wasn't scrutinizing Finn's every movement, while simultaneously pretending she was being totally reasonable and not at all paranoid. It was exhausting. We were supposed to have left yesterday. The original plan had been a week. Arrive on Thursday, leave the following Wednesday. But after Dad's collapse and the hospital visit, it felt wrong to just disappear back to Bristol. So we'd extended our stay, texted our flatmates, rearranged our schedules. The responsible, caring thing to do. Except now, I was trapped here with Mum's silent accusations and the oppressive atmosphere of a family falling apart. "More tea, love?" Mum asked, determinedly cheerful. But I'd seen where her attention had been. I always saw. "No, thanks." I kept my tone neutral, non-committal. Engagement would only lead to more awkwardness. More careful conversations where we both pretended everything was fine while the elephant in the room grew larger by the hour. Dad shuffled into the kitchen, still in his dressing gown despite it being nearly 11. The hospital visit had knocked him sideways. He'd barely left his room in the past 2 days, exhaustion clinging to him. "Morning," he said, his voice rough with sleep and medication. "What's everyone up to today?" "Finn's doing coursework," I said. "Perhaps more defensively than necessary. And I've got some reading to catch up on for next term." "Zoe?" Dad moved to the kettle, his movements slow and careful. "Just tidying," Mum said, scrubbing at a plate that was already clean. "Thought I might do some work in my studio later. The Victorian seance project needs finishing." The studio. Her sanctuary, where she'd disappear for hours. Supposedly working, but probably just hiding from the reality of Dad's illness. From me. From Finn. From the fact that she was slowly poisoning the one good thing I had left. I excused myself and headed upstairs, the weight of unspoken tension pressing on my shoulders. In my room, my childhood room with its faded wallpaper and shelf of books I'd read years ago, I collapsed onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. I'd imagined bringing Finn home so many times. Dad would crack terrible jokes, and Finn would laugh politely. Mum would fuss over whether he had enough to eat, whether he was comfortable, whether he needed anything. We'd have cozy family dinners and maybe watch a film together. Finn would fit seamlessly into the fabric of our family, and everyone would love him as much as I did. Instead, I'd walked into a nightmare. Dad was too ill to care about anything beyond his next dose of painkillers. And Mum, God, Mum had decided from the moment she'd laid eyes on Finn that he was the enemy. Some threat to be monitored and contained. I couldn't understand it. Couldn't fathom what had triggered such immediate, visceral dislike. Finn had been nothing but lovely. Patient with Dad's illness, understanding about the chaos. Thoughtful in ways that should have won Mum over within hours. But instead of warming to him, she'd grown colder, more suspicious, more watchful. And now I was caught in the middle, defending Finn to Mum and making excuses for Mum to Finn, trying to hold everything together while my family fell apart around me. My phone buzzed. A text from Finn. "Think I'm going to meet up with some mates in Bristol this afternoon. Give you and your family some space. That okay? X." I stared at the message, emotions warring inside me. Relief that he was getting out of the oppressive atmosphere of this house. Gratitude that he was being so understanding. But also, shamefully, a flutter of anxiety. What if he decided it wasn't worth it? What if dealing with my dysfunctional family was too much hassle? "Sounds good," I typed back. "Have fun. Miss you already, X. Back by dinner. Love you, X. Love you." He'd started saying it after the hospital, tentatively, like he wasn't sure how I'd respond. I'd said it back immediately, meaning it with an intensity that had surprised even me. After Tom and Jamie and all the others who'd treated me like an option, Finn felt like a certainty. If only Mum could see it. A knock on my door interrupted my spiraling. "Buffy?" Mum, cautious. "Can I come in?" I considered pretending to be asleep, but that felt childish. And I was 19, not 9. "Yeah." She opened the door slowly, hovering on the threshold like she wasn't sure she was welcome. Which, to be fair, she wasn't. "Finn's heading out for a bit." She waved vaguely towards the window. "I thought maybe we could do something together? Go into town or have lunch somewhere or—" "I've got loads of reading to do," I interrupted. "For my course. Can't really take the afternoon off." It was a transparent lie. We both knew it. But Mum's face fell anyway, hurt playing across her features before she masked it with understanding. Right, of course. Your studies are important. She lingered, clearly wanting to say more, but not knowing how. If you need anything. I'm fine, Mom, thanks. She nodded and retreated, pulling the door closed behind her with a soft click. I immediately felt guilty, which made me angry. Why should I feel guilty? She was the one making everything difficult. She was the one who couldn't just accept that I was happy, that Finn was good for me, that maybe, just maybe, her paranoid instincts were wrong this time. I grabbed my phone again, scrolling through photos of Finn and me, the two of us at the harbor in Bristol, windswept and laughing. At that pub quiz where we'd come dead last but hadn't cared. At the park, leaves scattered around us, his arms around my waist. We looked happy. We were happy. So why was Mum so determined to ruin it? The afternoon dragged. I could hear Mum pottering around downstairs, the occasional clink of dishes, the murmur of the television, Dad's persistent cough from his room, the silence from Finn's absence. Normal sounds, normal domesticity. But it all felt wrong, tainted by the tension that had seeped into every corner of this house. I tried to read some dense textbook about cognitive behavioral therapy, but the words swam on the page. My mind kept drifting back to Mum's face at the window, the way she'd watched Finn, not with the protective concern of a worried mother, but with something sharper, suspicion, maybe even fear. But fear of what? What could Finn possibly have done to trigger such a response? Unless she was just projecting, taking out her anxiety about Dad's illness on the nearest available target. It made a horrible kind of sense. She couldn't control the cancer, couldn't fix Dad, couldn't stop the inevitable, but she could try to control who I dated, who I brought into the family, who I chose to love. That was it, wasn't it? This was about control, about Mum grasping for something, anything she could influence, while everything else slipped through her fingers. The realization should have made me more sympathetic, should have softened my anger, made me understand where she was coming from, but it didn't. It just made me furious. Because her inability to cope with Dad's illness wasn't my problem to solve. Her need for control wasn't justification for sabotaging my relationship, and her paranoid delusions about Finn being some sort of threat weren't grounds for making everyone miserable. I wanted to scream at her, wanted to storm downstairs and tell her exactly what I thought of her behavior, but that would only escalate things, make the atmosphere even more unbearable. So instead, I stayed in my room, avoided Mum, counted down the hours until Finn returned, and I could feel normal again, if only for a little while. Around 4, there was another knock on my door. I assumed it was Mum again and prepared my excuse about being busy, but Dad's question came through instead. "Buff, you awake?" I sat up immediately. "Yeah, come in." He entered slowly, moving like someone decades older than his 54 years. The cancer had aged him terribly. Gray skin, hollow cheeks, eyes that were perpetually exhausted. "Thought I'd see how you were doing," he said, lowering himself carefully onto the edge of my bed. "You've been hiding up here all day." "Not hiding. Reading." I jerked a thumb at the textbook I'd abandoned hours ago. "Right. Reading." His tone suggested he knew better, but wasn't going to push. "How are things with Finn?" "Fine." The word came out clipped. "He's out with friends, giving us some family time." "That's thoughtful of him." Dad studied my face. "You know your mother's just worried, don't you? She doesn't mean to make things difficult." And there it was, the diplomatic Dad, trying to smooth things over, make peace. Under normal circumstances, I'd appreciate it. But right now, it just felt like another person making excuses for Mum's inexcusable behavior. "She's not worried, Dad. She's being paranoid and controlling and completely unreasonable." The words tumbled out before I could stop them. "Finn has done nothing wrong. Literally nothing. And she treats him like a criminal." I know it seems that way. It doesn't seem that way. It is that way. I sat up straighter, frustration bleeding into my voice. She interrogated him about saying she used to smoke. She watches him constantly. She makes these comments that are just loaded, like she's testing him. It's horrible, and it's not fair, and I'm sick of everyone pretending it's normal. Dad sighed, rubbing his face with both hands. Your mother's under a lot of stress. With my illness, with everything. I know she's stressed. We're all stressed, Dad. You're dying. The brutal honesty made him flinch, but I couldn't stop now. I'm watching you die. Every day you get a bit worse, a bit weaker, and it's terrifying. But I'm not taking it out on innocent people. I'm not making everyone around me miserable because I can't cope. That's not entirely fair, isn't it? I stood and paced the small room. Because from where I'm standing, Mum's decided Finn is the problem. That if she can just, I don't know, expose him as secretly terrible or drive him away or whatever her endgame is, then everything will magically be better. But it won't be, Dad. You'll still be dying. And she'll have successfully ruined the one relationship that's been keeping me sane through all this. The silence that followed was heavy. Dad looked at me with an expression I couldn't decipher. Sad, sympathetic, disappointed. I just wish things could go back to normal, I said, my voice breaking a little. I wish you weren't sick. I wish Mum would stop being so paranoid. I wish this week had been what I'd imagined instead of this nightmare. I know, love. Dad reached out. I sat back down beside him, letting him pull me into an awkward side hug. I know it's not fair. None of this is fair, he said. We sat like that for a while, not speaking, just being together in the quiet. It was the most peaceful I'd felt in days. For what it's worth, Dad said, I like Finn. He seems like a good lad. Patient. Kind. The way he was at the hospital. That was impressive. A lot of people would have run for the hills. I know. I leaned into him, careful not to press too hard against his fragile frame. He's brilliant, Dad. I really like him. Maybe even love him, I don't know. It's still early days, but he feels different. Important. Then don't let your mother's anxiety ruin that. He squeezed my shoulder, gentle, but also try to understand where she's coming from. She's scared, terrified actually. And scared people don't always act rationally. That's not an excuse. No, it's not. But it is an explanation. He pulled back to look at me. Talk to her, Buffy. Really talk, not just argue. Tell her how you feel. Tell her what you need from her. You might be surprised. I doubted it. The past few days had proven that talking to Mum was pointless. She'd already made up her mind about Finn, and nothing I said would change it. But I nodded anyway, because Dad was trying to help and I didn't have the heart to argue with him. He left eventually, shuffling back to his room for another rest. And I was alone again with my thoughts and my resentment and my wish that everything could just be different. My phone buzzed. Finn again, heading back now. Want me to grab takeaway for everyone? Curry? X. Sweet. Thoughtful. Exactly the kind of gesture that should endear him to my family, but would probably just make Mum more suspicious. Perfect. Get Dad something mild. His stomach's been dodgy X. On it X. I should go downstairs. Should try to smooth things over with Mum before Finn got back. Make an effort like Dad had suggested. But I didn't want to. The anger was still too fresh, too raw. One more conversation where Mum pretended to be reasonable while silently judging Finn would push me over the edge. So I stayed in my room, stared at my phone, waited for Finn to return so I could feel like myself again, and tried not to think about how much I resented my mother right now, how much I wished she would just shut up and accept that Finn was part of my life, how much I wished Dad was healthy enough to fix this, to mediate, to put things back the way they should be, but wishes were useless. Dad was dying, Mum was spiraling, and I was trapped in this house, my family imploding while the one person who made me feel normal was out there, blissfully unaware of just how close I was to breaking. The sun began to set outside my window, casting long shadows across the room. Downstairs, I could hear the television, Mum moving around the kitchen, the ordinary sounds of a family evening, But nothing about this was ordinary anymore. And I had no idea how to fix it. Chapter 14. Zoe. Iate alone in the kitchen, pushing korma around my plate without much appetite. Graham had declined dinner. His stomach couldn't handle anything rich, and lately even bland food made him queasy. Upstairs, the muffled sounds of Buffy and Finn in her room, the occasional burst of laughter that felt like a rebuke. Look how happy she is without you. The curry Finn had brought home sat in its foil containers on the worktop, still warm. Thoughtful of him. The perfect boyfriend gesture. I'd thanked him politely when he'd handed over the bags, had even managed a smile that didn't look too much like a grimace. I was trying. God, I was trying. Several days of biting my tongue, of reminding myself that I had no proof, that my suspicions could be wrong, that I was likely just projecting my own guilt onto an innocent young man. But it was exhausting, this performance of normality. I'd checked on Graham an hour ago. He'd been sleeping fitfully, his breathing shallow and raspy. The collapse had taken more out of him than he wanted to admit. He'd tried to get up this morning, had made it as far as the bathroom before needing to lie down again. The doctor had said this might happen. These sudden dips in energy, these reminders that we were running out of time. I pushed my plate away, appetite gone. The house felt too quiet, too still. Just the hum of the refrigerator and the distant murmur of chatter from Buffy's room. Footsteps on the stairs made me look up. Finn appeared in the doorway, carrying 2 plates stacked with the remains of their dinner. "Just bringing these down," he said, his tone carefully neutral. The same polite distance we'd been maintaining since the smoking incident. "Thanks again for letting me grab dinner. Hopefully, the korma wasn't too spicy for Graham." "He didn't eat," I said, not feeling well enough. "But thank you for thinking of him." "Of course." Finn moved to the sink, rinsed the plates, then stacked them in the dishwasher. Domestic, helpful, normal. I watched him, my jaw tight. Just get through this. Be polite. Don't engage beyond what's necessary. "How's he doing?" Finn asked, his back still to me. "Graham, I mean, since the hospital." "Tired." The collapse took a lot out of him. I can imagine. He closed the dishwasher and turned to lean against the worktop. That easy, casual posture that should have looked relaxed but somehow felt staged. Must be hard on you, caring for him. Watching him deteriorate. It is what it is. I stood and picked up my plate. Part of the vows. In sickness and in health. Right. Though I suppose you never imagine the sickness part when you're young and in love. He tilted his head. "How long have you been married?" 22 years this past August. Long time. You must have been quite young when you met. 25. I moved to the sink, needing something to do with my hands. Graham was 32, teaching at the university. Age gap relationship. Finn's tone was conversational, but there was something underneath it. Something I couldn't identify. "Those can be complicated," he went on. "Different life stages, different experiences. We made it work. Clearly." He watched me rinse my plate. 22 years is impressive. A lot of couples don't make it that long. A lot of things can come between people over 2 decades. Secrets, mistakes, things you'd rather forget. I set the plate down carefully, my hands suddenly unsteady. "What are you implying?" "Nothing. Just making conversation." His smile was pleasant, innocent. "Though I suppose everyone has secrets, don't they? Things they've done that they'd rather not examine too closely. Choices made in moments of weakness or desperation or just need. Bin. Take that mole, for instance. He was casual, almost offhand. The one on your inner thigh, left side, maybe 2 inches from your mane. The world stopped. I was across the kitchen before conscious thought could form, my hand slamming into his chest, pinning him back against the worktop. His eyes widened, genuine surprise, or a brilliant performance of it, as I pressed closer, my face inches from his. "How?" My voice came out strangled, barely human. "How do you know about that?" "Know about what?" His expression was confused, innocent. "Zoe, what are you?" "Don't you dare!" The words tore out of me. Months of suppressed panic and guilt and rage breaking free. Don't you fucking dare pretend you don't remember. I know you know. I've known since the moment I saw that tattoo. I have no idea what you're talking about, but something shimmered in his eyes. Amusement? Recognition? It was gone before I could identify it. You're not making any sense. The mole, Finn. How do you know about the mole on my thigh? He blinked at me. Then his face cleared with understanding, or a performance of understanding. Oh, that. I saw it the other day when you were in your workout gear. Those shorts you wear. It's visible when you sit down a certain way. I stared at him, my grip on his shirt loosening. Had I worn shorts? I tried to remember, but the past week was a fog. I'd been to the gym in the spare room a few times, trying to work off stress. Had I been wearing shorts? Had he seen me then? That's not I started, but doubt crept in. Not what? He met my gaze steadily. Look, I don't know what's going on with you, Zoe, but you're clearly under a lot of stress. Graham's illness, your work, having us here. Maybe you should talk to someone. A professional. You're lying, I said, but my voice wavered. Am I? His eyebrows rose. Or are you so convinced I'm some kind of threat that you're seeing sinister motives in innocent observations? He gently removed my hands from his shirt, stepping to the side. I mentioned a mole I happened to see. That's all. The fact that you're reacting like this says more about you than it does about me. I know who you are, I whispered. I know what you did. What I did? A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Not friendly, not quite a sneer, but something in between. And what exactly did I do, Zoe? You know. Do I? He leaned against the worktop, arms crossed. Because from where I'm standing, I met a brilliant girl at university. Started dating her. Came home to meet her family. That's all I've done. If you're implying something else, you're going to need to be more specific. You sought Buffy out. You sought her out? He laughed, but it wasn't pleasant. How would I even do that? Bristol's got thousands of students. You think I just magically found your daughter among all of them? After, I stopped myself. I couldn't say it. Couldn't give him the satisfaction of hearing me confess. After what? He tilted his head, waiting. Go on. After what, Zoe? The silence stretched between us, heavy and dangerous. That's what I thought. He pushed off the worktop. Here's my advice. Stop looking for conspiracies where there aren't any. Stop interrogating your daughter's boyfriend, because you can't handle the fact that she's grown up and moved on. And maybe, just maybe, get some help for whatever's making you this paranoid. I know you remember me, I said desperately. I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove everything, if it's the last bloody thing I ever do. For just a moment, his mask slipped. That pleasant, confused expression dropped away, replaced by something harder, colder. His smile turned sharp, knowing. It was there and gone in a heartbeat, but I saw it. I knew I saw it. Good luck with that, he said, his voice dripping with derision. Then the agreeable mask snapped back into place. I'm heading back upstairs. Buffy's probably wondering where I've got to. He moved past me, pausing in the doorway. Get some sleep, Zoe. You look exhausted. His tone was kind, concerned, exactly the tone you'd use with someone unhinged. Things always look different in the morning. Then he was gone, his footsteps light on the stairs. A moment later, I heard Buffy's door open and close. Her talking, muffled but affectionate. His response? Probably something charming and thoughtful. I stood in the kitchen, my legs giving out. I sank into a chair, my entire body shaking. That look, that flash of recognition, of satisfaction. I'd seen it. It had been real, but he hadn't admitted anything, hadn't confirmed what I knew to be true. He'd given himself plausible deniability for everything. The mole, meeting Buffy, all of it, which meant I had nothing. No proof, no confession, just my certainty against his innocent confusion. My hands trembled as I gripped the table edge, my mind racing back to that night 8 months ago. It had been after another row with Graham. one of many we'd been having that winter. 22 years of marriage, and suddenly we couldn't seem to talk without it dissolving into arguments about nothing and everything. My career taking off while his stagnated. His resentment, my frustration, the growing distance between us that neither of us seemed able to bridge. That particular night had been worse than usual. Something about money, about a project I'd taken on that required travel, about priorities and respect and all the accumulated grievances of 2 decades together. He'd accused me of caring more about my work than our family. I'd accused him of being threatened by my success. It had been ugly and cruel and exhausting. I'd left, got in the car and just driven, ending up in Bristol because it was far enough away but not too far. I'd gone to a bar, just one drink, I told myself. Just something to take the edge off, to feel like myself again instead of half of a failing marriage. But one drink had become 3, and the young man at the bar, attractive from my tipsy, blurry view, charming, interested, had made me feel desirable again, wanted, like I was more than just a wife whose husband resented her success, more than just a mother whose daughter had fled to university. I'd told myself it meant nothing, a one-night stand, with a stranger whose name I'd deliberately not asked for. No numbers exchanged, no promises made, just a few hours of forgetting, of feeling something other than anger and loneliness and failure. Except I had mentioned Buffy. During one of those hazy, drink-loosened conversations at the bar, my daughter at Bristol, studying psychology, so proud of her, missing her terribly. The one good thing in my life that I hadn't managed to ruin yet. And now that stranger, the man who'd seen me naked, who'd touched me, who knew things about my body that only Graham should know, was upstairs with my daughter. In her bedroom. In her bed, probably. The same man who'd somehow found my daughter, met her, charmed her, woven himself into her life so thoroughly that she loved him. It couldn't be coincidence. The odds were impossible. But he'd given me nothing. That brief flash of recognition aside, he'd played it brilliantly. The confused boyfriend, the innocent comments, the reasonable concern for my mental health. And maybe that was the point. Maybe he wanted me to know, wanted me to suffer with the knowledge, while keeping himself completely protected. Because what could I do? Tell Buffy? Tell Graham? Confess what I'd done? Graham and I had worked through our problems. We'd gone to counseling, had those hard conversations, had rebuilt what we'd nearly destroyed. And then, months after that terrible night, came his diagnosis. The cancer that had turned all our petty arguments and resentments into meaningless noise. The illness that had reminded us of what actually mattered. We'd been good again, close again, using what little time we had left to be the couple we'd once been. And now this thing from my worst mistake. This ghost from a night I'd tried desperately to forget, threatening to destroy everything we'd salvaged. If I told them now, told Graham, told Buffy, it would destroy everything. My marriage, fractured but healing, would shatter completely. Graham's last months would be poisoned by betrayal. Buffy would hate me, not just for cheating, but for the timing, for doing it when her parents' marriage was already struggling. And Finn would still be here. Still be the innocent boyfriend, still have won, unless I could prove it to them, unless I could find evidence that he deliberately sought Buffy out, that this wasn't chance but calculation. I thought about Graham upstairs, sleeping fitfully, dying slowly, oblivious to the chaos brewing beneath him. He'd never forgive me, not for cheating, not for destroying what little time we had left with this revelation. All the work we'd done to repair our marriage, all the progress we'd made, it would mean nothing. And Buffy, God, Buffy would be devastated, not just by my betrayal, but by the manipulation, by learning that her boyfriend had used her as a weapon against her own mother. If I was right, if I could prove it. But I was right. I knew I was right. That look on his face, that sneer, that good luck with that. He knew. He remembered, and he was daring me to prove it. I sat in the darkening kitchen as evening turned to night, my mind circling the same impossible problem. Finn knew I knew, but he'd given me nothing I could use. Nothing I could take to Buffy or Graham without destroying myself in the process. Checkmate. Unless I could find another way. Unless I could prove what he'd done without confessing what I'd done. But how? The question echoed through my mind as I dragged myself upstairs, checked on Graham one more time, and climbed into bed beside him. Somewhere in this house, Finn was probably sleeping soundly, confident, satisfied, knowing he'd won. But I wasn't done yet. I'd find a way. I had to. Because the alternative, letting him win, letting him keep Buffy, letting him destroy my family from the inside, was unthinkable, even if it meant destroying myself in the process. Chapter 15. Zoe. Morning light sliced through the bedroom curtains, harsh and unforgiving. I'd managed perhaps 2 hours of actual sleep, the rest spent staring at the ceiling while Graham wheezed beside me. Each breath a reminder, each rattle a countdown. The alarm shrilled at 7. Graham's hospital appointment, a blood transfusion, scheduled for 8:30. The oncologist had explained it on our last visit. His red blood cell count had dropped dangerously low, leaving him exhausted and breathless. The transfusion would take 3 to 4 hours, maybe longer, depending on how his body tolerated it. They'd monitor him throughout, check for reactions, keep him comfortable, which meant I'd be driving him there, dropping him off, and collecting him mid-afternoon. "Come on, love," I said gently, touching Graham's shoulder. He stirred, confusion crossing his face before awareness returned. That terrible moment every morning when he remembered he was dying. "Hospital day," he mumbled, already trying to sit up. "Take your time. We've got an hour." I helped him dress, a process that had become routine over the past months. Trousers that hung loose on his frame, a jumper that used to fit but now looked borrowed. His hands shook when he tried to button it, so I did it for him, neither of us acknowledging the indignity. The house was quiet as we descended, Buffy and Finn still sleeping, no doubt exhausted from their own versions of last night's drama. I'd heard Finn's footsteps going back upstairs after our confrontation, heard the low murmur of conversation through Buffy's door. Impossible to make out words, but the tone had been clear enough. They were painting me as the villain. Again, I made Graham tea and toast, though he only managed a few bites. His appetite had disappeared weeks ago, but the nurses insisted he eat something before the transfusion. The drive to the hospital was quiet. Graham dozed in the passenger seat while I navigated the morning traffic, my mind churning through last night's confrontation. Finn's face, that whispered taunt. The way he'd made me question my own memory. At the hospital, I helped Graham check in, got him settled in the day unit where a cheerful nurse with a name badge reading Sandra began prepping his IV line. "You can head off if you like, Mrs. Parker," Sandra said, clearly having dealt with hovering spouses before. "He'll be here until at least 1 o'clock, possibly 2. We'll ring you when he's ready for collection." "You should go," Graham added, already tired. "No point sitting here while I sleep." I hesitated. Leaving him felt wrong, but he was right. There was nothing I could do here except fret. "I've got my mobile," I said, kissing his forehead. "Ring me if you need anything. Anything at all." "I will. Now bugger off. Go home, have a proper breakfast, maybe get some rest yourself." He squeezed my hand weakly. "You look knackered, Zoe." I drove home on autopilot, my mind already racing ahead. Graham safely at hospital for hours. Buffy and Finn still at the house, probably just waking up. The day stretching ahead, full of possibility and dread in equal measure. I let myself in through the front door, hung up my coat, and headed for the kitchen. The house felt different in the morning light, emptier without Graham, but also charged with anticipation. Something was going to happen today. I could feel it. I filled the kettle, my hands steadier than they'd been last night. Shock had given way to something colder, harder. Fury, yes, but also focus. Finn had showed his hand. That brief drop of the mask, that flash of triumph. I hadn't imagined it. The kettle clicked off. I poured water over a tea bag, the color blooming and spreading, like blood in water. I tensed at footsteps on the stairs. Multiple sets. Buffy and Finn, then, coming down together. I braced myself, arranging my face into something resembling normal. They appeared in the doorway. Buffy, still in those ridiculous avocado pajamas. Finn, already dressed in jeans and a jumper. His hair was damp from the shower, and he looked irritatingly well-rested. "Morning," Buffy said. Neutral, but not hostile. "Progress," I supposed. "Morning? Love? Finn." I kept my tone light. "Tea? Please." Buffy moved to the table. "I'm all right, thanks," Finn said. Then, as Buffy turned to pull out a chair, he caught my eye and winked. A quick, deliberate signal that she couldn't possibly see from that angle. That smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, there and gone so fast I might have imagined it. Except I hadn't. I poured Buffy's tea, and my hand shook. I gripped the kettle tighter, willing myself steady. "Don't react. Don't give him what he wants." "Sleep well?" I asked, proud of how I'd sounded. "Not really." Buffy wrapped her hands around the mug I set in front of her. Had a lot on my mind. "I'm sure." I sat across from them, cradling my own tea. The three of us at the kitchen table like some twisted version of a family breakfast. All we needed was Graham to complete the nightmare. Finn leaned back in his chair, completely at ease. "I was thinking," he addressed Buffy, but his eyes flicked to me periodically. "I should probably head into Bristol for the day. That coursework I mentioned? The deadline's been moved up, and I need to grab some things from my flat." "Oh!" Buffy's face fell. "I thought we could spend the day together. Since things have been so—" She glanced at me. "Tense?" Finn supplied helpfully. "Yeah, I know, but this assignment is 20% of my final mark. Can't really put it off." He reached over and squeezed her hand. "Besides, might be good for everyone to have a bit of space. Let things cool down." As he'd said cool down, he'd looked directly at me. Not at Buffy. At me. And there was something in that look. Amusement. Challenge. Satisfaction. "That's probably sensible," I said, keeping my voice even. "Space can be good." Exactly. Finn's smile was warm and seemed genuine. Perfect boyfriend material. "Plus, Buffy, didn't you mention needing to pop into town? Something about returning those shoes that don't fit?" "Oh, right. Yeah." Buffy perked up slightly. "The ones I ordered online. They're killing my feet. So we'll both have errands." Finn stood and walked to the sink to rinse his empty water glass. He passed behind my chair, and his hand brushed my shoulder. Brief, light, completely deniable. But I felt the pressure, the deliberateness of it. "Gives your mom a quiet day, too." "How's Graham doing this morning? Still at the hospital?" "Blood transfusion," I said tightly. "Won't be back until this afternoon." Ah, poor bloke. Must be knackering for him. His tone was sympathetic, but his eyes held that glint of satisfaction. Like he was pleased Graham was out of the way. Still, at least you can have some peace and quiet. Catch up on sleep? Maybe. I'm just trying to be helpful. He set the glass in the draining rack, then turned, leaning against the worktop. After all, this is a difficult time for everyone. Graham's illness, the stress, emotions running high. Only natural that tempers might fray a bit. The way he'd said tempers might fray while staring at me, as if last night's confrontation had been my fault entirely. My overreaction, my instability. "Some people handle stress better than others," I said. "True." His smile widened a fraction. "Some people are much better at keeping their composure, staying in control even when they want to." He paused. That smile, never wavering. Lose it. Buffy was scrolling through her phone, oblivious to the subtext. "If you're going to Bristol, Finn, could you grab my charger from your flat? I left it there last week." "Course. Anything else you need?" "Just the charger." "Thanks, babe." Finn eyed me over Buffy's head as she'd said it, that knowing expression on his face. Then he mouthed something. I couldn't make it out, but it looked like, "Good luck," or maybe your call. Mocking. Daring. I glanced away first, fury burning in my chest. Buffy glanced up from her phone. I should probably get dressed if I'm going into town. Good idea, I said. I'll tidy up here. She left, taking the stairs quickly. The moment her footsteps faded, the kitchen atmosphere shifted. Just me and Finn. No witnesses, no performance required. So, he said casually, pushing off from the worktop. Rough night? I didn't answer. Just stood, collecting the mugs. You look exhausted. He inched closer, not threatening. Someone glancing in would just see a concerned young man chatting with his girlfriend's mum. But I could feel the menace underneath. Must be hard, all this stress. Graham dying. Buffy pulling away, feeling like you're losing control of everything. What do you want? I kept my question low, aware that Buffy could come back any moment. Want? He tilted his head, the picture of innocence. I don't want anything, Zoe. Just trying to help where I can. Be a good guest. Support my girlfriend through a difficult time. Bullshit. Is it? He was close now. Too close. Speaking quietly, his words barely above a whisper. Or are you so convinced I'm the villain that you can't see I'm just a normal bloke who happened to fall for your daughter? You sought her out, I said. After that night, you found her somehow, deliberately. Did I? His smile was sharp now. Cruel. Bristol's a big university, Zoe. Thousands of students. How would I even begin to find one specific girl, even if I'd wanted to? Because I told you her name. It isn't exactly a popular one, is it? It wouldn't be difficult to find her based on that alone. Footsteps overhead. Buffy, walking around. Finn straightened immediately, his expression shifting back to pleasant neutrality. He checked his watch. Right, I should get going if I want to beat the traffic. Long drive to Bristol and back. Finn? Buffy called from upstairs. Can you come help me with something before you go? Coming. He headed towards the door, then paused, peering back at me. Oh, and Zoe? Have a lovely quiet day. Try to relax. Maybe have a bath. Read a book. You deserve some time to yourself. The way he'd said, time to yourself. Like he knew exactly what I'd be doing. Like he was daring me to try. He disappeared upstairs. I stood there, my legs unsteady, my mind racing. That night, 8 months ago. Had I really been so drunk, so desperate to unburden myself, that I'd told a complete stranger exactly how to find my daughter? The memory was hazy, unreliable. Drinks at the bar, charming conversation. My guard lowering with each cocktail. Talking about Buffy, yes, I remembered that much. How proud I was, how much I missed her. But would he recall those specifics? Had I mentioned her name? The uncertainty was almost worse than knowing for certain. Conversation drifted down. Buffy laughing at something Finn had said. The easy affection of young love, completely genuine on her side. What was it on his? Revenge? Control? Some twisted game I didn't understand? I moved to the sink, gripping the edge. I had to know, had to prove what he was. But how? Following him to Bristol would be insane, desperate, exactly the kind of unhinged behavior that would cement everyone's belief that I was having a breakdown. But what choice did I have? Buffy came downstairs first, bag slung over her shoulder. Right, I'm heading out. Those shoes won't return themselves. And I might stop at Waterstones, grab some books for next term. Sounds good, I smiled. Have fun, love. Mum? She hesitated in the doorway. About last night. About everything. Can we just start over? I know you're worried. I know Dad's illness is making everything harder. But maybe we could try to get along? For the rest of the week, just try? The pleading in her voice nearly broke me. My daughter, asking for peace. Asking me to accept the man who was tormenting me. Of course, I managed. Fresh start, I promise. She smiled, genuine relief flooding her face. Thanks, Mum. I love you. Love you too, sweetheart. Finn appeared behind her, car keys jangling in his hand. Ready when you are. He used the same tactic as before. He addressed Buffy, but his eyes met mine over her head. And there it was again, that flash of triumph, that knowing smirk. Then he stepped forward and hugged me. Actually hugged me, in front of Buffy. "Thanks for having me, Zoe. Sorry if I've been any trouble." He was warm, sincere, but his mouth was right by my ear, and he whispered, too quiet for Buffy to hear, "See you later." Not "see you later this week" or "see you at dinner." Just "see you later." Like he knew. Like he was expecting me to follow him to his flat. He pulled back, that pleasant smile in place. Buffy beamed at us, probably thrilled that we were making an effort. They left together, Buffy chattering about which shops she needed to hit, Finn listening attentively. The perfect couple, normal, uncomplicated. The front door closed. The house fell silent. I stood in the empty kitchen, my decision crystallizing. He'd as much as dared me to follow him, and I was going to. Not because I was unhinged or paranoid or having a breakdown, but because I needed proof, evidence, something concrete to show Buffy, if worst came to worst, to prove to everyone that I wasn't imagining things. I'd give him 2 minutes head start, let him think he'd won, that I was too frightened or too sensible to do anything reckless. Then I'd follow, track him to Bristol, see what he was really doing, who he was meeting, find out what this was really about. It was mad, possibly dangerous. Definitely the kind of thing that would make me look exactly as unstable as Finn was painting me. But I didn't care anymore. I needed to know. And I needed proof. I went upstairs and changed into something less conspicuous. Dark jeans, a black jacket, grabbed my car keys, my phone, my handbag. I paused at the mirror in the hallway. The woman staring back looked determined, frightened, half mad with stress and grief and rage, but also certain. Finn had thrown down the gauntlet, and I was picking it up. I checked my mobile, no messages from the hospital yet. Graham would be fine. They knew what they were doing, and they'd ring if anything went wrong. So I stepped out of the door, locked it behind me, and headed for my car. Time to see what Finn was really up to. Time to prove I wasn't mad after all. Chapter 16. Zoe. My car sat in the drive, reliable and anonymous, a silver Vauxhall that blended into traffic. I slid behind the wheel, gripping the leather too tightly. This was insane. Following my daughter's boyfriend like some deranged private investigator. If anyone saw me, if Buffy found out, it would confirm every terrible thing she already thought about me. But I had to know. I'd sat there for a moment, engine off, debating, should I follow on foot instead? Less conspicuous that way, easier to hide if things went wrong. I could duck into doorways, blend with pedestrians, maintain a closer tail without being obvious. But no, Finn was driving to Bristol, an hour away at least. On foot would be pointless. He'd be on the motorway before I'd made it 3 streets. In the car, I could maintain distance. And if he spotted me, I could always accelerate past, pretend I was heading somewhere else entirely. Just a coincidence. Just his girlfriend's mom running errands. The rationalization felt flimsy even to me, but it was the best I had. I started the engine, letting it idle while I waited. I had to give him a proper head start. Enough that he wouldn't spot me immediately pulling out behind him, but not so much that I'd lose him entirely. 5 minutes, maybe. Long enough to seem natural, short enough to keep him in range. My mobile sat in the cup holder, silent. No messages from the hospital. Graham would be fine. The transfusion took hours. 3 at minimum. Possibly 4 or 5, depending on how his body tolerated it. They'd monitor him throughout, Sandra had said. Check for reactions. Keep him comfortable. I'd be back long before he needed collecting. At least, that was the plan. The dashboard clock ticked over. 5 minutes gone. Time to move. I pulled out of the drive, my palms slick against the steering wheel. The street was quiet. Mid-morning on a Saturday, most people still at home nursing hangovers or already out doing their weekly shop. A few parked cars lined the curbs. A woman walking a terrier, a postman making his rounds. Normal suburban life, carrying on obliviously while I embarked on this mad surveillance mission. I turned onto the main road, scanning ahead. There, a few cars up, that battered Golf with the distinctive dent in the rear bumper. Finn had mentioned getting it from a dodgy Parker at Tesco. A detail that had seemed innocuous at the time, just boyfriend small talk. Now it was an identifying marker, my beacon in the traffic. Got you. I eased off the accelerator, letting a black Audi slip between us. Then, a white van. 2-car buffer. Not too close, not too far. Just another vehicle heading into town on a normal morning. Nothing suspicious. Nothing that would ping on Finn's radar if he happened to check his mirrors. My heart hammered against my ribs, adrenaline making my hands shake on the wheel. This was really happening. I was really doing this. Following him like some character in a bad thriller, hoping to catch him in whatever lie he was spinning. What was I expecting to find, though? Even if I followed him all the way to Bristol, what then? Watch him go to his flat, collect Buffy's charger, settle in for a productive day of coursework? Hardly the smoking gun I needed. Hardly proof of anything except that I was a paranoid woman who couldn't let things go. But I couldn't stop now. Something had driven me out of that house. Something beyond rational thought. Some primal need to understand what game he was playing. That whispered, "See you later," in my ear. The knowing smirk. The way he'd looked at me while Buffy beamed obliviously. It all added up to something. I just needed to figure out what. We passed through the town center, traffic thickening around the shops. I focused on maintaining that buffer, keeping the Golf in sight without crowding. The Audi between us veered off at the supermarket. I let the van stay as my shield, grateful for its bulk. We approached the bypass junction. This was it. The slip road for the A4, the direct route to Bristol. I'd driven it countless times visiting Buffy at university, knew every mile marker and service station. The journey took about an hour, in good traffic. Closer to 90 minutes if you hit roadworks near the junction. Finn's indicator blinked. Right, towards the bypass. I signaled as well, preparing to follow. Bristol, then. As he'd said, maybe this whole thing was pointless after all. Maybe I really was just a paranoid woman seeing conspiracies where there were only innocent errands. But then something odd happened. At the last second, Finn's Golf didn't take the slip road. His indicator clicked off, and he continued straight through the junction, heading north, not east, away from Bristol entirely. I frowned, my foot hesitating on the accelerator. The van ahead of me took the Bristol road, leaving me suddenly exposed. I had to make a choice. Follow Finn's unexpected route, or carry on as planned. No choice, really. I continued straight, keeping him in sight. Where the hell was he going? We drove for another few minutes down streets I knew, though not as well as my own neighborhood. We were heading towards the newer developments, the estates that had sprung up in the past decade. Identikit houses with tiny gardens built for young families who couldn't afford the older Victorian properties closer to town. But why would Finn be going there? He didn't know anyone in Bath except us, did he? Unless he'd lied about that too. Unless his whole backstory, Manchester upbringing, first time visiting Bath, was fabricated. The Golf turned left, then right. I followed, keeping further back now that traffic had thinned. We were in residential streets now, harder to maintain anonymity. A silver Vauxhall following the same route, turn after turn, would be noticeable. I considered dropping back, maybe letting him go. This was getting risky, but curiosity overrode caution. Just a bit further, just to see where he was heading. And then I recognized the route. My stomach dropped. We were heading towards the hospital. Not the main entrance I'd used this morning, but the back way, the route that wound through the streets before connecting to the hospital access road. "Where are you going?" I muttered, my grip tightening on the wheel. This made no sense. Why would Finn be heading to the hospital? He'd said Bristol, coursework, his flat, Buffy's charger. Nothing about the hospital. Nothing about visiting anyone or picking anything up. Unless... My mind raced through possibilities, each more paranoid than the last. Was he checking on Graham? But why? What possible reason could he have? They barely knew each other. Graham was just his girlfriend's father, A dying man Finn had met not long ago. Was it something sinister? Some twisted plan to, what? Harm Graham? Finish what the cancer had started? No. That was ridiculous. I was spiraling, seeing malice in everything, exactly like everyone accused me of doing. But still, the hospital. He was definitely heading towards the hospital. The road curved, and I caught sight of the familiar blue NHS signs. Royal United Hospital, with arrows pointing in various directions. Day surgery, emergency department, main entrance, car park B. Finn's Golf was ahead. Maybe 4 cars now. I'd fallen back, uncertain how to proceed. If he was going to the hospital, I couldn't exactly follow him inside. Too obvious, too exposed. And Graham was there, in the day unit. What if they ran into each other? How would I explain why I'd followed Finn? The Golf's indicator flashed on. Left, towards the main hospital complex. This was my last chance to go back, to abandon this mad pursuit and pretend I'd never started. Go home, wait for Graham's call, collect him like a normal wife. Forget about Finn and his lies and whatever he was doing here. But I couldn't. I had to know. I signaled left, preparing to follow. My mobile sat in the cup holder on silent. I should check it. Make sure there were no messages from the hospital. No emergencies with Graham. But I didn't want to look away. Didn't want to lose sight of Finn's car now. Not when I was so close to understanding. The road bent round a residential street, trees lining one side, a brick wall on the other. I could see the hospital buildings in the distance now. That sprawling complex of modern additions grafted on to Victorian bones. Graham was in there somewhere, probably dozing while blood dripped slowly into his veins, unaware that his wife was pursuing his daughter's boyfriend like a woman possessed. Finn's car disappeared around the corner ahead. I accelerated slightly, not wanting to lose him. The corner approached. I turned. My mobile rang, the shrill tone explosive in the quiet car. I jumped, my hands jerking on the wheel. The car swerved a little before I corrected. My heart pounded, adrenaline spiking. The phone kept ringing, insistent and demanding. I glanced at the screen. Graham. Shit, I breathed. Ahead, Finn's Golf was disappearing from view, moving into what might be the hospital entrance or might be another street entirely. I couldn't tell from here. Another few seconds and I'd know. Just another few seconds. But the phone kept ringing. Graham. At the hospital. Potentially in trouble. I couldn't ignore it. Couldn't risk missing a call from my dying husband because I was too busy stalking my daughter's boyfriend. I jerked the wheel, pulling onto the verge with less grace than intended. The car bumped over the curb before I got it under control. My hands fumbled for the mobile, nearly dropping it in my panic. Ahead, around the corner, Finn was gone, vanished. I'd lost him. I swore under my breath as I jabbed the answer button. Graham? Are you all right? I'm fine, love. He sounded tired but steady, that slight rasp that meant he needed water. Transfusion's done. It went well, much quicker than expected. They're happy with how I've responded. Was wondering if you could come collect me? If you're free, that is. No rush if you're busy. Relief flooded through me. So intense, it made me dizzy. He was fine. The transfusion was done. Everything was okay. You're okay? I asked, my pitch too high, too shaky. Right as rain. Well, as right as rain as I get these days. He coughed. That phlegmy rattle I'd grown to hate. Feeling a bit more energized, actually. I laughed, slightly hysterical. My eyes tracked the corner where Finn had disappeared, trying to see around it. Was that the hospital entrance? Another residential street? I couldn't tell from this angle. That's brilliant. That's really brilliant, love. So, can you fetch me? Or should I ring for a taxi? Don't want to be a bother if you're in the middle of something. I stared at that corner, willing Finn's car to reappear, to give me some clue about where he'd gone, what he was doing. But the street remained empty. Just a Saturday morning in Bath. Nothing unusual, nothing suspicious. Except I'd lost him. Lost my one chance to prove what I knew in my gut to be true. But Graham needed me. Graham, who'd just endured hours of transfusion, who was waiting at the hospital, probably exhausted despite the new blood, who loved me and trusted me, and had no idea what I'd done 8 months ago in a Bristol bar. Graham, who was on my side, who'd stand by me if I could just find the courage to tell him the truth about that night, about the one-night stand that had led to all of this. "I'm actually in the neighborhood," I said, the lie coming easily. Well, not entirely a lie. I was near the hospital, sitting parked on a verge about 2 minutes away, in fact. Just not for the reasons he'd assume. "I'll be there in 5 minutes. Meet you at the day unit?" "Perfect. Thanks, Zoe. You're a star." He rang off. I sat there for a moment, phone still pressed to my ear, staring at that corner. Finn had gone that way. Towards the hospital, I was almost certain, but almost wasn't good enough. I hadn't seen him turn into the hospital grounds, hadn't confirmed where he'd actually gone. He could have taken another street, could be heading somewhere else entirely. I'd lost him, failed in my surveillance before I'd discovered anything useful. But more pressingly, what the hell had he been doing, driving in this direction when he'd told Buffy he was going to Bristol? I put the car into gear and eased back onto the road, heading for the main hospital entrance. Graham first, my husband, who needed me. Everything else could wait. But as I drove, I couldn't shake the question echoing through my mind. Where was Finn going? Chapter 17. Zoe. I pulled into the hospital car park, finding Graham waiting on the bench outside the oncology unit. He was sitting more upright than usual, and there was color in his cheeks I hadn't seen in weeks. The blood transfusion had worked its temporary magic. "Ready?" I asked, helping him to his feet. He was thin. The cancer continued eating away at him, but there was a spring in his step that hadn't been there this morning. Ready. His voice was stronger than it'd been in days. The drive home was quiet. Graham leaned his head against the window, watching Bath slide past, the golden limestone, the tourists photographing the Royal Crescent, the buskers on Pulteney Bridge. Our city, beautiful and oblivious to suffering. The leaves were turning now, October painting everything in shades of rust and gold. Autumn had always been my favorite season. The decay was at least honest about itself. "How are you feeling?" I asked. "Really? Good, actually. Bit wobbly still, but better than I have in ages." He flexed his fingers and examined them like they were foreign objects. Amazing what a few pints of someone else's blood will do. Might even manage to stay awake for dinner. Something in my chest twisted. These brief respites were almost crueler than the steady decline. They let us pretend, just for a moment, that things might be different. I navigated the familiar streets towards our Victorian townhouse on the outskirts. Close enough to the city for Graham's work, far enough that the tourists didn't bother us. "How was your morning?" Graham asked. "Fine. Boring. The usual." I definitely hadn't spent it following our daughter's boyfriend halfway across Bath. Picked up some shopping. Thought I'd make your favorite tonight. That risotto you love, with the porcini mushrooms. You don't have to. I want to. And surprisingly, I did. Despite everything. The affair, the resentment, the way I'd been mentally planning my widow's wardrobe, there was still something there. Muscle memory of love, perhaps. Or just habit, wearing a convincing disguise. I sailed into our drive and helped Graham from the car. He was steadier than this morning, needing less support. We made our way up the path, leaves crunching underfoot, and I fumbled with my keys. The house smelled of lavender and something medicinal that no amount of scented candles could mask. Graham's illness had its own perfume now, antiseptic and faintly sweet, like fruit beginning to turn. "Let's get you comfortable." I guided him towards the living room. Our footsteps made familiar sounds on the oak floorboards. This house, Victorian bones wrapped in our expensive renovations, had become a kind of theater, and right now I was giving the performance of my life. Devoted wife. Concerned partner. Woman who definitely hadn't spent her morning on a surveillance mission that had ended in failure. I eased Graham onto the sofa, arranging the cushions behind his back. The ones I'd spent 3 hours selecting because apparently terminal cancer required the correct thread count. Rest, I told him. I'll bring you some tea. Then I'll start on dinner. He caught my hand, and I was struck by how much warmer it felt than usual. The transfusion, working its temporary spell. Thank you, Zoe, for everything. The sincerity in his voice nearly undid me. I squeezed his fingers and retreated to the kitchen before he could see my face. I filled the kettle, waiting for it to slowly come to a boil. My reflection wavered in the chrome surface, distorted and unfamiliar. Who was I these days? A wife nursing her dying husband while secretly resenting him for getting ill in the first place? A mother so paranoid about her daughter's relationship that she'd taken to stalking a 24-year-old business student? A woman who'd had a one-night stand months ago and now saw conspiracy in every coincidence? The kettle clicked off. I made Graham's tea the way he liked it. Strong, 2 sugars, splash of milk, and carried it through to the living room. He was already drowsing, head lolling against the cushions. I set the mug on the coffee table and took the throw from the back of the sofa, draping it over his legs. He murmured something I didn't catch. His eyelashes fluttered, but his eyes didn't open. I stood there for a moment, looking at him. This man I'd been married to for so many years? This man who'd worked hard as a teacher, who'd taught Buffy to ride a bike, who still left me notes on the bathroom mirror when he remembered. This man who was dying, cell by cell, while I plotted and schemed and followed near strangers. I should tell him. About Bristol, about that night, about everything. But what good would it do now? He had enough to deal with without my guilt added to the pile. I was turning back towards the kitchen when Buffy's key scraped in the door. Her laugh rang out before she even crossed the threshold, bright and uncomplicated in a way that made my chest ache. When had I last laughed like that? When had I last felt anything that wasn't threaded through with calculation or guilt? Mom? Dad? Buffy's call carried through the house. We're home. We, of course. In here, sweetheart, Graham called from the living room, suddenly awake, his voice already brighter. Buffy had that effect on him. She had that effect on everyone. I stayed in the kitchen doorway as my daughter burst into the room with Finn trailing behind her like a well-trained shadow. She was wearing her vintage leather jacket, the one she'd found in that shop in Clifton, and her hair was up in a messy knot. She looked so young. Too young to be this serious about anyone. She dropped to her knees beside the sofa, taking Graham's hand. Dad, how are you feeling? Better now you're here, sweetheart. Graham's whole face transformed when he looked at her, and genuinely better than I have in weeks. That transfusion worked wonders. Yeah, that's brilliant. Buffy squeezed his hand, her face lighting up. See, I told you it would help. You've got more color in your face already. Finn hovered near the doorway, hands in his pockets. He was wearing his navy jacket, the same one I'd seen him in before. His dark hair was disheveled, as though Buffy had been running her fingers through it. My stomach clenched at the thought. Mr. Parker, he said, his voice pitched at exactly the right level of concern. Is there anything I can do? Anything you need? I watched him from my position in the kitchen doorway. This boy man who'd inserted himself into our family like a splinter. His blue eyes were trained on Graham with what appeared to be genuine warmth. But there was something else there, too. Something I couldn't name. He was too comfortable here, too at home in our space. It set my teeth on edge. That's kind of you, Finn. Graham leaned back, looking genuinely relaxed. But I just need to rest. The treatment takes it out of me, even when it works. Of course. Finn nodded and backed away slightly. If you need anything, just shout. Always so thoughtful. Buffy beamed up at him. She'd said it like it was a revelation. Like thoughtfulness was some rare quality she'd discovered in him. Like every other boyfriend in the world, didn't also offer to fetch things for dying fathers. Buffy kissed Graham's forehead and stood, tucking herself under Finn's arm with the ease of practice. They fit together like puzzle pieces, and I hated how natural it looked, how right it appeared. Actually, Dad, Buffy said, I was thinking, Finn's got plans tomorrow night, something with his course mates. Maybe you and I could spend some time together. Just us? We could watch one of those terrible spy films you love. Make it a proper evening. I'll even let you choose which one, even though you always pick the same 3 on rotation. Graham chuckled, the sound warm and genuine. I'd like that very much. His voice was soft, filled with emotion. He reached up to touch Buffy's cheek. My girl. Something in my chest twisted. When had I become the outsider in my own family? When had I become the one watching from doorways while everyone else shared moments of connection? Finn was going out tomorrow night. The thought arrived fully formed. Electric. Tomorrow night, while Buffy sat here watching Bond films with her dying father, Finn would be out there somewhere, doing whatever it was he did when he thought no one was looking. And I'd be watching, because that was what I did now, apparently. I'd become the kind of woman who followed her daughter's boyfriend around Bath like a cut-rate private investigator. But this time, I wouldn't lose him. This time, I'd be smarter, more discreet. What are you up to with your mates then? Graham asked Finn, making conversation the way he always did, genuinely interested in other people's lives. Finn shrugged, easy and relaxed. Just a night out. Some of the lads from my course want to check out this new bar in town. Nothing exciting. Probably end up talking about assignments the whole time. Knowing them. Well, you should enjoy yourself while you can, Graham said. University years go faster than you think. Don't I know it? Finn agreed. Feels like I started last week, and now I'm already halfway through. The conversation flowed naturally, comfortably. If I didn't know better, I'd think Finn was just what he appeared to be. A nice lad, devoted to my daughter, respectful to her parents. But I did know better. Or at least, I thought I did. Finn glanced towards the kitchen, and our eyes met for a fraction of a second. Something passed between us. Acknowledgement, maybe. Or challenge. Did he know I'd followed him this morning? Had he spotted my car lurking near the hospital? His expression gave nothing away. It never did. Then he and Buffy disappeared upstairs, their footsteps fading towards her bedroom. I heard her door close and the familiar sounds of them settling in. The creak of her bed, muffled conversation, laughter, the soundtrack of young love, playing out above my head while I stood in the kitchen planning surveillance operations. God, my life has become absurd. I returned to my preparations, taking ingredients from the fridge, arborio rice, mushrooms still in their paper bag, earthy and damp, white wine that I'd definitely be sampling as I cooked. My hands knew what to do, following the familiar choreography of dinner preparation. It was soothing, almost meditative. This, at least, I could control. I laid everything out on the worktop in the order I'd need it. The precision of it calmed me. This was a habit I'd formed, after all. Creating spaces where people moved in predetermined patterns, where every element had been thought through, where nothing was left to chance. My escape rooms were elaborate exercises, in control, guiding participants through narratives that felt spontaneous, but were actually rigidly structured. Maybe that's why Finn bothered me so much. He was a variable I couldn't control, a puzzle piece that didn't fit the pattern I'd constructed for my daughter's life. I could hear Graham switching on the television in the living room, the low murmur of a news program. He'd probably doze off within minutes, the transfusion having exhausted him despite the temporary energy boost. That's how it went these days. Small bursts of vitality followed by crushing fatigue. I chopped mushrooms with more force than strictly necessary, the knife thunking against the board. The rhythm was satisfying, almost aggressive. Tomorrow night, I'd follow Finn again. But this time, I'd be smarter about it. More discreet. I'd treat it like one of my set designs. Work backwards from the desired outcome. Anticipate every variable. Build in fail-safes. Maybe I'd even use some of the surveillance tricks I'd picked up from years of designing immersive experiences. Hidden vantage points. Alternative routes. Backup plans. I'd spent years thinking about sightlines and escape routes, and how to move people through space without them realizing they were being guided. Surely I could apply those same principles to following a 24-year-old around Bath without getting caught? The absurdity of it hit me again. Here I was, a 47-year-old woman with a successful business, planning to stalk my daughter's boyfriend like some character from a bad thriller. What would my clients think if they knew? The theaters and escape room companies who hired me to create their immersive experiences, who trusted my judgment and creativity. But I couldn't stop. Something was wrong with Finn. I knew it the same way I knew when a room's acoustics were off or when a puzzle solution was too obvious. It was instinct, honed by years of creating experiences that manipulated perception and emotion. Because whatever Finn was hiding, I was going to find it. Before he hurt my daughter. Before he destroyed what was left of this family. Even if I had to destroy myself in the process. The rice hissed as it landed in the hot pan, and I reached for the wine. 1 glass for the risotto, 1 glass for me. Maybe 2. It had been that kind of day. The kind where you followed people to hospitals and lost them in residential streets and then went home and pretended everything was normal. Upstairs, Buffy laughed, bright and carefree. The sound was so pure, so untainted by the mess I'd made of everything, that I had to grip the worktop to steady myself. I was supposed to be protecting her. That's what mothers did, wasn't it? Protected their children from the wolves, even when the wolves came disguised as handsome young men with swimmer's builds and serpent tattoos. Even when the mother herself might be the real danger to the family. I poured the wine into the pan. It bubbled and steamed, the alcohol evaporating in wisps of vapor. Tomorrow night, I'd find out who Finn really was, what he really wanted, where he was really going this morning. And then? Well, then we'd see if Mother knew best. I took a long sip from my glass, the wine warming my throat. From the living room came Graham's gentle snoring, the news program still murmuring away to itself. Upstairs, Buffy and Finn were wrapped in their own world, oblivious to my scheming. The house settled around me, familiar and strange all at once. This was my life now, playing the devoted wife while planning surveillance operations, cooking risotto while plotting to uncover my daughter's boyfriend's secrets, maintaining the facade of normality while everything crumbled at the edges. I stirred the rice, adding the stock ladle by ladle, watching it absorb the liquid. Patient, methodical, one step at a time. Tomorrow night, everything would become clearer. It had to. Chapter 18. Zoe. The day dragged. Every minute felt like an hour, every hour like a week. I busied myself with smaller tasks. Cleaning grout with a toothbrush, responding to emails from clients about upcoming projects. Anything to keep my hands occupied and my mind from spinning out entirely. Graham spent most of the day dozing on the sofa, the television providing a low murmur of background noise. The transfusion's energy boost had already begun to fade, leaving him pale and drawn again. I took him tea and toast at regular intervals, most of which went uneaten. Each time I checked on him, he offered me a weak smile, squeezed my hand, told me he was fine. We both knew he was lying. Buffy and Finn emerged from her room around lunchtime, all tousled hair and easy affection. They made sandwiches in the kitchen, laughing at some private joke I wasn't privy to. I eyed them from where I sat at the table behind my laptop screen, pretending to work on a proposal for a new escape room, while actually observing the way Finn touched the small of Buffy's back, the way she leaned into him like he was gravity itself. "You all right, Mom?" Buffy had caught me staring. "Fine. Just thinking about work. You look stressed. Big project coming up. Theater company in Bristol wants something ambitious." The lie came easily. I'd always been good at lying. Years of set design had taught me how to construct convincing facades, how to make the fake look real. "Well, don't work too hard." Buffy kissed the top of my head as she passed. She smelled of her coconut shampoo and Finn's cologne. The scents mingled together. My stomach turned. The afternoon inched forward. Finn and Buffy settled on the sofa with Graham, engrossed in some cooking competition, their commentary drifting into the kitchen. Buffy's sarcastic remarks about the contestants' terrible plating, Finn's genuine enthusiasm for a particularly ambitious dessert, Graham's occasional chuckle, they sounded like a family. A proper, functional family, not the twisted mess we'd actually become. I made more tea, washed dishes that were already clean, looked at my phone obsessively, though I didn't know what I'd expected to see. Some miraculous message that would explain everything? A text from Finn confessing his sins? The light outside shifted from afternoon gold to evening gray. The sky took on that bruised quality, purple and blue with streaks of orange at the horizon. I gazed at it from the kitchen window, my hands wrapped around a mug I'd forgotten to drink from. By 6 o'clock, I couldn't stand it anymore. The waiting, the pretending, the performance of normality while my nerves screamed. I needed to leave before Finn did. Get into position, not make the same mistakes as yesterday. "I'm going for a walk," I announced to the living room, pulling on my coat. Buffy glanced up from the sofa, a frown forming. Now? Finn's about to leave. We were going to have dinner soon. I need to clear my head. Too much time staring at screens today. I patted my pockets. Phone, keys, small torch. All those emails have given me a headache. Thought I'd get some air before it gets properly dark. "Want company?" Buffy asked. But her tone suggested she hoped I'd say no. She was already settling deeper into the sofa cushions, her head on Finn's shoulder. "I'm fine. You stay with your dad. I'll be back in an hour or so." "Don't stay out too long," Graham murmured, his eyes half closed. "Getting cold out there." Finn said nothing, but I sensed his eyes on me as I buttoned my coat. When I glanced over, he stared at me with that unreadable expression. Did he suspect? Did he know? "See you later," I said, too brightly. I stepped outside, closing the door behind me. The evening wrapped around me, damp and cool. The streetlights had just come on, casting pools of orange light along the pavement. My breath puffed out in small clouds, vapor in the air. I crossed the street quickly, positioning myself behind a large oak tree that provided decent cover. From there, I could see our front door, our windows, the warm glow of the living room where Buffy, Finn, and Graham sat together. It looked so peaceful from out here, so normal, like a painting of domestic contentment. I felt ridiculous, a grown woman hiding behind a tree, waiting to follow a university student. But I couldn't shake the conviction that tonight would provide answers. That if I was patient, if I was clever, I'd finally understand what Finn was hiding. Minutes crawled by. 10, 15, 20. The cold seeped through my coat. My feet ached. I shifted my weight, trying to stay warm without making noise. A car coasted by, headlights sweeping across the street. I pressed myself against the tree trunk, making myself small. What if he didn't leave? What if he'd changed his plans? Decided to stay in with Buffy instead? I'd have been standing here for nothing, freezing my arse off while they watched films on the sofa. Then the front door opened. Finn stepped out in a black fitted jacket. He paused on the doorstep, staring at his phone, then pocketed it and started walking. But he didn't head towards town. He turned in the opposite direction, towards the end of our street. I waited until he'd passed the third street light, then came out from behind the tree. My heart pounded as I followed. This was it. Tonight, I'd find out the truth. The street stretched ahead, mostly residential, quiet on a Sunday evening. Finn moved at a steady pace, hands in pockets. Not rushing, but purposeful. A man with somewhere to be. I stayed on the opposite side of the street, using parked cars and garden walls for cover. The techniques I'd learned from designing chase sequences in escape rooms, sight lines, cover points, timing, all came into play. It was strange how applicable those skills were to real life, how easily fiction became reality. We continued for perhaps 15 minutes, moving from our quiet residential area towards the busier streets near the city center. The pavements got more crowded, couples heading to restaurants, groups of students bar hopping, tourists consulting their phones for directions. The anonymity helped. I was just another person out for an evening stroll. Finn weaved through the crowds effortlessly, never looking back. Either he was completely oblivious to being followed, or he was so confident he didn't care. Or, and this thought made my stomach clench, he knew I was there, and he was leading me somewhere deliberately. He turned left onto a street I didn't recognize, narrower now, less populated. Old Georgian buildings with darkened windows, probably offices closed for the weekend. The streetlights were spaced further apart here, leaving pools of shadow between the orange halos. The architecture changed, too. Less refined. More utilitarian. These were the buildings tourists didn't photograph. I hesitated at the corner, peering around the edge of a building. Finn was ahead, still walking. His pace hadn't changed. Again, he didn't look back. I followed, but now there was no crowd to hide in, just empty pavement and the sound of my footsteps echoing off stone walls. I tried to tread quieter, but every step seemed amplified in the silence. The street curved, following the natural slope of Bath's hills. My footsteps sounded too loud on the pavement. I tried tiptoeing, but my calves burned. My breath came faster, both from exertion and nerves. Finn stopped suddenly. I froze, ducking into a recessed doorway. Had he seen me? Did he know I was there? But he was just checking his phone again, the screen illuminating his face in pale blue light. He typed something. A text. Probably waiting, staring at the screen, then pocketed the device and continued on his way. I exhaled slowly, counting to 10 before going after him again. My hands were shaking. From cold or fear, I couldn't tell. The street narrowed further, becoming almost alley-like. The buildings pressed in on either side, tall and dark. There were fewer streetlights here, and the ones that existed cast more shadow than light. This wasn't the Bath tourists saw, the honey-colored stone and elegant crescents. This was the city's hidden architecture, its forgotten spaces, the places where the Georgian beauty gave way to Victorian utility, where the pretty facade ended. My instincts screamed at me to turn back. This was stupid, dangerous. What was I even trying to accomplish? Even if I discovered where Finn was going, what then? What did I plan to do with that information? But I'd come this far, and Finn was right there, just ahead, his silhouette barely visible in the gloom. Then he turned, not just his head, his whole body, pivoting sharply into what looked like a proper alley, not even a street, just a gap between buildings. A service access, maybe, or one of those medieval passages that still threaded through Bath's more ancient quarters. I reached the alley entrance and paused. It was dark, properly dark, the kind of darkness that felt solid, tangible. The buildings on either side rose 3, maybe 4 stories, blocking out what little light the moon provided. I could barely make out anything, just shapes, shadows, the suggestion of depth. This was a terrible idea. I knew it with absolute certainty. Every instinct I had, maternal, professional, basic survival, told me to go home. Forget this whole mad pursuit. Call Buffy. Tell her I was worried. Be honest for once in my life. But my feet moved forward anyway, drawn by something stronger than sense, curiosity, desperation, the need to know. The alley swallowed me whole. The sounds of the city, distant traffic, talking, music from pubs, all faded away, muffled by the stone walls on either side. My footsteps echoed, too loud, bouncing off the buildings. I tried to move quieter, placing each foot with care, but the sound seemed to multiply rather than diminish. I'd lost sight of Finn completely now. The darkness was too absolute. I took out my torch but stopped. The light would give me away instantly. I'd be a beacon, announcing my presence to anyone watching. I pocketed the torch and kept going, hands outstretched, feeling my way. The alley seemed to narrow further, or maybe that was just my imagination. The walls felt close, oppressive. The air smelled of damp stone and rubbish bins, that peculiar urban rot. How far did this go? It must come out somewhere. Another street, a courtyard, something. Alleys didn't just dead end, did they? Or maybe they did in Bath, with its layers of history, its odd medieval bones showing through the Georgian skin. My hand brushed against something cold and metallic. A drain pipe. I used it to orient myself, keeping close to the wall. My fingers trailed along rough brick, finding purchase in the mortar joints. Where was Finn? He couldn't have just vanished. Unless there was a door along here, some entrance I couldn't see in the dark. Unless he'd gone inside somewhere, and I wandered blindly down an empty alley like an idiot. Then I heard it. Footsteps, but not ahead of me, behind me. I stopped, every muscle tensing. The footsteps stopped, too. My heart hammered against my ribs. Someone was following me. Or I was being paranoid. Or both. I took a step forward. The footsteps behind me resumed, matching my rhythm exactly. Definitely not paranoia. I moved faster now, abandoning stealth for speed. The darkness surged in from all sides. I couldn't see anything. Not the walls. Not the ground. Not my hands in front of my face. It was disorientating, vertiginous. I might be about to bump into a wall or fall down steps or trip over something left in the path. The footsteps behind me were closer now, faster, heavier, deliberate, not trying to hide anymore. I broke into a run, or tried to. My foot caught on something, a rubbish bin, a step, an uneven paving stone, and I stumbled, catching myself against the wall. My palm scraped on rough brick, the skin tearing. Pain bloomed across my hands, but adrenaline kept me mobile. Run. I needed to run. But which direction? I'd lost all sense of orientation in the darkness. Forward? Back? The echoes made it impossible to tell where anything was. The alley could open up ahead, or it could dead end. I could be running towards safety, or towards a wall. My breath came in ragged gasps. Too loud. Everything was too loud. My footsteps, my breathing, my pulse thundering in my ears. The footsteps behind me, they weren't behind anymore. They were everywhere. The sound reverberating off walls, multiplying, surrounding me. A hand closed around my arm. Strong. Male. I tried to scream, try to wrench away, but before I could draw breath for either, something slammed into the back of my skull. Hard. Impossibly hard. Pain exploded through my head. White and blinding even in the darkness. The world tilted sideways. My knees buckled. I was falling, but the ground seemed very far away. Then nothing. Just nothing. Chapter 19. Buffy. The house felt wrong without Mum in it. I'd been awake since 6 a.m., staring at my phone, willing it to ring, willing her name to appear on the screen with some ridiculous explanation, lost track of time, phone died, stopped for a drink with an old friend, and it turned into a session. Anything. I'd take anything at this point. But there was nothing. Just the same lock screen I'd been refreshing compulsively for the past 9 hours. I sat on the edge of my bed, knees to my chest, and tried to think rationally. Mum had gone for a walk around 6 yesterday evening, said she needed to clear her head, that she'd be back in an hour. It was now 7 in the morning, and she'd been gone 13 hours. 13 hours. People didn't just disappear for 13 hours. Not in Bath. Not my mother, who texted me if she was going to be 5 minutes late picking me up from the train station. My hands shook as I pulled on yesterday's jeans and a jumper. Movement came from downstairs, and Finn's voice, low and soothing, probably talking to Dad. He'd come home just before midnight last night, smelling of beer and laughing about something one of his course mates had done. I'd been sitting on the sofa, phone in hand, pretending everything was fine while panic crawled up my throat. "Your mum's not back yet?" he'd asked, his smile fading as he'd taken in my expression. No. Maybe she bumped into someone? Lost track of time? For 6 hours? He'd sat beside me then, arm around my shoulders, and we'd waited together, watching terrible late-night television, not talking about the obvious. I went downstairs. Dad was propped up on the sofa, looking gray and diminished. The transfusion's effects had worn off completely now, leaving him even more exhausted than before. Finn was making tea in the kitchen, the kettle whistling. "Morning, sweetheart," Dad said, his voice thin. "Any news?" Nothing. I sank into the armchair opposite him, suddenly aware of how tired I was, how my eyes felt gritty and swollen, from crying at 3 in the morning when I thought no one could hear. "I'm going to call the police again. properly this time. We'd rung them last night around 11. 101. Not 999, because it wasn't an emergency yet. Just terrifying. But they'd been less than helpful. An adult missing for 5 hours wasn't really missing, apparently. People had the right to go where they wanted. Unless there was evidence of vulnerability or risk, they couldn't do much. Come back in 24 hours, they'd said. But that was 8 hours ago. We were getting closer to the magic number now. Finn emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 mugs. He was still in his clothes from last night. Dark jeans, black t-shirt, but he'd rolled up his sleeves, and there was a determined set to his jaw I hadn't seen before. He set the mugs down on the coffee table, steam rising in lazy spirals. "Right," he said. "We need a plan. Buffy, you ring them again. Tell them it's been 13 hours now. Graham, Mr. Parker, you rest. Doctor's orders. I'm going to go door to door. Talk to the neighbors. See if anyone saw anything." "You don't have to," Dad started. But Finn cut him off gently. "I want to help. Zoe's been nothing but kind to me. If I can do something useful, I'm doing it." I looked at him properly then. This man my mother didn't trust, who'd spent the past week injecting himself into our family. Right now, he just came across as someone who wanted to help. Someone who was genuinely worried. There was no trace of the smooth charm he usually wore, like armor. Just raw concern. "Thank you," I managed. "That would be good. Maybe start with Mrs. Freed next door? She's usually up early, walking her dog. She might have seen Mum leave last night." Finn nodded, already shrugging on his jacket. "I'll check the whole street, anyone who's around. Then I'll widen the search if we need to." He paused at the door. "We'll find her, Buff. I promise." He was gone before I could respond, the front door closing softly behind him. I stared at my phone, psyching myself up to make the call. Dad sipped his tea, his hands trembling. He was trying to hold it together, I could tell, but the effort was costing him. The cancer was always there, lurking beneath everything else. But right now, it felt almost secondary. Almost. "She's fine," he said, more to himself than to me. "She's got to be fine. This is your mother we're talking about. She's probably, I don't know, helping someone. You know what she's like. Always getting involved in other people's problems." I did know what she was like. Responsible, reliable, obsessive about communication. This wasn't like her at all. "Dad," I said quietly, "what if something's really wrong?" He stared at me then, fear in his eyes. Proper fear. The kind he'd been hiding since his diagnosis. Then we deal with it. Together. Like we always do. I dialed 101, pressing the phone to my ear. The automated voice asked me to select options. Press 1 for this, press 2 for that. I navigated through the menu, each second feeling like an hour. My leg bounced nervously, the tea in my mug rippling. Finally, a human voice. "Police non-emergency. How can I help you?" "I need to report a missing person. My mother. She's been gone since yesterday evening, about 6 o'clock. It's been over 13 hours now." I sounded steadier than I felt. The operator took details. Name, age, description, last known location. I answered mechanically, sounding strange. When had I become the kind of person who reported their mother missing to the police? How did I describe her in a way that made her real to a stranger? Blonde highlights, 5'6", wearing her blue coat, if I remember rightly. "And is there any reason to believe she's vulnerable or at risk?" the operator asked. I hesitated. Was there? Mum was 47, fit, healthy, not suffering from dementia or depression or any of the things that would make this an immediate priority. But her husband, my father, has terminal cancer, I said. The words still felt foreign in my mouth, even after months of saying them. She's been under a lot of stress, and this is completely out of character for her. She wouldn't just disappear without telling anyone. She's the most reliable person I know. I understand. We'll create a report and have an officer contact you within the next few hours. In the meantime, I'd suggest continuing to reach out to friends and family. checking local hospitals, posting on social media. The majority of missing person cases are resolved within 24 hours. What if this isn't one of those cases? There was a pause. The operator's voice softened. Let's take it one step at a time, shall we? An officer will be in touch soon. Try to stay positive. The call ended. I sat there, phone in hand, feeling utterly useless. What did they say? Dad asked. Someone will contact us. We should keep looking ourselves in the meantime. Dad nodded, but his eyes were closing again. The conversation had exhausted him. I should let him sleep, but the house felt too quiet with just the two of us. I opened Facebook on my phone, navigating to Mum's profile. When was the last time I posted on social media asking for help finding someone? Never. This was something that happened to other people, not to us. We were the Parkers from the nice house on the hill. These things didn't happen to us. Except they did. They were. I started typing. Has anyone seen my mum, Zoe Parker? She went out for a walk last night around 6 p.m. and hasn't come home. If you've seen her or know anything, please get in touch urgently. I attached the most recent photo I had of her from 2 weeks ago in the garden, squinting at the camera because the sun was in her eyes. She was laughing at something Dad had said, caught mid-moment. She looked so normal, so alive, so completely unlike someone who would vanish without a trace. My finger hovered over the post button. Once I pressed this, it became real, public. Everyone would know something was wrong. All my university friends, Mum's Pilates crowd, Dad's coworkers, the whole of Bath, potentially. But what choice did I have? I pressed it. The post went live. Within minutes, comments started appearing. Oh no! Thinking of you. Have you called the police? Unhelpful platitudes from people who meant well but couldn't do anything. Someone shared it. Then someone else. Soon it was spreading across Bath like wildfire. My mother's face appearing on screens across the city. Dad had dozed off on the sofa, his tea going cold on the table beside him. I drew the throw over him and moved to the window, eyeing the street. Monday morning now. People heading to work, walking dogs, living their normal lives while mine fell apart. Where are you, Mum? An hour passed, maybe more. Time felt slippery, hard to grasp. I made more tea that I didn't drink, checked my phone, refreshed Facebook. The post had been shared 40 times now, 50. Someone had created a hashtag, #Find Zoe Parker. It felt surreal. I tried her friends, the ones I had numbers for. Sarah, from her Pilates class, hadn't heard from her in days. Craig, from the theater company she worked with, occasionally hadn't seen her in weeks. Everyone was concerned, promising to keep an eye out. But no one knew anything. No one had any answers. The front door opened. Finn stepped inside, his face flushed from the cold. He'd been gone nearly 2 hours. Anything? I asked, knowing the answer from his expression. Mrs. Freed saw her leave around 6, just like you said, heading down the street towards town. She was alone, walking normally, didn't look distressed or anything. Finn took off his jacket, then ran a hand through his hair. I talked to people in about 15 houses. A couple of other people saw her walking, but that's it. No one saw anything unusual. So she just vanished somewhere between here and town? Looks like it. Finn moved closer, taking my hands in his. They were cold from being outside, rough against my skin. Buffy, I know this is scary, but your mom's smart. She's capable. Whatever's happened, she can handle it. What if she can't? What if she's hurt somewhere? Or... My voice broke. I'd been holding it together all morning, but suddenly the dam cracked. What if someone's taken her? What if she's... Hey, no, we're not doing that. Finn pulled me into a hug, and I let myself lean into him, just for a moment. He smelled of cold air and the washing powder Mum used. The police will find her, he said. We'll find her. She's going to be okay. I wanted to believe him. God, I wanted to believe him so badly. But we both knew the statistics. I'd studied enough psychology to know what happened to missing people. The longer someone was gone, the less likely they were to come home. The first 24 hours were critical. After that, from the sofa, Dad stirred, coughing. The sound was painful, rattling in his chest. His illness had its own timeline, completely indifferent to our current crisis. I should check on him. I stepped away from Finn. I'll make some more tea, Finn said. And something to eat. You need to keep your strength up. When's the last time you ate? I couldn't remember. Yesterday, lunch, maybe? Food seemed impossible right now. I'm not hungry. Doesn't matter. You need to eat. He was already going towards the kitchen, taking charge in a way I was grateful for. Someone needed to be practical while my world crumbled. I nodded, moving to Dad's side. His eyes fluttered open. He was confused for a moment about where he was. Any news? He asked, hope and dread mixing in his expression. Not yet, but we're doing everything we can. Finn talked to all the neighbors. I've posted on Facebook. The police are creating a proper report. He reached for my hand, his grip weak but determined. Your mother loves you so much, you know that? Whatever's happened, wherever she is, she's fighting to get back to you, to us. I wanted to believe that too. What if she's not coming back, Dad? The words had slipped out before I could stop them. The thought I'd been avoiding all morning suddenly given voice. Dad's face crumpled, but he got it back together. She is. She will. I know your mother. She's stubborn as hell and twice as fierce. Whatever trouble she's in, she'll fight her way out of it. But as the morning stretched on, as my phone stayed silent and the house felt emptier with every passing minute, belief became harder and harder to hold on to. Mom had been gone 15 hours now, and I had absolutely no idea where she was. Chapter 20. Buffy. Another day. The words sat heavy in my chest as I stared at the clock on the mantelpiece. Midday. Tuesday. Too long since Mom had walked out the door. Far too long. The living room felt smaller somehow, like the walls had crept inwards overnight. Dad was on the sofa, propped up by what seemed like every cushion we owned. He looked terrible. Skin gray, eyes sunken, but he'd refused to go back to bed. I need to be here, he'd said when I'd suggested it this morning, for when she comes home. I was perched on the arm of the sofa, Finn beside me. His hand found mine, warm and solid, and I let myself take comfort from it. Outside, a police car pulled up to the curb. 2 officers emerged, a woman in her 40s with dark hair in a tight bun, and a younger man, maybe early 30s, carrying a tablet. My stomach dropped. They're here, I said unnecessarily. We'd all seen them. Dad straightened up, wincing at the effort. He smoothed down his cardigan, ran a hand through his hair, trying to appear presentable, like appearances mattered right now. Like if we all just acted normal enough, this would turn out to be some terrible misunderstanding. The doorbell rang. Finn squeezed my hand before standing. I'll get it. He disappeared into the hallway. I heard the door open, voices, polite, professional, then footsteps, and the 2 officers entered our living room like they were stepping onto a stage. Mr. Parker? I'm Detective Sergeant Helen Morrison, and this is Detective Constable James Yates. The woman's voice was kind but businesslike. She was wearing a navy suit, sensible shoes. Her gaze scanned the room, taking everything in. The cold mugs of tea, the rumpled blankets, the Facebook post still open on my laptop screen. We're here to follow up on your wife's disappearance. Thank you for coming, Dad said, his voice steadier than it had any right to be. Please, sit down. D.S. Morrison took the armchair, while D.C. Yates remained standing, tablet at the ready. Finn settled back beside me, his hand finding mine again. I was grateful for it. The anchor of human contact when everything else felt like it was dissolving. I know this is difficult, Morrison began, her eyes moving between the 3 of us. But I need to ask some questions. Help us build a clearer picture of what might have happened. Whatever you need, Dad said. We just want to find her. Morrison nodded, pulling out a small notebook. We've checked your wife's bank accounts, credit cards, mobile phone. There's been no activity since Sunday evening. No withdrawals, No purchases, no calls or texts. The words landed like stones. I'd been hoping, stupidly, desperately hoping, that there'd be something. A transaction in London, a hotel booking in Edinburgh, anything that would explain where she'd gone. What does that mean? I asked, though I already knew. It means she hasn't used any of her cards or her phone since she disappeared. Morrison's tone was gentle, but didn't soften the blow, which is unusual. Most people, even if they're deliberately leaving, will use a cash machine or make a purchase within the first 24 hours. So something's happened to her. I sounded flat, dead. We don't know that yet, Morrison said quickly. But it does elevate our level of concern. We're treating this as a high-priority case now. Dad leaned forward, his hands clasped together. The knuckles were white. What are you doing to find her? What's the actual process here? This was the dad I remembered from before the cancer. The teacher who'd worked hard to provide for his family. Remained strong. The illness hadn't taken that from him yet. D.C. Yates eyed Morrison, who nodded for him to continue. We've issued a missing person report across all forces. Your wife's description, photograph, last known movements, all of that's been circulated. We've also flagged her passport with Border Force, so if she tries to leave the country, we'll know. But you don't think she's left the country, Dad said. It wasn't a question. No, Morrison admitted. Given the lack of activity on her accounts and the fact her passport is still in your home, she consulted her notes. We don't believe this is a voluntary disappearance. The room went quiet. The only sounds were the radiator ticking and Dad's labored breathing. Each breath sounded like it costs him something. What about CCTV? Finn asked. His thumb made small circles on the back of my hand, probably without him realizing. Bath's got cameras everywhere. Can't you track where she went? We're working on it. Yates tapped something on his tablet. But it's not like television. There are gaps in coverage, and reviewing footage takes time. We've got several sightings of someone matching your mom's description heading towards the city center Sunday evening, but after that? What? I pressed. Morrison took over. After that, we lose her. She seems to have gone into one of the older parts of the city. Narrow streets, fewer cameras. We're still reviewing what footage we have, but it's slow work. Dad's hands tightened around each other. You're saying my wife just disappeared into thin air? I'm saying we're doing everything we can to find her, Morrison said, firm on the matter. We've got officers conducting searches in the area where she was last seen. We're interviewing local businesses, checking with hospitals, talking to rough sleepers who might have seen something. Every piece of information we get, we follow up on. Have you found anything? I asked. Anything at all? Yates shifted his weight. We've had a few calls from the public, people who think they saw someone matching your mom's description. We're following up on all of them, but so far, nothing concrete. But you don't have much, do you? Dad's voice cracked. You don't actually know anything. Morrison's face softened. I won't lie to you, Mr. Parker. The first 48 hours are critical in a missing person case. We're approaching that window now, and we still don't have a clear picture of what happened. But we haven't given up. We won't give up. What does that mean, though? I asked. Critical? What happens after 48 hours? Morrison exchanged a glance with Yates. It was him who answered carefully. Statistically, if someone hasn't been found or made contact within 48 hours, the case becomes more complex. But that doesn't mean we stop looking. It just means we have to consider broader possibilities. Broader possibilities, Dad repeated. You mean you start looking for a body? We're not there yet, Morrison said. Quick off the mark. Right now, we're still very much conducting a search and rescue operation. We're exploring every avenue. What should we be doing? I sounded small, childlike. There must be something we can do. Keep doing what you're doing, Yates said. The social media posts have been helpful. We've had several calls from people who think they saw your mom Sunday evening. Keep her face out there. Keep reaching out to friends, colleagues, anyone who might know something. We've called everyone we can think of, I said. No one's heard from her. It's like she just vanished. And if we hear from her? Finn asked. If she contacts us? Call us immediately. Morrison pulled out a card and handed it to Dad. My direct number. Anytime, day or night. Dad took the card, staring at it like it might hold answers. His hands were shaking. She wouldn't just leave. Not without telling us. Not without. He gestured vaguely at himself, at the illness eating him alive. She wouldn't abandon me like this. Not when I'm... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. We're not assuming anything, Morrison said gently. But I have to ask, had your wife been under any unusual stress recently? Any financial problems, relationship difficulties, mental health concerns? Dad bristled, and I saw a flash of the old fire. My wife is not suicidal, if that's what you're implying. I'm not implying anything. But these are questions we need to ask. Standard procedure in cases like this. She's been stressed, I said quietly. All eyes turned to me, about Dad, about his illness. She's been, I don't know, different lately. More distracted, more anxious. Understandable. Morrison made a note. Terminal illness in the family puts enormous strain on everyone. But was there anything specific? Any arguments? Unusual behavior? I thought about Mum's paranoia about Finn. Her strange moods. The way she'd been watching him like he was a puzzle she couldn't solve. But how did I explain that without making her sound unhinged? Without making it seem like she'd had some kind of breakdown? Nothing specific, I lied. Just the normal stress of everything. Morrison made another note. And you, mister? Finn gave his name, then added, I'm Buffy's boyfriend. You've been staying here? Yes. I live in Bristol, but I've been here the past week or so. And your relationship with Mrs. Parker? Good, Finn said without hesitation. She's been welcoming. Kind. Made me feel like part of the family. Another lie, but a kind one. I squeezed his hand gratefully. Did you notice anything unusual about her behavior? Morrison pressed. Anything that struck you as out of character? Finn paused, thinking. She seemed tired, worried about Graham, Mr. Parker. But that's natural, isn't it? I just thought she was coping with a lot. Morrison nodded and closed her notebook. All right, we'll continue our investigation. If anything changes, if you remember anything, no matter how small it seems, contact us immediately. Sometimes the smallest detail can break a case open. What are the chances? Dad asked suddenly, his voice raw. Of finding her, alive. What are the actual statistics? Morrison and Yates exchanged a glance. It was Yates who answered. Most missing person cases are resolved within a few days. People turn up, or we find them. But I won't lie to you. The longer someone's missing without any activity on their accounts or phone, the more concerning it becomes. That's not an answer, Dad said. Because I don't have one, Yates admitted. Every case is different. We're doing everything we can. That's all I can promise you. Morrison stood, Yates joining him. We'll be in touch as soon as we have any updates. And Mr. Parker? She looked at Dad, her expression softening. Take care of yourself. You need to keep your strength up. For when your wife comes home. When, not if. I appreciated the kindness of it, even if we all knew it might be a lie. Finn showed them out. I heard the front door close, the police car starting up outside, the engine fading as they drove away. Then silence. Dad, Finn, and I stood in the living room, 3 people bound together by absence, by the woman who wasn't here. The space she should occupy felt enormous, a void that was swallowing everything around it. She's not coming back, is she? I whispered. Dad's face crumpled. For a moment, I thought he was going to argue, to insist that, of course she was, that we needed to stay positive. But he didn't. He just reached for my free hand, his grip weak and trembling. Finn was on my other side, solid and warm. The 3 of us stood there, connected by touch and terror, sharing a grief that hadn't crystallized into reality yet. But it was coming. I could feel it. We don't know that, Dad said, but his statement lacked conviction. We can't think like that. Then what do we think? I asked. Because I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to just wait. We keep hoping, Finn said. What else can we do? But hope felt like sand slipping through my fingers. Every hour that passed, it got harder to hold on to. Mum had been gone a long time, and the hope that she was coming home felt more and more like a fantasy we were telling ourselves. The radiator ticked. Outside, life continued. Cars passing, people walking, the world spinning on as though nothing was wrong. But in this room, in this moment, everything had stopped. We were frozen in the space between hope and acceptance. And I didn't know how much longer we could stay there. Chapter 21. Buffy. The house settled into its evening quiet, the type of silence that felt different from daytime. Heavier, more oppressive, like the darkness outside had crept in through the walls. I lay in bed, still fully clothed except for my shoes. I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten. Finn brought me a sandwich hours ago, but it was still sitting on my bedside table, curling at the edges. The bathroom light was on, casting a yellow rectangle across the hallway. I could hear the tap running, the sound of Finn brushing his teeth. Such a mundane sound. Such a normal, everyday thing to do while my mother was missing. 50 hours now. 50 hours of nothing. My phone sat on the duvet beside me, the screen dark. I'd checked it so many times today that the battery had died twice. No calls from the police. No mysterious texts from Mum explaining where she was. Just an endless stream of Facebook comments from people I barely knew, offering thoughts and prayers that meant absolutely nothing. Footsteps thudded on the stairs. Slow, labored. Dad. He appeared in the bathroom doorway, one hand braced against the frame for support. Even in the dim light, I could see how much the day had cost him. His face was gray, his breathing shallow. The effort of just existing seemed to be draining him. Finn, he said quietly, could you give us a moment? Finn spat into the sink, rinsed his mouth. Of course, Mr. Parker. He glanced towards the bedroom where I was lying, concern in his eyes, then headed downstairs, his footsteps fading towards the living room. Dad made his way to my bed, each step seeming to require calculation. He lowered himself onto the edge of the mattress, wincing. The springs creaked under his weight, or lack of it. He'd lost so much mass these past months. When he sat, the outline of his spine was visible through his cardigan. For a long moment, neither of us spoke. We just sat in the semi-darkness, the only light coming from the hallway. I could hear him breathing, that horrible sound that had become so familiar. I wanted to check on you, Dad said, his voice thin, reedy. You've been so strong today. Too strong, maybe. Someone has to be. That's not your job, sweetheart. You're 19. You should be at university, worrying about essays and hangovers. Not this, not any of this. Do you think she's alive? The question came out before I could stop it. Dad was quiet for so long I thought he wasn't going to answer. When he did, it was barely above a whisper. I don't know. The honesty of it broke something in me. I'd been waiting for him to reassure me, to tell me everything would be fine, that Mum would walk through that door any minute. But he couldn't. Because we both knew the truth. 50 hours, I whispered. We're past the 48-hour mark. No phone. No bank cards. Nothing. I know. The police said the first 48 hours are critical. It's too late now, isn't it? Dad reached for my hand. His skin was paper thin, cool to the touch. I could feel every bone, every tendon. Your mother is the strongest person I know. If anyone can survive whatever's happened, it's her. But what if she can't? What if she's? I couldn't say it. Couldn't make it real by putting it into words. Then we deal with it, Dad said. Together. Like we always do. I looked at him properly then. Really looked at him. The cancer had hollowed him out, left him a shadow of the man he was. His cheeks were sunken, his eyes too large in his face. How much more could he take? How much more could any of us take? Dad, I said, do you need help? Getting back to bed? Or your medication? Or… No. He was firm, almost sharp. Don't worry about me, Buffy. Focus on your mum. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're dying. The word hung between us. We never said it usually. We danced around it with euphemisms. Illness, condition, situation. But tonight, there was no energy left for pretense. I am, Dad agreed. His shoulders sagged, like he was relieved someone had said it out loud. But right now, that's not what matters. What matters is finding your mother. That's where all your energy needs to go. Not on me. I need you to promise me that. Whatever happens with me, you focus on finding her. How can I not worry about you? You can barely make it up the stairs. You haven't eaten properly in days. I'm managing, he interrupted. I've got enough in me yet. But your mother needs you more than I do right now. Wherever she is, she needs us to keep looking. Keep hoping. Don't give up on her. I can't lose both of you. My voice broke. I can't. Dad pulled me into a hug. He was all bones and angles, but his arms still felt safe, still felt like home. You haven't lost anyone yet. We don't know what's happened. There's still time. But we both heard the lie in it. The statistics didn't lie. After 48 hours, the chances of finding someone alive dropped dramatically. I'd learned that in my psychology course last term. Never thought I'd be living it. I pressed my face into his shoulder, breathing in the smell of him, soap and illness, and the faint trace of his old cologne. When did he become so fragile? When did my father, who used to throw me up in the air and catch me, become someone I was afraid might break? I'm scared, I whispered. I know. So am I. We stayed like that for a long moment, father and daughter, clinging to each other in the wreckage of our family. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window panes. November was coming. Winter. How could seasons keep changing when everything had stopped for us? Finally, Dad drew back. His eyes were wet, but he was trying to smile. It didn't reach the rest of his face. You should get some rest. Tomorrow might. He didn't finish. Tomorrow might bring news. Tomorrow might bring answers. Tomorrow might bring the worst thing we could imagine. Will you be all right? I asked. Getting back to your room? I'll manage. He stood slowly, every movement an effort. He gripped the bedpost for support, his knuckles white. I've been managing for months now. What's one more night? I love you, I said. I love you too, more than anything. He paused at the door, one hand on the frame. In the dim light, he looked like a ghost already. Your mother loves you more than life itself. Whatever's happened, wherever she is, she's thinking of you. I know it. How do you know? Because I know your mother. Even at the end of the world, you'd be her first thought. He coughed. You've always been her whole world, Buffy. Her reason for everything. Then he was gone, shuffling down the hallway to his room. His door closed. The bed springs creaked as he lowered himself onto the mattress. Then silence. A few minutes later, Finn reappeared in the doorway. Is it okay if I come back up? I nodded. He slipped into the room, closing the door softly behind him. You should get some sleep, he said gently, sitting on the edge of the bed where Dad had been. The mattress was still warm from his body heat. I can't. I know. But you should try. He reached for my hand and threaded his fingers through mine. You need to keep your strength up. For when they find her. He settles beside me, on top of the covers, and I curled into him. His arm went around me, solid and warm. He smelled of toothpaste and the fabric softener Mum used. Uses. She's not coming home, is she? I whispered into the darkness. Finn was quiet for a moment. I could feel his chest rise and fall with his breathing. Then, I don't know, Buff. I really don't know. It was the honesty I needed. Not false hope, not empty reassurances. Just truth. Everyone keeps saying she'll turn up, that most missing people are found. But they don't mean found alive, do they? Don't think like that. Why not? It's been 50 hours. No activity on her phone or bank cards. The police have checked everywhere. If she was just lost or confused or taking some time to herself, she'd have used her card by now. She'd have charged her phone. She'd have something. Finn's arm tightened around me. Maybe her phone broke. Maybe she lost her purse. And maybe she's dead. The word came out flat, emotionless. I'd said it so many times in my head today that it had lost its power to hurt. Maybe she's been dead since Sunday night, and we're just sitting here waiting for someone to find her body. Buffy, it's true though, isn't it? That's what everyone's thinking. The police, the neighbors, everyone on Facebook sharing her photo. They're not sharing it because they think she's lost. They're sharing it because they think she's been murdered. I closed my eyes, but sleep felt impossible. My mind wouldn't stop spinning. Images of Mum, memories, fears. Where was she? What had happened? Was she cold? Was she hurt? Was she... I couldn't finish the thought. My phone buzzed on the bedside table. I grabbed it, heart leaping. But it was just another Facebook notification. Someone else sharing Mum's photo. Another stranger offering meaningless condolences, thoughts and prayers with the family. As if thoughts and prayers ever brought anyone back, I turned the phone face down and closed my eyes again. Somewhere out there, my mother was gone, vanished, possibly dead. And there was nothing I could do about it. The thought was unbearable. I'd spent my whole life with her as this constant presence, sometimes annoying, often overbearing, always there. She was the person I called when something went wrong, the person who knew how I took my tea, what films made me cry, which jumper was my favorite even though it was falling apart. How did you just lose someone like that? Downstairs, the house creaked. The radiators ticked. Outside, an owl called. A lonely, mournful sound that made me think of funerals. All that mattered was that she was gone. And with every hour that passed, the likelihood of her coming back diminished, like a light slowly fading, until there was nothing left but darkness. I pulled the duvet up higher, suddenly cold despite Finn's warmth beside me. The heating was on. The boiler hummed, but I couldn't get warm. Hadn't been able to since yesterday. 50 hours. We were past the critical window now, past the point where most people were found alive. I didn't want to think about it. Didn't want to imagine the phone call, the knock at the door, the sympathetic faces telling us what we already knew. But I couldn't stop myself. The images came unbidden. Mum lying somewhere cold and dark, hurt. Her phone dead in her pocket. Her body undiscovered in some forgotten corner of the city. Or worse, found, identified, in a morgue somewhere while we sat here clinging to hope. I squeezed my eyes shut tighter, trying to force the thoughts away, but they persisted. Because deep down, in a place I didn't want to acknowledge, I already knew the truth. Mum wasn't coming home. And tomorrow, or the day after, or the day after that, we were going to have to accept it. Finn's breathing slowed beside me. He'd fallen asleep, his arms still around me, anchoring me to something real. But I lay there awake, staring at the ceiling in the dark. The cracks in the plaster formed patterns, faces, animals, shapes that didn't resolve into anything real, like those optical illusions, where you can see two different images depending on how you look. I used to lie here as a child, making up stories about those patterns. Mum would sit on the edge of the bed, stroking my hair, telling me they were magic, that they'd keep me safe while I slept. "The cracks are watching over you," she'd say. "They'll make sure nothing bad happens." But there was no magic now, no safety. The cracks were just cracks. Just the terrible certainty that everything was falling apart and there was nothing any of us could do to stop it. The house creaked again, settling, or mourning. I couldn't tell the difference anymore. And I waited in the dark for a dawn I was terrified to face. Because whatever tomorrow brought, I knew it wouldn't be good news. The critical window had closed, and my mother was still gone. Chapter 22. Zoe. I couldn't breathe. The thought arrived before consciousness fully did, dragging me up from the black-like hands around my throat. My lungs convulsed, desperate, clawing for air that wouldn't come. I gasped. but my chest wouldn't expand properly. Something was crushing it, suffocating me. Then, air. A tiny thread of it, stale and thick and wrong, but air. I sucked it in greedily, my whole body arching with the effort. The movement sent lightning through my skull. Pain detonated at the back of my head, white-hot and blinding. I cried out, but the sound came out strangled, pathetic. Breathe. Just breathe. But the air tasted wrong, felt wrong. Too warm, too close, like breathing through a wet cloth. My eyes snapped open. Nothing. Absolute darkness. The kind of darkness that had weight, that pressed against your eyeballs. I blinked. Once. Twice. The darkness didn't change, not even a hint of light. Not even the vague shapes you could usually make out in a dark room. Where am I? The question floated somewhere in my foggy brain, distant and confused. I tried to move, to sit up, but my hands hit resistance. Hard, solid, right above my face. I froze. What? I lifted my hand again, more deliberately this time. My knuckles connected with something wooden, rough, maybe 6 inches above my nose. I pressed against it. It didn't shift. My other hand. Same thing. Solid surface. Running parallel to my body, I reached to the side. More wood. Close. Too close. My elbows bent awkwardly in the confined space. No. No, no, no. I attempted to bend my knees. My feet hit something. Wood again. I lay flat on my back in something narrow. Something that fitted my body like the thought wouldn't form. My brain refused to complete it. I placed both palms flat to the surface above me and pushed. Nothing. I pushed harder, straining. Every muscle engaged. The wood didn't budge. Didn't even creak. What is this? What's happening? My head throbbed viciously, making it hard to think, hard to piece together anything coherent. There were fragments, images, sensations, but they wouldn't connect. I was somewhere, doing something. Home. I remembered home. Graham on the sofa, Buffy and Finn in the living room. I'd told them I was going for a walk, needed to clear my head. But why? Why did I need to clear my head? The pieces started sliding together, slowly, painfully. Finn. I was following Finn. Yes, that was right. He'd said he was going out with friends, but I hadn't believed him, hadn't trusted him. So I'd left the house first, hidden across the street, waited for him to leave. Then I'd followed him, through the streets, towards the city center, into those older parts of Bath, where the tourists didn't go. Narrow streets, dim lighting, then an alley. A dark alley. Too dark. I'd followed anyway. Stupid. So stupid. And then, the memory hit like a physical blow. Footsteps behind me. Not ahead. Behind. A hand grabbing my arm. Something hard slamming into the back of my skull. Pain. Darkness. And now, this. I ran my hands along the surface above me again, more frantically now. My fingers traced the grain of the wood, found rough patches, splinters. It was unfinished. Cheap wood. I brushed my hands to the sides, feeling the joints where the pieces connected. I was in a box. A wooden box, barely wider than my shoulders, barely longer than my body. The shape of it registered with horrible, creeping certainty. No. I pushed against the lid again. Harder. Desperate. It didn't move at all. No. Please. No. My breathing quickened. Short, sharp gasps. The air felt thicker now. Harder to pull in. Each breath took more effort than it should. I reached up again, resting my palms flat against the wood. And that's when I felt it. The lid wasn't smooth. There was something covering it. Fabric. Canvas, maybe. Rough against my fingertips. And beyond that, I pressed harder, focusing all my attention on what I was feeling. Weight. Not just the weight of the lid. Something heavier. Something that shifted when I shoved. Granular and dense. My brain supplied the word before I was ready for it. Earth. No. No, 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 no. Soil, dirt, the weight of it bearing down on the lid, on the canvas, on the coffin I was trapped in. Because that's what this was. That's what I'd been refusing to acknowledge. A coffin. I'm in a coffin. The panic that had been building in my chest exploded. Pure, primal terror flooding every cell. I thrashed, slamming my fists on the wood above me, my feet kicking at the end. The coffin rattled but didn't give. Didn't crack. Didn't open. Help! The scream tore out of my throat, raw and desperate. Help me! Someone help me! But the sound died instantly. Muffled. Absorbed by the wood and earth. There was no echo. No sense that the sound was traveling anywhere beyond this tiny box. I screamed again anyway. And again. Wordless. Animal sounds of terror. I pounded my fists on the lid until they were numb. Until I felt wetness. Blood, probably. But I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. I had to get out. Had to break through. Had to. The air. Oh, God, the air. My chest heaved, trying to fill my lungs. But each breath brought less oxygen than the last. The tightness wasn't just panic. It was real. The air in this box was finite, and I used it up with every gasping breath, every scream. I was suffocating. The thought paralyzed me for a moment. I froze, fists still raised, trying to control my breathing. Slow it down, conserve oxygen, but I couldn't. The panic wouldn't let me. My body wouldn't cooperate. My lungs kept heaving, demanding more air that wasn't there. How long had I been down here? Hours? Days? How much air was left? I flattened my palms to the lid again, pushing with everything I had. The wood groaned but held. I tried again. Again. My arms shook with effort. My shoulders screamed, but the lid didn't move. Above it, I could feel the earth. Tons of it, boring down, keeping me trapped. I've been buried alive. The words echoed in my head, stark and terrible. Buried. Alive. Someone had put me in this box, nailed the lid shut, dug a hole, lowered me into the ground, covered me with earth, left me here to die. Who? Finn? Was it Finn? But it didn't matter. Nothing mattered except getting out, except surviving. I clawed at the wood now, nails scraping the grain. Splinters drove under my fingernails, and they tore. But I didn't care. I had to break through, had to dig my way out. But that was insane. Even if I could break through the coffin lid, and I couldn't, the wood was too solid. There was earth above it. How much? 6 feet? More? I'd have to dig through it all with my bare hands while the loose soil collapsed in on me, filled the coffin, buried me faster. There was no way out. The realization settled over me like ice water. There's no way out. I'm going to die here. The terror crystallized into something even worse. Certainty. Cold, absolute certainty. I was going to die in this box. In the dark, alone. And no one would find me. Not in time. Maybe not ever. Buffy, I whispered, hoarse from screaming. Graham. Their names were a prayer, a plea. But they couldn't hear me. No one could. I was too far underground. Too far from anything. My breathing accelerated again despite my efforts to control it. Short, rapid gasps that burned my throat. The air tasted stale now. Used up. Each breath felt thinner than the last, like trying to breathe at high altitude. How long did it take to suffocate? Minutes? Hours? I didn't want to know. Didn't want to lie here counting down my remaining breaths. I pounded on the lid again, weaker now. My hands hurt. My whole body hurt. The back of my head throbbed where I'd been hit, a steady pulse of agony. Please, I sobbed into the darkness. Please, someone, anyone, help me. But there was no one. Just me and the dark and the dwindling air. I thought of Buffy, my beautiful, brilliant daughter. What would she think when I didn't come home? She'd worry. Call the police. They'd search. But would they find me? How could they? I could be anywhere. In any field, any woods, any forgotten corner of countryside. And Graham, my dying husband, who needed me. What have I done? The question looped in my head. What have I done? What have I done? I should have stayed home. Should have trusted Finn. Or at least left him alone. Should have focused on my family instead of playing detective. Now I was going to die because of my own stupidity. The air grew thinner still. Each breath was a struggle now. My chest ached with the effort. My vision, not that there was anything to see, sparkled at the edges. Little lights dancing in the darkness. Hypoxia, probably. My brain beginning to shut down from lack of oxygen. I closed my eyes. Not that it made any difference, open or closed. It was the same absolute darkness, but it felt right somehow. More peaceful. Was this what dying felt like? This gradual dimming? Like a candle burning down? I thought of my mother, dead 15 years now. Was she waiting for me somewhere? Or was there just more darkness? My hands fell to my sides, too tired to keep fighting. My breathing slowed, but not from effort, just exhaustion, just surrender. I'm so tired. So very tired. And cold. When did I get so cold? Maybe if I slept, I'd wake up and this would have been a nightmare. A terrible, vivid nightmare brought on by stress and grief and too much wine. But I knew that wasn't true. This was real. The coffin was real. The earth above me was real. The dying was real. I'm sorry, I whispered to the darkness. To Buffy. To Graham. To whoever might be listening in to whatever came after. I'm so sorry. My chest rose and fell, each breath shallower than the last. The darkness inched closer, and I let it come. Chapter 23. Zoe. No! Stop screaming, stop thrashing, stop wasting oxygen like a fucking idiot. The thought cut through the panic like a scalpel, cold and sharp. I forced my body to go still, forced my lungs to slow their frantic heaving. It was like trying to calm a drowning person, except I was both the drowning person and the would-be rescuer, and we were having a violent disagreement about priorities. In through the nose, count to 4. Out through the mouth, count to 6. My workshop brain kicked in. The part of me that built escape rooms for a living, that designed puzzles meant to terrify people while keeping them safe. The irony would be hilarious if I wasn't about to die in what amounted to the world's worst immersive experience. The air still tasted like death warmed over, but my head began to clear. Slightly. Enough to think beyond the blind animal terror. Okay, Zoe, what do we know about being buried alive? More than you'd think, actually. Because 3 years ago, Graham and I watched that film, the one with Ryan Reynolds trapped in a coffin in Iraq. I'd been researching confined space horror for a client who wanted an extreme burial escape room experience, which I'd ultimately refused to build because some lines you didn't cross, even for money. The film had been educational. Afterwards, because I was the sort of person who couldn't watch a thriller without picking apart the mechanics, I'd spent an evening on the internet learning exactly how realistic it was. Graham had found me at 2 a.m, scrolling through survival forums and Wikipedia articles about coffin dimensions and soil density. Planning my funeral? He joked, back when we could still joke about death, before the cancer made it real. Now my husband was dying slowly in our house while I was dying quickly in a box underground. And neither scenario was remotely funny. Focus, Zoe. What had I learned that night? What tiny scraps of information had I filed away, never imagining I'd actually need them? Oxygen first. In a standard coffin buried 6 feet down, you had maybe an hour of breathable air if you stayed calm, less if you panicked. Much less if you screamed and thrashed and generally behaved like I just had. How long had I been down here? 10 minutes since I woke? 20? Impossible to tell. Time moved differently in the dark, either glacially slow or terrifyingly fast. Never normal. My head still pounded from where someone cracked it open, and dried blood matted my hair. Finn? Had to be Finn. I'd followed him into that alley like an idiot playing at detective. And now I was playing at corpse. But I'm not dead yet. I ran my hands along the wood again, slower this time, more purposeful. This wasn't about panic, this was about assessment. This was what I did. I examined spaces, understood their structure, found their weaknesses. The wood was rough, unfinished. Cheap pine, maybe. Not a proper coffin at all, which meant whoever put me here hadn't planned ahead. They'd improvised, used what they had available. That was good. Improvisation meant mistakes. I traced the joints where the pieces connected. Nails, not screws. I could feel them. Thick and crude, driven in at angles. The lid wasn't sealed, just nailed down. And the sides, yes, the sides felt thinner than the top. The whole thing was shoddily constructed. Because it wasn't meant to last. It was just meant to kill me. The earth pressing down on the lid shifted as I pushed against it. Not much, just enough to confirm what I suspected. I wasn't buried deep. Couldn't be. The weight wasn't massive. Maybe 3 feet of soil? 4 at most? If this were a properly constructed coffin buried properly deep, I'd be finished. But this was an old box in a shallow grave. And shallow graves were where hope lived. Ryan Reynolds had a lighter in that film. And a phone, briefly. And a knife. I had nothing except my own 2 hands and a brain that wouldn't shut up even when I was literally dying. But there was something else I'd learned that night. Something I'd read on some morbid survival forum written by people who thought too much about worst-case scenarios. The shirt method. It sounded insane. It probably was insane. But it was also the only chance I had. I fumbled with my top. Where was my coat? No time to think of that now, Zoe. My fingers were clumsy, shaking, but I managed to work it up and over my head. The movement used precious air and precious energy, but I didn't let myself think about that. The fabric came free. I lay there in my bra, in a coffin like some kind of demented underwear advertisement. The absurdity almost made me laugh, but that would waste oxygen I didn't have. I folded the jumper, difficult in the confined space, with my elbows banging against the walls, and pressed it against my face, covered my nose and mouth completely. This was the theory, learned from some internet stranger who may have been completely full of shit. If you were buried alive and managed to break through the coffin, the soil would collapse in. You'd be flooded with dirt that would pour into your mouth, your nose, your lungs. You'd drown in earth before you could claw your way up. But if you had fabric covering your face, acting as a filter, you might just be able to breathe through the soil as you dug. Might. It was a long shot. The longest shot. The kind of shot that only worked in films and fever dreams. But it was all I had. Right. Breaking out of the box then. I pressed my palms against the lid again, searching for the weakest point. The wood creaked. Age, maybe. Or just poor construction. I traced along the grain, looking for cracks, splits, anything I could exploit. There. My fingers found it. A hairline fracture running along one of the boards, maybe 18 inches long. It was barely perceptible, but it was there. The wood was old, dried out, brittle. I positioned my hands on either side of the crack and pushed. Hard. The wood groaned but held. Again. Harder this time. I ignored the screaming in my shoulders, the throb in my skull, the way Graham's face kept flashing in my mind, gray and gaunt in his armchair, waiting for me to come home. Again, something shifted. A tiny movement, but definite. The fracture was widening. My breath came faster despite my efforts to control it. I braced my palms against the crack and pushed with everything I had. Every ounce of strength, every desperate survival instinct, every furious thought about Finn and whoever had done this to me. The wood splintered. I felt it more than heard it. A sudden give. A crack that traveled along the grain. Yes. Yes. I worked my fingers into the gap, ignoring the splinters driving into my skin. Blood made everything slippery, but that might actually help. I pulled, levering the wood apart. My set design work had taught me about stress points, about how materials failed. This box was failing beautifully. It split. Not completely, but enough. Enough for dirt to start trickling through. Oh, Christ. This was it. This was the moment. If I'd miscalculated, if the theory was wrong, if I couldn't hold my nerve, no time to think. The gap was widening, and soil was pouring in, cold and gritty and real. With the jumper still over my face, I clawed at the broken wood. The board came away in chunks. Splinters tore at my palms, but I didn't care. Couldn't care. The earth above collapsed into the space, a torrent of soil that buried my chest, my neck, my face, so heavy. I was drowning in it just like I'd feared, its mass bearing down, filling every gap. I breathed through the jumper. I'm breathing. That's the important thing. I'm still breathing. I dug upwards, hands scraping through the dirt, pushing it down and away from my face. The soil was loose, recently disturbed, recently packed down. It shifted and moved, but also kept collapsing back, trying to bury me faster than I could dig. My lungs burned. The jumper was clogged, heavy with dirt. Keep going, keep moving. Up, always up. I thought about Buffy, about one of the last times I'd seen her, rolling her eyes at something I'd said about Finn, about how I'd dismissed her irritation, too focused on my own suspicions. What if those were my last memories of my daughter? What if she never knew what happened to me? And Graham who needed his medication at 8 o'clock. Graham who could barely get to the bathroom on his own anymore. Graham who I'd been lying to, cheating on, resenting for dying too slowly. I couldn't leave them, wouldn't leave them. My right hand broke through something. Not the surface, but something less resistant. A gap between soil layers, maybe. An air pocket? I couldn't tell. Everything was black and close and impossible. I pulled myself up another few inches. My shoulders were through the broken coffin now. Soil poured down around me, filling the space I'd left behind. The box was completely ruined, disintegrated behind me. I climbed through earth like swimming through concrete, and my muscles screamed and my lungs screamed, and every cell in my body screamed for oxygen that wouldn't come. The jumper slipped. I tried to grab it, but my fingers wouldn't cooperate anymore. Too numb, too slow. It was gone, lost somewhere in the dirt below me. My face was buried in soil, my mouth full of it. I couldn't breathe at all, couldn't see, couldn't hear anything except the roar of blood in my ears and the sound of earth sliding and shifting around me. I was going to die here, just inches, maybe miles from the surface. I was going to die. My vision went sparkly again, those little lights dancing at the edges. My body was shutting down. Oxygen deprivation, brain damage coming any second now. But I kept digging, because what else was there? What else could I possibly do except dig upwards until my hand stopped working? One hand over the other, push the dirt down, pull myself up. My arms were lead weights. My chest was on fire. There was no air left anywhere in the world. Buffy's face flashed in my mind. Not the eye-rolling teenager, but the little girl who used to make me daisy chains in the garden, who believed I could fix anything. Graham on the sofa, wasting away, wondering where I'd gone. They needed me. I needed to get back to them. My hand hit something different. Not soil. Something solid, hard, cold. Rock? Root? I couldn't tell. My fingers were numb, useless. I traced its shape, but my brain wouldn't process the information anymore. It was just there, an obstacle, another way I was going to fail. I tried to push past it, but I couldn't. Couldn't get leverage, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The darkness was absolute now. Not just around me, but inside me, flooding in from all sides. I'd failed. I was going to die here after all. In the dirt. Alone. Unmissed until it was far too late. My hand went slack against whatever I'd hit. My body sagged in the earth, held up only by the packed soil around me. Just a few more seconds. That was all I had left. A few more seconds. and then nothing. The sparkles in my vision were fading now, going dark, everything going dark. I'm sorry, Buffy. I'm sorry, Graham. I'm so sorry. Chapter 24. Zoe. One last try. The thing I'd been clawing at wasn't as solid as I'd thought. Not rock. The edges crumbled under my fingers. It was compacted soil, harder than the loose earth around it, but not immovable, just packed down by time and pressure. I scraped at it frantically, my nails tearing even more, and suddenly chunks broke away. Space where there hadn't been space before. Air where there hadn't been air. My hand punched through into nothing. The shock of it jump-started something in my brain. Some primitive survival mechanism that wouldn't let me quit, even when quitting seemed like the only reasonable option. I scrabbled at the gap, widening it, tearing at the earth with what was left of my strength. My face broke through. Air hit my skin like a slap, real air, cold air that tasted of rain and grass and life. I gasped, choked, vomited soil and spit and bile. Gasped again. My lungs screamed, confused, trying to remember how to process actual oxygen instead of dirt. I dug myself further out. Shoulders, chest. My body was so heavy, waterlogged with exhaustion, but I kept pulling, keep dragging myself up and out until I lay on solid ground, half my body still buried, retching into the grass. I'm out. I'm alive. I was out and I was alive, and those two facts didn't make sense together, but they were real. They were happening. I lay there for what might be seconds or might be hours, just breathing. Each breath was agony. My lungs felt scraped raw. My throat was shredded, and I kept coughing up dirt. But it was the best agony I'd ever felt, because I was breathing. I wasn't dead. When my vision stopped swimming, I lifted my head. I was in a field, just a field, unremarkable and flat, bordered by hedgerows that were barely visible in the darkness. Grass, brittle and yellowing, scratched at my filthy skin. The tree I'd emerged beside was ancient, gnarled, its thick roots snaking along the surface. One of them must have created a weak spot in the soil above me, a gap just big enough for me to break through. Thank God for old trees and their wandering roots. The nearest lights were far away. So far, they looked like stars that had fallen to earth and gave up trying to get back. A farmhouse, maybe, or a village on the horizon. Too far to matter right now. Above me, the sky was clear. Black and infinite and full of actual stars. The real ones, cold and indifferent to whether I lived or died. The moon was a sliver, a waning crescent, which meant it had been at least a day since I was taken, maybe 2. Hard to remember where we were in the lunar cycle before Finn had tried to murder me. The thought crystallized slowly, forming like ice across water. Finn had tried to murder me. I rolled onto my side, every muscle protesting, and looked at what was almost my grave. The disturbed earth was obvious now. A rough rectangle beside the tree, maybe 6 feet by 3. Soil heaped around it in careless mounds. In daylight, anyone walking past would see it immediately. But who walked through random fields in the middle of nowhere? The hole I'd come through was ragged, ugly, clumps of dirt and shredded wood scattered around it. Evidence of desperation, of animal panic. I did that. I actually did that. Part of me still couldn't believe it. Part of me was waiting to wake up, still trapped in the box, the escape just another suffocation dream before the end. But the cold air kept biting at my bare skin. I was still in just my bra and jeans covered in dirt and blood, and Christ knew what else. And the pain was too specific to be imaginary. The throb in my skull, the sting of splinters in my palms, the soreness of ripped-off fingernails, the raw ache of my lungs. I'm really here, really alive. And Finn really tried to kill me. The anger arrived late, behind the shock and exhaustion. But when it came like a wave, like a tsunami. It started as a simmer in my stomach and built, rising through my chest, flooding my brain with white-hot fury. That smug little bastard, that charming, adaptable, too perfect little shit, who'd smiled at Graham and complimented my cooking and fucked my daughter and then knocked me out and buried me alive. My hands curled into fists, dirt grinding under my broken nails. He must have followed me, realized I was following him, led me into that alley deliberately, hit me from behind like the coward he was. And then what? Drove me somewhere. Here, wherever here was. Had a box ready? Or found one. Shoved me inside, nailed it shut, dug a shallow grave and lowered me into it. Covered me with earth. Left me to suffocate in the dark. My breath came faster. Not from exertion this time. From rage. Had he gone home afterwards? Walked back into our house, into Buffy's and Graham's lives, and sat down for dinner? Had he asked Buffy where I was? Had he helped Graham to the bathroom? Had he slept in my daughter's bed, knowing what he'd done? The thought made me want to scream, want to dig my fingers back into the earth and pull up rocks to throw at something, anything. But I didn't scream, didn't move. Just lay there in the grass, staring at my almost grave, and let the fury burn through me until it crystallized into something colder, harder, more useful. The police. That's what normal people would do. Normal people would call the police, report an attempted murder, let the justice system handle it. But I wasn't feeling particularly normal right now. I lay half naked in a field, covered in grave dirt, having just busted my way out of my own burial, and I was thinking about Finn. About his easy smile, his keen blue eyes, that serpent and dagger tattoo that should have been a warning. I was thinking about how he'd explained my disappearance. She went for a walk, he'd say, all concern and confusion. She never came back. We're so worried. He'd comfort Buffy while she cried, hold her while she grieved, play the supportive boyfriend, the caring, almost son-in-law. And Graham. Graham would waste away wondering where I'd gone. His last weeks poisoned by my absence. He was already dying. The cancer eating through his lungs, stealing his breath bit by bit. And now he'd spend whatever time he had left wondering if I'd abandoned him. If I'd just walked away from our marriage and never looked back, unless I stopped Finn first. The thought settled over me like a coat, like armor. This wouldn't be handled by the police. Couldn't be. Because even if I reported it, even if I staggered to that distant farmhouse and called 999 and told them everything, what evidence did I have? Finn would say I was confused, injured, making accusations. He'd produce an alibi. He was smart, too smart. And I'd be the hysterical woman who'd cheated on her dying husband, who'd already suspected her daughter's boyfriend of God knows what, who had a history of paranoia and jealousy and poor decisions. They might not even believe me. But more than that, more than any practical consideration about evidence or justice or what I could prove, I didn't want to hand this over to strangers. Didn't want to sit in a police station drinking terrible tea while some detective with kind eyes and zero understanding took my statement. I wanted Finn. I wanted to look him in his blue eyes and watch his performance crumble. Wanted to see the moment he realized I'd survived, that I'd clawed my way back from his makeshift grave and I was coming for him. I wanted revenge. The word should frighten me, should make me pull back, reconsider, remember that I was a mother and a wife and a person who designed theatrical experiences, not some vigilante from a pulp thriller. But I was also a person who'd just spent God knows how long buried alive, who'd felt the air run out, who'd tasted death. And I was done being reasonable. I pushed myself up to sitting, my body screaming in protest. Everything hurt. Everything. But the anger provided a kind of anesthetic, numbing the worst of it. I looked down at myself. I was a horror show, caked in dirt from head to toe, hair matted with blood and soil, skin torn and bleeding in a dozen places. My bra, once white, now the color of old bone, was streaked with grime. If I tried to walk to that farmhouse looking like this, they'd call an ambulance before I'd finished explaining, or run inside and lock the door. I needed to clean up, needed to think, needed to plan. Because if I was going after Finn, and I was, God help me, I was Tom. I needed to be smart about it. Smarter than him. I needed to use everything I knew about manipulation and misdirection and creating immersive experiences that trapped people in psychological prisons. It was what I did, after all. Built traps. Created scenarios where people thought they had control, but they were actually exactly where I wanted them. I'd spent years perfecting the art of leading people through fear, making them believe they were in danger while keeping them safe, making them feel like they might die while ensuring they walked out intact. Now, I was going to use those same skills for real. Finn had buried me alive. Amateur hour. Sloppy work. A shallow grave. A weak box. Not even properly checking I was dead first. I'm going to show him how it's done. The thought sent something cold through my chest. Not quite pleasure. Not quite satisfaction. Something darker. Something that probably should worry me but didn't. I took a deep breath. Still glorious, still impossible, still mine, and looked up at the stars again. This is for me, I whispered to the universe, to the indifferent sky, to whatever deity might be listening. Not the police, not justice, me. A promise, a vow, a line crossed that I wouldn't be able to uncross. But I didn't care. Finn had tried to kill me, put me in a box and buried me like rubbish, left me to die choking on dirt. And now I was going to return the favor. I just needed to figure out how. And, more immediately, I needed to figure out where the hell I was and how to get home without alerting anyone to the fact that I was alive. Because surprise was going to be my best weapon. Finn thought I was dead, thought he'd won. Let him think it a little longer. Let him get comfortable. Let him believe he was safe. And then I'd show him exactly what happened when you buried someone who knew how to build escapes for a living. Someone who understood exactly how to trap a person, how to make them feel the walls were closing in, how to strip away every false sense of security until there was nothing left but raw terror. I'd been practicing on strangers for years. Time to put those skills to proper use. I got to my feet. My legs nearly gave out, but I locked my knees and stayed upright through sheer stubbornness. The field stretched around me, empty and dark. I started walking, each step an agony, each breath a victory. The grass crunched under my bare feet. I'd lost my coat and shoes somewhere, either in the coffin or the climb, or had Finn kept them like sick trophies. But I kept moving. Behind me, my grave sat open to the sky, empty now. Failed. Ahead of me, somewhere in the darkness, was the rest of my life. And Finn's reckoning. I'm coming, you bastard. I'm coming. And this time, I'm the one who gets to choose where we end up. The cold wind cut through me, raising goosebumps across my filthy skin. But I welcomed it. Every sensation was proof I was alive. Every shiver, every ache, every throb of pain. I'd survived. And survival, I was learning, tasted a lot like fury. Chapter 25. Buffy. The thing about your mother going missing was that the world didn't stop. It should, obviously. It should grind to a halt and hold its breath and wait for her to come back. But it didn't. The sun still rose. People still went to work. The bins still needed putting out. And you still had to pretend everything was fine because your dad was dying and couldn't handle any more stress. I walked faster, my trainers scuffing against the pavement. It was one of those gray mornings where the sky looked like dirty dishwater and the air tasted of damp leaves. Perfect, pathetic fallacy for my current mental state, which was somewhere between numb panic and screaming into the void. Mum had been gone for almost 3 days now. 3 entire days. The police had come yesterday, asked questions, took notes, looked at me with that expression adults got when they were trying not to alarm you but also couldn't hide the fact that they thought the worst. Did your mother seem upset? Was she acting strangely? Any reason she might have wanted to leave? Leave. As if Mum would just walk out on Dad while he was dying. As if she'd abandoned me without a word. But the police didn't know about the arguments, the tension, The way Mum had been looking at Finn lately, like he was a puzzle she couldn't solve, or a threat she couldn't identify. I shoved my hands deeper into my coat pockets. The wind cut through the trees lining the footpath, making them rattle like bones. Finn was out somewhere, running errands, he'd said, being helpful, being perfect, being exactly the sort of boyfriend who stepped up when his girlfriend's family was falling apart. And Dad was in bed, where he spent most of his time now. The cancer was accelerating, the doctor said last week. Weeks, not months. As if that made it better. As if knowing the timeline helped. I should be with him. Should be sitting by his bedside, holding his hand, making the most of whatever time we had left. But I needed air, needed space, needed to not see the empty chair where Mum usually sat, her laptop open, working on some set design while keeping one eye on Dad. "Where are you, Mum?" The thought circled my brain like a vulture. I'd barely slept, couldn't eat, keep checking my phone even though I knew there wouldn't be any messages. The police were doing everything they can, which apparently meant waiting for her bank card to be used, or her phone to ping a tower, or her body to turn up somewhere. I hated that I'd just thought that. Her body, as if she was already dead. She's not dead. She can't be dead. But people didn't just vanish. Not in real life. Not in Bath, where it seemed everyone knew everyone and there were cameras everywhere and... A hand clamped over my mouth. Everything happened at once. An arm around my waist, yanking me backwards. My scream muffled before it could form. My body thrashing, fighting, trying to get free. I was being dragged off the path, behind a tree, into the shadows. This was it. This was how I died. At the hands of some psycho who'd taken my mum and now he was coming for me and... Buffy, stop. It's me. The voice was hoarse, urgent, familiar. My brain short-circuited. I stopped struggling, turned my head as much as I could with the hand still over my mouth. It was Mum, my mother, right here, alive, holding me. She removed her hand from my mouth slowly, like she wasn't sure I wouldn't scream anyway. I didn't scream. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't process what I was seeing. She looked like hell. Her face was scratched and bruised. Dirt still caked in her hairline, despite obvious attempts to clean up. She was wearing clothes I didn't recognize, a baggy jumper and tracksuit bottoms that hung off her frame. Her eyes were wild, feverish. "Mum?" The word emerged as a whisper. "What?" She drew me into a hug, fierce, desperate, her arms like steel bands around my shoulders. I hugged her back just as hard, my face pressed into her neck. She smelled wrong, soil and sweat, and something chemical I couldn't identify. But she was solid, real, here. "Oh my God," I gasped into her shoulder. "Oh my God, Mum, where have you been? What happened?" we thought. "I know," her voice cracked. "I know, sweetheart, I'm sorry." She pulled back, keeping her hands on my shoulders, and stared at me with an intensity that was almost frightening. "Listen to me very closely," she said. "You cannot tell anyone you've seen me. Do you understand? No one." I stared at her. "What?" "Mum, the police are searching for you. Dad's going out of his mind. We have to." "No." Her grip tightened. "No police. Not yet." "Not yet? Mum, you've been missing for almost 3 days. We thought you were dead." I nearly was. The words came out flat, matter of fact, like she was commenting on the weather. My stomach dropped. "What?" She glanced around, checking we were still alone, then looked back at me. Her eyes were harder than I'd ever seen them, colder. "I can't explain everything right now," she said, "but I need you to trust me. Can you do that?" Yes, of course, but don't tell Finn you've seen me." The way she said his name made something cold slither down my spine. "Finn?" I repeated. "What does Finn have to do with?" "Everything." She cut me off. "He has everything to do with it, but I need proof before I can." She stopped herself, shook her head. "You just need to be normal. Act like nothing's changed. Can you do that?" My mind reeled. "Finn? My Finn? The boyfriend who'd been so supportive, so helpful, so. But Mum's face, the scratches, the bruises, the absolute certainty in her eyes. Did he hurt you? The question came out small, frightened. She hesitated, then nodded once. Sharp, definitive. The world tilted. I grabbed onto her arm to steady myself. Mum, if he hurt you, we need to call the police right now. We need to... Not yet. She said it again, more firmly. I need you to trust me on this, Buffy, please. I know it doesn't make sense. I know you're confused. But I need time to handle this my way. Your way? My voice rose. What does that even mean? Mum, you're scaring me. I'm sorry. Her face softened. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. But this is important. You can tell Dad I'm alive. He needs to know that. But no one else. Not the police. Not your friends. And especially not Finn. Dad. Oh, God. Dad. He's been so worried, I said, my eyes burning. He can barely speak, Mum. He just keeps asking where you are, and I don't know what to tell him. And I know. She grabbed me for another hug, briefer this time. Tell him I'm safe. Tell him I love him. Tell him I'll explain everything soon. When? I demanded, easing back. When is soon? How long am I supposed to lie to everyone? Not long. A few days at most. She took a breath. If you need me, if something happens or if you're in danger, I'll be at that old shop on Walcott Street, the one that's been boarded up for years. The vintage furniture place that closed down. I knew the one she meant. It had been empty for as long as I could remember. Windows covered with plywood, weeds growing through the pavement out front. You're staying there? I asked. Mum, that's insane. You should come home. We can figure this out together. I can't. Her voice was gentle but immovable. Not yet. I need you to be strong for me, Buffy. Just a little longer. Strong. Right. Because I was doing such a brilliant job of being strong already. But she was looking at me like I was the only person in the world she could trust. Like I was the only thing keeping her tethered to reality. Promise me, she said quietly. Promise me you won't tell Finn. Promise me you'll keep this secret. I wanted to argue. Wanted to demand answers. Wanted to drag her home by force if necessary. But I was also 19, and she was my mother. And despite everything, despite the fear and confusion and absolute insanity of this situation, I trusted her. I'd always trusted her. I promise, I whispered. Relief flooded her face. She cupped my cheek with one hand, and I could feel how rough her palm was. Torn up, damaged. Thank you, she said. You're so brave, sweetheart. So much braver than I ever was at your age. I don't feel brave. My voice cracked. I feel terrified. Good. A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Fear keeps you alert. Just remember, act normal around Finn. Don't let him know anything's changed. Don't ask him questions. Don't accuse him of anything. Just be yourself. Be myself. Right. The self who'd apparently been dating someone who'd hurt my mother badly enough to leave her resembling someone who'd crawled out of a grave. The thought made me dizzy. Mum, I don't understand any of this. I know, and I promise I'll explain everything. Soon. She glanced around again, clearly paranoid. I need to go. You should get back to your walk. Make sure you're seen on the normal route. In case Finn asks where you've been. In case Finn asked. Like he was surveillant. Like he was the enemy. 2 days ago, I loved him. Trusted him. Thought we had a future. Now my mother was telling me to spy on him while she hid in an abandoned shop. What the hell was happening to my life? Go on, Mum said, giving me a gentle push back towards the path. Remember, Dad can know, no one else. I nodded, numb, started walking backwards. Couldn't bring myself to turn away from her yet. She stayed behind the tree, watching me, like something wild, something hunted. I love you, I called softly. I love you too. Her words carried on the wind. More than anything. Then she was gone. slipping deeper into the trees, disappearing into the shadows like she'd never been there at all. I stood on the path, shaking. My legs felt like water. My heart pounded so hard I heard it in my ears. Mum was alive. That was good. That was the important thing. But everything else? My phone buzzed in my pocket. I jumped, fumbling for it. A text from Finn. "Hey babe, just grab some shopping. Want me to pick up anything for your dad? XX." I stared at the message. At the casual affection. The little kisses. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. Every instinct screamed at me to confront him, to demand answers, to ask what the fuck he'd done to my mother. But I'd promised. I forced my fingers to type, "No, we're good. Thanks. See you soon, XX." I hit send before I could overthink it. Normal. I need to act normally. I continued my walk, mechanically putting one foot in front of the other. The gray sky pressed down. The wind cut through my coat. Everything seemed exactly the same as it had 10 minutes ago. But nothing was the same. Nothing would ever be the same again. I thought about Finn's smile, his easy charm, the way he'd integrated himself into our family so smoothly, like he'd always been there. The way Mum looked, scratched, bruised, haunted. He has everything to do with it. My boyfriend tried to kill my mother. The thought crystallized slowly, horribly, in my brain. And I had to go home and pretend I didn't know. Had to sit across from him at dinner. Had to let him touch me. Had to smile and nod and be normal. I thought I was going to be sick, but I kept walking. Back towards home. Back towards Finn. Back towards whatever nightmare my life had become. Behind me, somewhere in those trees, my mother hid in the shadows, planning something, preparing for something, and I had no idea what happened next. Chapter 26. Zoe. The candlelight shivered across the stolen lumber, making shadows dance like they were already celebrating what I was about to create. I stood in the back room of the old vintage furniture shop on Walcott Street, surrounded by the fruits of 2 days' worth of petty theft. Candles nicked from the corner shop, battery-powered camping lamps from someone's shed, wood from a construction skip 3 streets over, tools borrowed, permanently, from an unlocked garage, a tin of black paint, hinges, screws, nails, zip ties, everything I needed. Everything he'd need, too, though he didn't know it yet. The space was perfect, windowless, soundproof, or near enough. The walls were thick Victorian brick, and there were 2 doors between here and the street. The front of the shop was still boarded up, undisturbed for years. No one came here. No one looked twice at it. It was my workshop now, my laboratory, my torture chamber. The thought should disturb me more than it did, should make me pause, reconsider, remember that I was supposed to be one of the good people, a mother, a wife, someone who built entertainment, not this. But every time my conscience tried to surface, I remembered the box, the earth, the suffocating darkness, the certainty that I was going to die, and my conscience went very, very quiet. I took a sip of stolen bottled water and surveyed my materials like a general surveying troops before battle. The wood was good quality. They were demolishing an extension, throwing away serviceable 2x4s and sheets of plywood. Idiots. One man's rubbish was another woman's instrument of revenge. I'd been sketching designs in a notebook I'd lifted from T.G. Jones. Graph paper, because I wasn't an amateur. Measurements, angles, sightlines. It wasn't unlike planning a set design, really. Except instead of creating an immersive experience for paying customers who'd walk out unscathed after an hour, I was building something that would strip away every layer of Finn's pretty boy performance until there was nothing left but raw terror. The irony wasn't lost on me that I'd be using all the skills I'd spent years perfecting, spatial manipulation, psychological pressure, controlled fear, for their intended purpose. Fear wasn't entertainment when it was real. It was a weapon. And I was about to forge mine. I crouched, running my hand over the wood. Smooth in places, rough in others. Variable textures were good. They added to disorientation. People relied on touch when they couldn't see properly, and if every surface felt slightly wrong, slightly unpredictable, it compounded the anxiety. The structure needed to be modular, adaptable. I needed to be able to reconfigure it, if necessary, move pieces, create different pathways. Control was everything in this kind of work. The subject, the victim, let's be honest, needed to believe they had choices while actually having none at all. Every decision they made led exactly where I wanted them to go. It was basic psychology, really. Give someone the illusion of agency, and they'd fight harder, panic faster, break more completely. I'd learned that building escape rooms, tested it on hundreds of participants over the years. The ones who thought they were in control were always the ones who fell apart most spectacularly when they realized they weren't. Finn thought he was in control, thought he'd won, thought I was rotting in the ground while he played the concerned boyfriend to my grieving daughter. He was about to learn differently. I stood, stretching. My body still ached from the burial, ribs bruised from clawing through earth, muscles torn from the desperate climb. The cuts on my hands were healing badly, probably infected. I should see a doctor. But doctors asked questions. Doctors reported things. Doctors would make this complicated. So I'd suffer through it. Pain was just information anyway. My body telling me I was alive, that I'd survived. That I was stronger than Finn thought. I picked up the pencil and added another line to my sketch. The basic framework was simple enough. Interconnected sections that could be assembled and disassembled. But the genius was in the details. The psychological touches. The elements that transformed wood and nails into a waking nightmare. Dimensions were crucial. Too spacious and there was no pressure. Too cramped and the subject couldn't move, couldn't make choices, couldn't experience the full scope of their helplessness. I needed the sweet spot, that claustrophobic but mobile range that made every step an effort, every movement a decision. Lighting was next, or rather, the lack of it. Darkness was a tool, but absolute darkness got boring. The human mind needed stimulation to properly terrify itself, so I'd use shadows, suggestion, the occasional harsh beam that created more questions than answers. I had the camping lamps for that, and I'd spotted some old battery-powered Christmas lights in a bin behind Waitrose yesterday, the kind that blinked intermittently. Probably faulty. Perfect. Nothing said horror film like unreliable lighting. Sound, though. Sound was where I could really play. The human ear was extraordinarily sensitive in the dark. Take away sight, and suddenly every creak, every scrape, every whisper became amplified, threatening. I wouldn't even need to do much. The building itself would provide atmosphere. Old wood settling, pipes clanking, the wind finding gaps in the boards over the windows. But I could enhance it. A few strategic loose boards that groaned under weight. Maybe some suspended objects that swung and tapped when disturbed. The kind of ambient noise that made you question whether you were alone, whether you'd ever been alone. I smiled in the candlelight. My first genuine smile since clawing out of that grave. This was going to be good. The construction itself would take time. A day, maybe 2 if I was thorough. I needed to be thorough. Couldn't have any structural failures, any escape routes I hadn't accounted for. Every joint needed to be solid. Every panel needed to be secure. Because when Finn was inside, and he would be inside, I'd make sure of it. He needed to understand that there was no getting out until I said so. Just like I couldn't get out until I'd made my own exit. The difference was, I'd be better at this than he was. More professional. More complete. I drained the rest of the water and set the bottle aside. Right. Time to stop planning and start building. I grabbed the first piece of lumber and dragged it to the center of the room. The wood scraped against concrete, a sound that echoed in the empty space. I measured twice, marked the cut line with my pencil, then picked up the handsaw. The saw bit into the wood. The rhythm was soothing. Pull, push, pull, push. Sawdust accumulated at my feet, pale in the lamplight. The first cut took 10 minutes, at a guess. My arms burned by the end, but the piece came free, clean, and straight. One down, approximately 90 to go. I measured the next piece, marked it, cut it, then the next, and the next. My mind drifted as I worked, to Graham, lying in bed at home, probably awake despite the late hour. He barely slept anymore, the cancer making proper rest impossible. Pain medication helped, but never enough. Did he know I was alive? Had Buffy told him yet? I hoped so. I hoped he wasn't spending these hours thinking I'd abandoned him, that I couldn't handle watching him die, so I just left. The guilt tried to surface, but I pushed it down. I was doing this for all of us. For Buffy, so she didn't end up with a monster. For Graham, so he could die knowing his family was safe. For me, because I refused to be a victim. Because Finn needed to pay. Time lost meaning. Could be an hour. Could be 3. The world narrowed to wood and saw and the growing pile of components around me. My shoulders ached. My back screamed. The blisters on my palms burst and reformed. I kept going. When I'd got enough pieces cut, I started assembly. The drill was louder than I'd like. I'd need to work quickly, get the drilling done in one session before someone potentially investigated the noise. But it was the early hours of the morning. Most of Bath was asleep. And even if someone heard, even if someone wondered, who was going to check an abandoned shop? I lined up the first 2 pieces and drilled pilot holes. The screw sank in smoothly. Then another, and another. The structure began to take shape. It was satisfying in a way my legitimate work never achieved. Building sets for escape rooms was always about creating an experience that felt dangerous while being completely safe. Health and safety regulations, insurance requirements, fire exits clearly marked even when disguised as part of the set. This had none of those constraints. This was pure function, pure purpose. This was real, panel by panel, section by section. I forged on methodically, checking measurements, ensuring everything was level. Professional pride, even in this, especially in this. If you're going to build a trap, build it well. The hinges went on next. These were crucial. They needed to swing smoothly, but also lock securely. I tested each one multiple times, making adjustments until the movement was perfect. What must have been hours passed. The candles burned down. I lit new ones. My hands were raw, blisters forming on top of half-healed cuts. I ignored them. Pain was just the cost of doing business. By the time gray light seeped through gaps in the boarded windows at the front, I'd completed the main framework. It wasn't finished. There were still details to add, refinements to make, but the bones were there. I stepped back to survey my masterpiece. It was beautiful, in its way, purposeful, inevitable. A structure designed for one thing and one thing only: to take a person apart, piece by psychological piece. I thought about Finn, about his easy smile, his adaptable nature, the way he'd fitted so well into our lives, like he'd been custom-made for the role. I wondered how well he'd adapt to this. I wondered how that smile would look when he realized there was no one coming to save him. The thought warmed me more than the stolen candles ever could. I picked up the paint tin and prized it open. Black, matte black. Because darkness wasn't just about light, it was about surfaces that absorbed rather than reflected. Walls that seemed to swallow visibility. I started painting, methodical strokes covering the raw wood. The color transformed it, made it less construction project and more something else. Something ominous. Something that belonged in nightmares. The smell of paint filled the small room. Acrid, chemical, probably toxic in an enclosed space. I should open a window. But there were no windows back here, and I couldn't risk opening the front of the shop. So I breathed through my mouth and kept painting. Each stroke was a meditation, a promise. Black over natural wood, dark over light, concealment over truth. That's what Finn had done, wasn't it? Concealed his true nature beneath that charming surface. Played the ideal boyfriend while planning God knows what. Well, two could play at deception. I painted the inside surfaces first, the parts he'd see when he was trapped inside, then the outside, the framework, until the whole thing was a monolithic shadow in the candlelight. By the time I'd finished the first coat, my shoulders were sore and the sun was fully up. I needed to stop, needed to rest, needed to not attract attention by working during daylight hours. But it was hard to stop when I was this close, when I could almost see it finished, almost see him inside it, almost see justice. No, not justice. Justice was what the courts dispensed. What I was building was older than that, more personal. Revenge. And it was going to be perfect. I stepped back again, tilting my head to examine my invention from different angles. The structure looked solid, functional, exactly what I needed it to be. I imagined Finn inside it. Imagined his confusion turning to fear, fear turning to panic, panic turning to the same animal terror I'd felt in that coffin. The thought made me smile. A real smile this time. Not the performative ones I'd been giving everyone for months. This was going to succeed. It had to succeed. I cleaned the brush as best I could, using white spirit and an old rag. My hands shook. Exhaustion, probably, mixed with adrenaline and perhaps the first hints of infection from my injuries. I should rest, recover, let my body heal. But healing took time I didn't have. Every day I waited was another day Finn spent in my house, around my daughter, living the life he'd tried to steal from me. I needed to finish this, add the final touches, test the mechanisms, make sure everything worked perfectly. And then I'd figure out how to get Finn here, how to separate him from Buffy long enough to make my move, how to make him understand exactly what he'd done, who he'd messed with. I extinguished the candles, one by one, leaving only a single lamp burning low. The structure loomed in the dimness, hulking and dark and patient, waiting, just like I'd been waiting, just like I'd wait a little longer. Because good things come to those who wait, and terrible things come to those who bury people alive. I curled up in the corner on a filched sleeping bag, facing my creation. Tomorrow, I'd make it perfect. And then we'd see how Finn liked being trapped in the dark. Chapter 27. Zoe. The laptop screen glowed in the dim afternoon light, casting blue reflections across my face. It was stolen, obviously. Lifted from an unlocked car 2 streets over. I'd wipe it clean and dump it in the river when I was done. No digital footprints. No evidence I was ever here, ever searching, ever learning the full scope of what my daughter brought into our home. I'd been staring at it for 3 hours now, piggybacking someone's Wi-Fi, piecing together the puzzle that was Finn, whoever the fuck he really is. Because that was the thing about charming men with clean social media profiles and winning smiles. Sometimes what they were hiding was exactly what you'd expect. Sometimes it was worse. I scrolled through the forum post again, reading the words I'd already memorized. Anonymous testimony from a woman who called herself Justice Seeker 2023. He seemed so normal at first. Funny, attentive, made me feel special. By the time I realized what he was, it was too late. When I tried to report it, my statement went nowhere. His family has money, connections. The investigation was dropped. I was told there wasn't enough evidence. What they meant was, your word against his, and his word comes with a better postcode. There were others, 4 different forums, 6 different usernames, all describing the same pattern. The same lean build, the same blue eyes, the same serpent and dagger tattoo, the same aftermath. One woman, survivor not victim, described him buying her drinks at a pub in Bristol. How she'd woken up in a hotel room with no memory of getting there. How he was gone by morning. How the rape kit sat in an evidence locker for 2 years before the case was quietly closed. Another, broken but fighting, talked about meeting him at university. How he was persistent, charming. How no didn't seem to register. How she went to the police and was asked what she'd been wearing, whether she'd been drinking, whether she was sure she hadn't wanted it at the time and changed her mind afterwards. The details made me sick, not just what he'd done, though that was horrifying enough, but the pattern of it, the escalation, the way he'd refined his approach with each victim, learning from mistakes, getting better at covering his tracks. By the time he'd met Buffy, he was an expert. I scrolled further, finding a thread from someone called Truth Matters 88, who described an incident from 2 years ago. She'd been at a house party. Finn had cornered her in a hallway. When she'd pushed him away, he'd laughed it off, made it seem like she'd misunderstood, like she was overreacting, like she was the problem. "Nobody believed me," she wrote. "They all said he was such a nice guy, that I must have been drunk and confused, that I was attention-seeking. I dropped out of uni rather than keep seeing him on campus." The comments below were a mix of support and doubt. Some people believed her. Others questioned the timing, the details, the lack of evidence. That was the thing about men like Finn. They were so good at the performance that even when their victims spoke up, people chose the comfortable lie over the uncomfortable truth. I wanted to vomit. I wanted to reach through the screen and find these women and tell them I believed them, that I knew exactly what he was, that I was going to make him pay for all of it. But I couldn't, because I was supposed to be dead, and because what I had planned wasn't exactly legal. My daughter. Christ. Buffy had been sleeping next to this monster, letting him touch her, thinking she was in love. Had he chosen her deliberately? Targeted her because of Graham's illness? Because our family was vulnerable? Or was it just opportunity? A pretty girl with stars in her eyes, and a mother he thought might be too distracted by her dying husband to notice the warning signs. Except I hadn't been distracted. Either way, it was predatory, calculated. He saw weakness and exploited it. The rage that surged through me was so intense I had to close my eyes and breathe through it. In for 4, out for 6. The same rhythm I'd used in the coffin. It didn't help as much this time. The anger was too big, too hot, too all-consuming. Good. I'd need that anger. I'd need to remember these women, their stories, their pain. I'd need to hold on to the fury when doubt crept in, when my conscience tried to tell me I was going too far. Because I wasn't going too far. If anything, I wasn't going far enough. When I opened my eyes again, I was calmer, colder. Good. Cold was useful. Cold was what I need to be. I closed the laptop and set it aside, then stood and stretched. My body still ached, probably would for weeks, but the infection in my hands seemed to be clearing up. The cuts were scabbing over nicely. I'd been cleaning them with stolen antiseptic and wrapping them in fresh bandages. Couldn't have an infection slowing me down. Not now. Not when I was this close. I turned to face my creation. It was finished. 2 days of work. And it was actually finished. Standing there in the center of the room like some kind of modernist art installation, or a medieval torture device, depending on your perspective. The structure dominated the space. Black walls, sharp angles, deliberate design. Every measurement precise. Every joint solid. Every element serving a specific psychological purpose. It was beautiful in its way. Functional. Purposeful. The kind of thing I'd be proud to show a client, if my clients were interested in inducing terror rather than entertainment. I walked around it slowly, running my hand along the surfaces, checking my work one final time. The texture variations were perfect, disorienting without being obvious. The lighting system was ready, flickering, unreliable, just enough to see shapes but not details. The sound elements were positioned exactly where they needed to be. I'd even tested it myself, experiencing it from the inside. And I'd built the thing. I knew every secret, every trick, every pathway. Even I felt the anxiety creeping in, the disorientation, the growing need to get out. Finn, who wouldn't know any of it, who'd be frightened and confused and desperate, wouldn't stand a chance. The thought brought that smile back. The one that had been appearing more frequently. The one that probably should worry me but didn't. I checked the time on the laptop. 5:15. The sun was already low, casting long shadows through the gaps in the boarded windows. Outside, Bath settled into the evening. People heading home from work, students meeting for dinner, families preparing meals. Normal life. The kind I used to have. The kind Finn had stolen from me. I'd spent the last day and a half not just building but planning, working out the logistics. How to get Finn here. How to separate him from Buffy without raising suspicion. How to ensure he ended up exactly where I needed him. It required patience, opportunity, timing. Good thing I was excellent at all three. Soon. It would happen soon. Soon, Finn would be here, in this shop, inside what I'd built. And once he was inside, once I sealed it behind him and the experience began, I'd finally have him exactly where I wanted him. Helpless, terrified, alone. The way I had been, I sat on an overturned crate and looked at the structure, really looked at it, and let myself imagine what came next. Finn inside, trying to find his way out, the claustrophobia setting in, the panic building. Every element I designed working exactly as intended. I thought about how it would feel to watch him break, to see the exact moment when his charming facade crumbled and the real Finn, the scared, pathetic creature underneath, emerged. Would he cry? Beg? Try to negotiate? I was curious to find out. Part of me, a not small part, wanted to hurt him physically, wanted to take one of these hammers or that saw and make him bleed, make him scream, make him beg. But that wasn't the play. Physical pain was temporary. It ended. The body healed, or it didn't, and either way the suffering had a limit. Psychological pain, though. Fear. True, bone-deep, existential terror. That stayed. That burrowed into your brain and set up permanent residence. That changed you on a fundamental level. That was what I wanted. I wanted Finn to understand what it felt like to be utterly powerless, to be at someone else's mercy, to not know if you were going to live or die, to have control stripped away so completely that you couldn't even control your own fear response. I wanted him to break, and then, only then, would I decide what to do with the pieces. The police? Maybe. Eventually. Once I'd made my point, once I'd extracted every ounce of terror his body could produce. Or maybe not. Maybe I'd just leave him in there. Let him find his own way out. If he could. Let him emerge days later, dehydrated and traumatized and fundamentally altered. Let him live with what I'd done to him the way I'd live with what he'd done to me. The way those women on those forums lived with what he'd done to them. Justice wasn't always about courts and sentences. Sometimes it was more personal than that, more primal. Sometimes it was about balance. I should be nervous, should be second-guessing this entire plan, should be remembering that I was a mother and a wife and a person who designed theatrical experiences, not someone who kidnapped and psychologically tortured people. But I wasn't nervous, not even a little. I was excited. The realization should disturb me, should make me question what I'd become, who I was now, whether the woman who went into that grave is the same woman who crawled out. But it didn't. Because maybe I wasn't the same. Maybe something shifted in that box, in that suffocating darkness. Maybe you couldn't come that close to death without changing. Or maybe this had always been in me, buried beneath layers of social conditioning and maternal instinct and the performance of being a good person. Maybe Finn had just given me permission to excavate it. I stood, brushing sawdust off my stolen tracksuit bottoms. I'd set up a chair in the corner, my observation post, my control room. From there, I could see what I needed to see, could watch, could monitor his fear as it grew, could control when he got out, if he got out. The power of it was intoxicating. For days I'd been powerless, a victim of his violence, buried alive, forced into hiding, watching my life from the shadows while he lived it for me. But soon the dynamic shifted. Soon he became the victim, and I became the architect of his nightmare. I walked to the entrance, the only way in, carefully positioned. Once he was inside, I'd lock it. He wouldn't be able to get back out this way. Would have to find another way. Except there wasn't one. Not one he could access on his own. The only way out was through me. I ran through the plan one more time. How I'd get him here. How I'd ensure he couldn't escape. How the first few minutes would be confusion as he tried to understand where he was, what was happening. Then the real experience would begin. I checked my supplies one last time. Water. I'd need to stay hydrated. Protein bars. This could take hours. The tools. Just in case things went differently than planned. Everything was ready. I was ready. A thin smile spread across my face. It felt foreign. Wrong. Like my face wasn't used to this expression yet. But it'd learn. I took one last walk around the structure, admiring it in the candlelight. The shadows it created, the promise it held. Soon, Finn would be inside it. He didn't know it yet, but his perfect life had ended the moment I'd clawed out of that grave. Now it was time to show him what a real burial felt like. The kind you couldn't dig yourself out of. The kind that happened in your head. I extinguished the candles. The shop settled into near darkness. The waiting was almost over. Soon, I'd put the plan in motion. Soon, everything would change. I gathered my things. The phone I'd swiped from a pub table earlier, the tools, the supplies, everything I'd need. My hands were steady. My mind was clear. I was ready for this. More ready than I'd ever been for anything. Chapter 28. Zoe. The night was cold enough to make me grateful for the stolen coat, but not cold enough to keep people indoors. I'd been crouched behind Mrs. Patterson's hedge for 3 hours now, watching my own house, like some kind of deranged stalker. Which, to be fair, was exactly what I was. The irony wasn't lost on me that I hid in the shadows outside my own home, waiting to assault my daughter's boyfriend. Not so long ago, I'd been inside that house, comfortable and oblivious. Now I was out here in the dark with a tire iron in my hand and murder in my heart. Well, not murder. Just extreme violence, followed by prolonged psychological torture. Semantics, really. Mrs. Patterson's hedge provided excellent cover, overgrown and dense, the kind of suburban eyesore that neighbors complained about, but no one actually did anything to fix. From here, I could see our front door, the living room window, the driveway, shadows moving behind curtains. My life continuing without me. The living room light had been on since I'd arrived. I made out shapes. Buffy on the sofa, probably. Finn moving around. The television flickering. Normal. Everything looked so heartbreakingly normal. My legs were cramping from my position, but I didn't move. Didn't risk it. I'd come too far to get sloppy now. The tire iron was heavy, solid steel, nicked from someone's boot 3 streets over. It had a good heft to it, good balance. The kind of weight that would do damage without requiring much force. I'd been thinking about this moment for days, planning it, rehearsing it in my head. But now that it was here, now that I was actually waiting to brain my daughter's boyfriend with a piece of stolen automotive equipment, I felt oddly calm. Maybe I should be questioning this. Maybe I should be wondering what kind of person I'd become, whether this was really justice or just revenge dressed up in righteous anger. But I wasn't wondering. I knew exactly what this was. This was balance. I tensed. Movement at the front door. The porch light snapped on, casting yellow fingers across the front garden. The door opened. It was Graham. My heart stopped. He was wearing his dressing gown, the blue one I'd bought him 2 Christmases ago. It hung off his frame now, too big, showcasing how much weight he'd lost. His face was gray in the light, gaunt and tired. He moved slowly, every step an effort. He carried a rubbish bag. Oh God, Graham. He shuffled down the path towards the wheelie bins, dragging the bag because he didn't have the strength to lift it properly. His breathing was labored. The cancer was eating him alive, and I hid in a hedge instead of helping him. Instead of being with him, the guilt crashed over me like a wave. What am I doing? My husband is dying, and I'm out here playing vigilante instead of spending his last weeks by his side. But then I remembered why I was here. Remembered that Finn was inside that house, pretending to be helpful, pretending to care, all while being the monster who'd put me in the ground. If I didn't stop him, Graham would die never knowing what Buffy had brought into our home. Would die thinking his family was safe. And Buffy, Christ, Buffy would be left with Finn, alone, vulnerable. No, this was for them, both of them. Graham reached the bins and stopped, leaning against one for support. He breathed hard. Just that short walk had exhausted him. I wanted to run to him, wanted to throw my arms around him and tell him I was alive. I was here. I was sorry for everything, but I couldn't. Not yet. He lifted the bin lid and shoved the bag inside, then stood there for a moment, catching his breath. His hand trembled on the bin. His whole body trembled. I love you, I think at him, as if I could transmit it telepathically across the garden. I love you so much. I'm so sorry. He turned to go back inside, and that's when he paused, glanced around, like he felt something, like some part of him knew I was there. I froze, didn't breathe, didn't move a muscle. He stood there in the driveway, staring into the darkness, looking almost exactly where I hid. Could he see me? Did he know? The moment stretched. My heart pounded so hard I was sure he could hear it. Then he shook his head, like he'd dismissed a foolish thought, and continued back to the house. The door closed behind him. The porch light flicked off. I let out my breath slowly. That was too close. Much too close. I settled back into my crouch, ignoring the screaming in my thighs. The hedge scratched at my face, but I didn't move to adjust it. Didn't risk any movement that might catch someone's eye. Wait. Watch. Be patient. Patience had never been my strong suit. I was the person who opened Christmas presents early, who couldn't wait for paint to dry before deciding I hated the color. Graham used to joke that I had the patience of a toddler on a sugar rush. But I'd learned patience these past few days. Learned it while building my trap, placing each piece with care. Learned it while researching Finn, piecing together his pattern of destruction. I could wait a few more hours. The neighborhood settled into its evening rhythm. Mrs. Patterson's lights went off at 9:30, same as always. The couple 3 doors down arrived home late, arguing about something I couldn't hear. A fox trotted down the middle of the street, pausing to look directly at me before continuing on its way. Bath at night, my city, my home, carrying on without me. An hour passed. Then another. The night deepened around me. The temperature dropped. My fingers were going numb despite the gloves. My legs had progressed past cramping into a kind of distant, angry numbness. I flexed my toes inside my pilfered boots, trying to keep the circulation going. Couldn't afford to be slow when the moment came. Couldn't afford any mistakes. Lights in neighboring houses winked off one by one as Bath went to sleep. The Hendersons, the Clarks, the new couple whose names I'd never learned. Our living room stayed lit. I could see Buffy's silhouette on the sofa. Her head moved. She was talking to someone. Finn, presumably. Having a normal evening. Watching telly. Maybe discussing what to have for breakfast tomorrow. Maybe making plans for the weekend. Pretending everything was fine. Pretending her mother wasn't dead in a field somewhere. I clenched my jaw at the thought. How long had he been playing this role? How many days had he spent comforting my daughter while knowing exactly what he did to me? The rage burned hot in my chest again, warming me against the cold. Good. I needed that anger. Needed to hold on to it. Needed to remember why I was doing this. Around 10, I detected more movement in the house. I tensed, gripping the tire iron tighter. Then movement at the front door again. The porch light switched on. The door opened, and Finn stepped out. Finally, leather jacket and jeans, casual, comfortable. He pulled out his phone, checked something, then started down the front path. Going out. Perfect. I'd wondered how I'd separate him from Buffy, but he was making it easy. Probably off to meet someone. Maybe another girl he was grooming. Maybe just to the pub. Maybe visiting a friend. Didn't matter where he thought he was going. He wasn't getting there. What mattered was he was alone, and he was coming my way. I shifted my position slightly, getting my feet under me, ready to move. My legs protested. 3 hours of sitting on my haunches had left them stiff and angry, but adrenaline was already flooding my system, overriding the discomfort. The tire iron was cold in my hand. Heavy. Ready. I ran through the motion in my head one more time. Rise. Move. Swing. All in one smooth movement. No hesitation. No mercy. Just like he'd showed me no mercy. My heart pounded, but my hands were steady. My mind was clear. This was it. This was the moment everything had been building towards. Finn reached the end of the path and turned left, walking past Mrs. Patterson's hedge, past where I was concealed. He hummed something under his breath. The sound made something cold and vicious curl in my stomach. Humming. The bastard was humming. Like he hadn't got a care in the world. Like he hadn't tried to murder someone less than a week ago. Like he hadn't spent the past few days playing the concerned boyfriend while my family grieved. The rage crystallized into something sharp and focused. Now, I waited until he was a few paces past me, then rose and stepped out of the hedge. Silent. Fast. Predatory. He didn't hear me coming. Too confident. Too comfortable. Too convinced he'd got away with it. I closed the distance in 3 quick strides. He started to turn, some instinct warning him too late. And I swung. The tire iron connected with the back of his skull with a sound like a hammer hitting a melon. Solid. Definitive. Satisfying. Finn dropped as if his strings had been cut. He hit the pavement hard, sprawling face first on the concrete. This time, he didn't move, didn't groan, didn't try to push himself up. Out cold, I stood over him, breathing hard, the tire iron still raised, waiting to see if he'd stir, if he'd try to get up. He didn't. Blood already pooled beneath his head, dark against the pavement. Not too much. I'd been careful about the angle, about the force, but enough. His phone had skittered from his pocket, the screen cracked but still glowing with whatever he'd been looking at. Some message thread. Some lie he was probably telling someone. I watched the phone for a moment. Watched the light slowly fade to black as the screen timed out. Then I stared down at Finn's motionless body. He seemed smaller, like this. Vulnerable. Not the charming, confident young man who'd wormed his way into my family. Not the predator who'd left a trail of broken women across Bristol and Bath. Just a body on the pavement. Unconscious. Helpless. At my mercy. The way I'd been at his. I should feel something, shouldn't I? Guilt. Fear. Doubt. Something to indicate I was still human. Still capable of recognizing that I'd just committed a violent assault on a residential street. But I felt absolutely nothing. New guilt, new fear, new doubt. Just cold, hard satisfaction. And beneath that, something darker. Something hungry. The anticipation of what came next. I hunkered down beside him, checking his pulse. Still strong. Still steady. Good. I didn't want him dead. Not yet. Not like this. Death would be too easy. Too quick. Too final. What I had planned for him was so much better. I grabbed him under the arms and started dragging him towards the street corner. He was heavier than he appeared. Dead weight was always heavier, but adrenaline made it manageable. The street was empty. Silent. No lights sprang on in nearby houses. No curtains twitched. Bath slept on, oblivious to what was happening on its quiet residential streets. Just like it had slept while Finn buried me alive. The stolen car was where I'd left it, tucked in the shadows between streetlights. A battered Ford Focus, forgettable and anonymous. The owner had left the keys in the ignition and the engine running while he'd run into a nearby chemist. Stupid of him, but a happy piece of luck for me. I popped the boot and, with effort, maneuvered Finn's limp body inside. His head lolled, blood still seeping from the wound. I'd need to bandage that eventually. Couldn't have him bleeding out before I'd finished with him. Before he understood, I arranged him on his side, checked his airways were clear, professional, practical, like I handled equipment, not a person. Maybe that's what he was now. Equipment. A tool for teaching a lesson about consequences. His phone was still on the pavement where it had fallen. I picked it up, turning on and reading the shattered screen. Several missed calls from a number not saved in his contacts. I powered it off and pocketed it. I'd destroy it later. Dump it in the river with the laptop. No digital trail. No way to trace his movements. As far as anyone knew, Finn had just gone out for the evening and never came back. People disappeared all the time. I took one last look at our house, at the dark windows, at the life I used to have behind those walls. Buffy was in there, probably getting ready for bed. Graham was in there too, dying slowly, peacefully. If the morphine was doing its job, I wanted to go to him, wanted to hold his hand and tell him I was sorry for all of this. Sorry for the affairs, for the lies, for disappearing when he needed me most. But I couldn't. Not yet. First, I'd finish this. Maybe then, I could go home. I closed the boot gently. The sound of it latching seemed too loud in the quiet street, but still, no lights came on. Still, no one emerged to investigate. I got in the driver's seat and started the engine. The drive to Walcott Street took 15 minutes. Finn didn't wake up. Chapter 29. Buffy. The thing about keeping secrets from your boyfriend while your father was dying was that it turned every moment into a performance, and I'd never been much good at acting. It had been 3 days since Mom grabbed me on that footpath. 3 days of pretending everything was normal while my insides twisted into knots. 3 days of watching Finn be sweet and helpful and perfect, all while wondering what the hell he'd done to make my mother look at him with that kind of hate. Because that's what I couldn't shake. The look in her eyes when she'd said his name. Not anger, not fear, hate. Pure, undiluted hatred. You couldn't fake that. Trust me. I'd tried to convince myself she was confused, injured, mistaken, but I knew what I'd seen. And I knew my mother. The worst part was that I still loved Finn, still caught myself smiling when he walked into a room, still felt that flutter when he kissed me goodnight, which made me either an idiot or a horrible person, possibly both. But how did you just switch off feelings because your mysteriously returned from the dead mother told you to? How did you look at someone you'd been sleeping beside for months and suddenly see a monster? Except I was starting to... little things. Things I'd never noticed before, or dismissed as quirks. The way he watched people. Really watched them. Like he was studying them. Cataloging weaknesses. The way he was always touching me. Not affectionately, possessively. Hand on my lower back. Arm around my shoulders. Fingers linked with mine. Like he was marking territory. The way he laughed at things that weren't funny. Performed empathy rather than feeling it. Or maybe I was seeing things that weren't there because Mom had planted the seed. Maybe I was being paranoid and unfair, and Finn was exactly who he seemed to be. Maybe, but probably not. The other problem, the more immediate problem, was that I hadn't been able to get Dad alone. Not for 3 entire days. Finn was always there, always hovering, always helpful. Let me get that for you, Graham. Can I make you some tea, Graham? Do you need your medication, Graham? Playing the devoted almost son-in-law. And Dad ate it up because he was tired and ill and grateful for the help. I'd tried. I'd really tried to find a moment. But every time I thought I had an opening, Finn materialized. Like he knew. Like he was watching. This morning, I woke at 6, thinking I'd catch Dad before Finn got up. But when I came downstairs, Finn was already there, making breakfast, chatting about the weather. At lunchtime, I suggested Dad and I go for a short walk, only around the block, just us. But Dad was too tired, and Finn offered to sit with him while I went to the shops. This afternoon, I invented a question about Mom's insurance documents. Dad started to answer, but Finn interrupted with a helpful suggestion about where to look. It was like he was sewn to us. To Dad specifically. like he was afraid to leave him alone with me, which should tell me everything I needed to know, really. Now it was evening, and I sat on the sofa pretending to watch some baking show while Finn and Dad discussed football. Or rather, Finn discussed football, and Dad made occasional noises of agreement. He was too tired for real conversation. The cancer was accelerating. I could see it in his face, in the way he struggled to stay upright in his chair. We didn't have long. Weeks, maybe. Less if things continued at this rate. Which meant I didn't have time to keep waiting for the perfect moment. I needed to tell him about Mum, tonight. Finn's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, then stood. "I'm going to head out for a bit," he said, putting on his jacket. "Matt wants to meet for a pint. I won't be late." He kissed the top of my head, that possessive move again, marking territory, and headed for the door. "Text me when you're on your way back," I called after him. "Always do, babe." The door closed. The sound of his footsteps faded down the path. I counted to 30, then 50, then 100. Then I moved. Dad had gone into the kitchen, of all places. Standing at the worktop with a chopping board in front of him, slowly cutting vegetables for tomorrow's soup, his hands shook. The knife was too heavy for him. But he was stubborn. Refused to admit he couldn't do basic tasks anymore. "Dad," I said from the doorway. He glanced up and offered a tired smile. "Hello, love. Thought I'd make myself useful. Your boyfriend's been doing too much. I should contribute." "Dad, I need to talk to you." Something in my voice made him pause. The knife stilled. "What's wrong?" I stepped into the kitchen, closing the door behind me. My heart hammered. I didn't know why I was so nervous. This was my father. I should be relieved to finally tell him, but I wasn't. I was terrified. "It's about Mum," I said. His whole body went rigid. The knife clattered against the board. "What about her?" He sounded as though he was being careful with what he said. Controlled. "She's alive." The words hung in the air between us. Dad didn't move, didn't react, just stood there, knife in hand, staring at the half-cut carrot. "Dad? Did you hear me?" "Mum's alive. I saw her. She." "Where?" The word was sharp. Hard. Nothing like his usual gentle tone. "On my walk, a few days ago. She pulled me behind a tree and—" "Where is she now?" His knuckles were white on the knife handle. He still hadn't looked at me. "She said she's staying at that old shop on Walcott Street, the boarded-up one. She said not to tell anyone, especially not Finn." "Dad, what's going on?" She'd been hurt, scared. "She said Finn did something to her, but she wouldn't explain, and—" He set the knife down, slowly, deliberately. Then he turned to face me, and I took an involuntary step backwards. Because that wasn't my father staring at me. The eyes were wrong. The expression was wrong. Everything about his face was wrong. It was still him. Same gaunt features. Same gray pallor. Same exhaustion, etched into every line. But there was something else there now. Something I'd never seen before. Something cold. "Dad?" It came out small. Frightened. He took a breath. Then another. Like he was trying to compose himself. Trying to push whatever I'd just said back down beneath the surface. "Sorry, love." He sounded softer now. More like himself. But it was forced. Performed. "You just shocked me. Your mother, I thought she was dead. We all did." "I know, I'm sorry. I didn't know how to tell you. She made me promise not to say anything until—" "Until when?" "I don't know. She wouldn't explain. Just said she needed time to handle something her way." I was talking too fast, words tumbling out. "Dad, I'm scared. Something's really wrong." The way she looked at Finn, like she hated him. Like she wanted to hurt him. And I know that sounds crazy, but it doesn't sound crazy. Dad was still standing, very still. His hands were at his sides now, but they weren't trembling. Did she say what Finn did? No, just that he hurt her. That I needed to act normal and not let him know anything had changed. Dad nodded slowly, like he was processing this, like he was thinking very hard about something. "And you're sure it was her?" Your mother? Yes, absolutely sure. Another nod. Then he reached for the knife again. I flinched. I didn't mean to. It was instinct. But I flinched, and Dad saw it. His hand froze on the handle. He looked at me, really looked at me, and something in his expression shifted, softened, became almost sad. I'm not going to hurt you, Buffy. I know, I'm sorry, I don't know why I. You should be scared. He picked up the knife, but his grip was different now. Tighter, more deliberate. If what your mother said is true, if Finn hurt her, then we're all in danger. Dad, what are you talking about? You're sick. You can barely stand up. How could we be in danger from? Not from him. Dad's voice was quiet, cold, from the situation. I didn't understand. Didn't understand what he was saying or why he was saying it or why he was staring at me like that. Dad, I don't understand what's happening. He set the knife down again, wiped his hands on a tea towel, moved towards me. I stepped back. I didn't mean to do that either, but I had. And Dad stopped, hurt, flashing across his face before that cold mask settled back in place. You need to stay here tonight, he said. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave the house. And when Finn comes back, he paused. When Finn comes back, act normal, like nothing's changed. Can you do that? Why, Dad, what's going on? What aren't you telling me? I'm telling you to stay inside and be careful. He was being firmer now, almost harsh. I'm telling you that your mother is alive, but clearly hiding for a reason. I'm telling you that we need to be smart about this. Careful. You're scaring me. Good. You should be scared. He moved past me towards the door. I pressed myself against the worktop to let him by. My own father. And I was afraid to let him touch me. What the hell was happening? I need to make a phone call, he said without glancing back. Stay in the house. Lock the doors. And don't tell Finn anything. Understand? I nodded, even though he wasn't looking at me anymore. He left the kitchen, his slow, labored footsteps going up the stairs. Then came the creak of his bedroom door closing. I stood there, alone in the kitchen, staring at the knife on the cutting board. The vegetables were half chopped, abandoned, like everything else in this house. My hands shook. That wasn't my father. That couldn't have been my father. My father was gentle, kind, soft-spoken, a man who cried at insurance commercials and apologized to furniture when he bumped into it. The man I'd just spoken to was someone else. Someone hard and cold and capable of what? I didn't know, didn't want to know, but I thought about the way he'd gripped that knife, the way his eyes had changed when I'd mentioned Mum. Not relief that she was alive, not joy or confusion or any of the emotions you'd expect, just that cold, focused question, where? And I realized, with creeping horror, that I'd made a terrible mistake. I shouldn't have told him. I didn't know why. Didn't understand what was happening or what it meant. But every instinct I had was screaming that I'd just done something very, very wrong. Mum said not to tell Finn. She'd wanted me to tell Dad. She knew I told Dad everything. Now I just felt sick, because I didn't know who the monster was anymore. Was it Finn, who my mother hated with terrifying intensity? Was it Dad, who'd looked at me like a stranger and gripped a knife like a weapon? Was it Mum, hiding in an abandoned shop and making me lie to everyone? Or was it all of them? I went to the front door and checked the lock, checked it again, and again. Then I sat on the sofa in the dark and waited for someone to come home, and prayed it was the right someone. Chapter 30. Zoe. Getting Finn inside the structure was easier than I'd anticipated. Unconscious bodies were heavy, but desperation made me strong. I dragged him from the car, through the back entrance, and deposited him in the center of room 1 while he was still out cold. Then I'd zip-tied his hands behind his back, just until he woke up, just to establish the power dynamic, and retreated to my observation post. My control room, as I'd come to think of it. It wasn't much. Just a corner of the shop cordoned off with black curtains I'd found in another room, far enough from the structure that he wouldn't hear me moving around. I'd set up a single laptop screen showing multiple different camera angles. The cameras themselves were cheap security models, the kind you could pick up for 20 quid online, battery-powered, motion-activated, all gathered from the skip outside a tech shop. Lucky me. I could see everything. Every corner, every passage, every door, every expression on Finn's face when he realized what I'd built for him. I sat in a folding chair with a microphone in front of me, both left behind from the building's time as a functioning office. The mic's sound quality wasn't great, but it was good enough. He'd hear me. That's what mattered. On the laptop screen, Finn stirred. I watched him come to consciousness. Watched the confusion ripple across his face as he tried to move his hands and couldn't. Watched him blink in the dim, flickering light. Watched him look around at the black walls surrounding him. Watched the fear bloom. It was beautiful. He attempted to stand, stumbled, caught himself against the wall. The zip ties bit into his wrists as he pulled against them. He was breathing hard now, starting to panic. Good. I leaned forward and pressed the button on the microphone. Good evening, Finn. My words echoed through the structure, distorted by the speaker. Omnipresent, godlike. His head whipped around, searching for the source. Welcome to your reckoning. He was spinning now, looking for cameras, looking for me, looking for any way out. Finding nothing. Just black walls and flickering lights, and shadows that didn't make sense. What the fuck? He was hoarse. He was frightened. Zoe? Is that you? Where the fuck am I? I smiled. He couldn't see me, but I smiled anyway. You're exactly where you need to be, I said pleasantly. You're in a place I built just for you. A very special place. I call it a memory maze, though that's perhaps a bit dramatic. But I've always had a flair for the theatrical. Let me out. He'd tried to sound commanding, but the tremor gave him away. Let me out right fucking now, or I swear to God. Or you'll what? I interrupted. You'll do to me what you already did? Bury me alive? Too late, Finn. Been there, done that. Got the trauma. He stopped spinning, stood stock still. I could see his mind working, trying to figure out the play here, trying to find the angle. I can explain, he said. Softer now, pleading. Zoe, please. I can explain everything. It was a mistake. I panicked. Save it. My voice was cold, hard. I'm not interested in your explanations. I'm not interested in your lies. I'm interested in one thing and one thing only, the truth. Silence on the monitors. He was thinking, calculating. What do you want? He asked. I want you to understand what you've done, not just to me, to everyone. Every woman you've hurt, every life you've damaged, every piece of destruction you've left in your wake. I leaned back in my chair, watching him on the screen. He was looking up now, as if he could see me through the ceiling, as if he could find me by force of will alone. You're in room 1, I continued. There are several rooms in this structure. I won't tell you how many. That would spoil the surprise. Each room represents a choice, a test, if you will. And in each room, you're going to have to look very deeply inside yourself and acknowledge what you've done wrong. This is insane. He pulled at the zip ties again, harder now. You're fucking insane. Perhaps. Or perhaps I'm the sanest person you've ever met. Perhaps I'm the only one willing to hold you accountable. This isn't accountability. It's kidnapping. It's assault. It's what you did to me. It's justice, I said simply. The kind the courts couldn't give me. The kind those women on those forums never got. The kind you've been avoiding your whole life by being charming and careful and knowing exactly what you can get away with. He breathed hard now. I could see the rage building alongside the fear. That was good. I needed him angry. Angry people made mistakes, said things they shouldn't. I don't know what you think you know about me, he said through gritted teeth. But you're wrong. Whatever you've heard, whatever you think happened. Bristol, I interrupted. The girl at the house party. You cornered her in a hallway. She pushed you away. You laughed it off. His face went still. The pub in Bristol, I continued. Drinks that got too strong too fast. A hotel room she doesn't remember getting to. A rape kit that went nowhere. Paler now. Definitely paler. University. Persistent. Charming. Taking no as a challenge rather than an answer. You can't prove any of that, he spat out. It's just stories. Just bitter women who told the truth, I finished. Who tried to warn others. Who were ignored because men like you are very, very good at being believable. I let that sit for a moment. Let him feel it. Here's how this works, I said, like I was explaining the rules of an escape room to paying customers. Each room has a door. Each door is locked remotely. By me. To open a door, you have to pass a test. And the test is simple. Acknowledge what you've done. Really acknowledge it. No explanations. No justifications. No, but I thought she wanted it. Or it wasn't that bad. Or any of the other lies you tell yourself. Just the truth. And if I refuse? Then you stay here, in the dark, with yourself, until you change your mind or you die, whichever comes first. The silence that followed was delicious. I could practically hear his mind racing, trying to find the loophole, the escape route, the way to charm or threaten or manipulate his way out. There wasn't one. You can't do this, he said, shaking now. Not with fear, with rage. You can't just lock me in here and I already have. I leaned forward again. One room per victim, Finn. Think of it as a journey through your greatest hits. A retrospective of all the damage you've caused. And at the end, if you make it to the end, maybe you'll have learned something. Maybe you'll understand what it feels like to be powerless, to be trapped, to have someone else control whether you live or die. Fuck you, he was shouting now. Fuck you. This is insane. You're insane. Let me out. Let me the fuck out. He launched himself at the nearest wall, slamming into it with his shoulder. The structure shuddered but held. Good construction. I'd tested it thoroughly. He tried again. And again. Each impact making him grunt with pain and effort. I watched him tire himself out. Watched the rage burn through his energy. Watched him slide down the wall to sit on the floor, breathing hard, hands still bound behind him. Are you finished? I asked pleasantly. Go to hell. Already been there, thanks. Surprisingly dark. Very cramped. Not as much fire as advertised. On the screen, he tried to work his hands free of the zip ties. Good luck with that. I used heavy-duty ones. The kind meant for serious restraint. Oh, I should mention, I added, once you've processed things sufficiently in room 1, you'll have the opportunity to release the zip ties. I'm not a complete monster. You'll need your hands for the rest of the journey. Journey? He looked at the ceiling again, as if he could see me. This isn't a fucking journey. It's a torture chamber. Tomato, tomato. When I get out of here, and I will get out, I'm going to the police. I'm pressing charges. You're going to prison for this. I laughed. Actually laughed. The sound echoed through the speaker, distorted and strange. That's adorable, I said. You really think anyone's going to believe you? The charming young man who buried a woman alive is going to tell the police that said woman built him an escape room as revenge? I have evidence. I have. You have nothing. Your phone is at the bottom of the River Avon. Your last known location was leaving my house to meet a friend who, I'm guessing, you were lying about. So when you don't show up, when you go missing, no one will know where to look. No one will think to check an abandoned shop in the middle of Bath. The silence that followed told me he understood the situation, finally grasped that this wasn't a negotiation. This wasn't a game he could win through cleverness or charm. This was real. 1 room per victim, I repeated. 1 truth per door. It's very simple, really. Even you should be able to manage it. And what if I can't? What if I don't remember? Then I'll help you remember. I leaned back and got comfortable. I've done a lot of research on you, Finn. A lot. I know things you probably thought you'd buried along with your conscience. So don't worry. I won't let you forget. He pulled at the zip ties again. Not in rage this time. In desperation. In panic. Perfect. There's only one way out of this, I said softly. And that's through. Through the memories. Through the acknowledgement. Through admitting what you are and what you've done. Be honest. Really honest. And the doors will open. Lie, and you stay. Forever. You can't keep me here forever. Watch me. He tried to stand again, his legs shaky. He looked around the room with new eyes. Not searching for me anymore. Searching for weakness, for gaps, for any structural flaw he could exploit. He wouldn't find any. I'd spent too long building this. Made it too well. Checked every joint, every panel, every possible escape route. This was my magnum opus. My masterpiece. The culmination of years spent learning how to trap people in psychological prisons disguised as entertainment. Except this time, there was no safety briefing, no panic button, no staff member waiting to let him out after an hour. This time, it was real. I'll give you some time to think, I said. He paced the small room like a caged animal. Really think about what you've done, I said. About who you've hurt. About what you need to say to move forward. I'm not playing your sick game. Then you'll die here. I said it simply, matter-of-factly, alone in the dark, with only your conscience for company, if you even have one. I let that hang in the air for a moment. Then I smiled. Let the games begin, I said, cheerful. Now move. Start thinking. Start remembering. And when you're ready to tell the truth, really tell it. The doors will open. I released the microphone button and watched the monitors. Watched Finn realize that his charm wouldn't save him this time, that his looks wouldn't help him, that his lies wouldn't work, that he was completely, utterly trapped, and that I was the one holding the keys. On the screen, he started to scream. Chapter 31. Zoe. It took him 40 minutes to break in room 1. I watched it happen in real time on the screen. He cycled through denial, rage, bargaining, and finally something that might be acceptance. Or at least exhaustion. He was sitting on the floor, back against the wall, when he started talking. Not to me, to himself, to the empty room, to whatever deity might be listening. Her name was Sarah, he said quietly. The girl at the party. I didn't think it was a big deal. She was drunk. I was drunk. I thought. He stopped, swallowed hard. I thought she wanted it, but she didn't. She pushed me away, and I laughed. Made her feel stupid for thinking I'd actually try anything. Made her the problem instead of me. The words, they were raw, ugly, true. I pressed the button on the microphone. Say her name again, I told him. Say it like you mean it. Sarah, he repeated. Her name was Sarah, and I hurt her, and I'm sorry. I watched him on the screen. Tears streamed down his face. They looked real. They probably were real. I didn't care. I needed to release the zip ties now. Couldn't have him progressing through the maze with his hands bound. He needed to be able to move properly, to feel the walls, to experience the full claustrophobia of each room. But I wasn't stupid enough to get close to him while he still had fight in him. I'd planned for this. I pressed the button on the microphone. Stand up. Face the wall. Rest your forehead against it and don't keep still. He hesitated. Do it now, or you stay tied up until you pass out from dehydration. Your choice. He stood slowly, unsteadily, and stepped to the wall. Put his forehead against the black surface. I grabbed the scissors from my supplies and walked quickly, quietly, to the door of room 1. I'd built a small access panel, hidden from the inside, visible only from my side. I slid it open just enough to reach through. My hand shook as I extended the scissors through the gap. I could see him on the monitor, still facing the wall, still against it like I'd told him. The zip tie was thick, but the scissors were sharp. I worked the blades against the plastic. It snapped. His hands flew apart. He spun around, but I'd already withdrawn my arm and shut the panel, locked it from my side. "The first door is unlocked," I said into the microphone, backing away towards my control room. "Move." He glanced around, rubbing his wrists where the ties had cut in, looking for me, looking for where my hand had come from. He wouldn't find the panel. It was seamless from his side, painted the same matte black as everything else. "Move," I repeated, "or stay there until you starve. Your choice." He stared at the door, at the darkness beyond it, at the unknown. "Please," he whispered. "Please, I've done what you asked. Just let me move." He stumbled towards the door and threw it into room 2. This room was smaller, more cramped. The walls seemed to press in closer there, an optical illusion I'd created with angled panels. The flickering lights were dimmer, the shadows deeper. He peered around, and I could see the fear building again, the realization that this wasn't over. That one truth wasn't enough. "Room 2, I said pleasantly, as if I were a tour guide. "Let's talk about Bristol. The pub. The drinks that kept getting stronger. The girl who woke up in a hotel room with no memory of how she'd got there. I didn't." He stopped himself, tried again. "I didn't think." "No, you didn't think. Or you did think, and you did it anyway. Which is worse?" He slumped against the wall. The fight was going out of him already. "Good. Her name was Emma," he said after a long silence. "I bought her drinks, a lot of drinks. I might have put something in one. I don't remember. I was drinking too. But I took her to a hotel and she couldn't consent. She was too far gone. And I did it anyway." The words came out mechanical, rehearsed, like he was reading from a script. "Say it properly," I demanded. "Say what you did." "I raped her." His voice cracked. "I raped Emma, and she went to the police, and I got away with it because my family has money and connections, and I'm good at lying." There it was. The truth. Ugly and undeniable. I should feel something. Triumph, maybe. Vindication. Justice. Instead, I just felt tired. But I pressed the button anyway. Released the door. "Go." Room 3, room 4, room 5. They merged together after a while. Different names, different details. Same story underneath. Madison. The girl at university who'd said no 3 times before he'd worn her down. In room 3, he tried to explain it away at first. She said yes eventually, he'd argued. But I'd made him say it again. Made him acknowledge that wearing someone down wasn't consent. That exhausting someone into submission was assault. He broke faster that time, only 20 minutes before he was crying. I watched him and felt a strange disconnect. This was what I'd wanted, wasn't it? To see him suffer, to see him face what he'd done. But seeing it happen felt less satisfying than I'd imagined. More clinical, like watching an experiment play out according to predicted variables. Maybe that was good. Maybe satisfaction would mean I was as broken as he was. Jessica, the one who'd frozen when he wouldn't stop, who'd blamed herself afterwards because she hadn't fought hard enough. Room 4 was where I saw him start to really understand. "She didn't move," he said, his voice hollow. "She just lay there." And I kept going. I told myself she was into it, but she wasn't. She was terrified. And I knew. I fucking knew. This one hit harder. Maybe because I understood freezing. Understood that paralysis came with fear. I'd frozen in that coffin, hadn't I? For a moment. Before the survival instinct had kicked in and I'd started digging. Chloe, the friend of a friend who'd woken up to find him on top of her. Room 5 almost broke him completely. "I don't even remember her face," he admitted. "I remember doing it. I remember her crying afterwards. But I don't remember her face. How fucked up is that? How many are there who I don't even remember?" "Good question, Finn. How many?" The answer terrified me. Because if there were victims he didn't even remember, how many more might there be? How many women had stories they'd never told because they knew no one would believe them? How close had Buffy come to being one of them? The thought made my hands shake. I set down my water bottle before I dropped it. In each room, he broke a little more. The admissions flowed faster. The performance fell away. And what was left was just a man confronting the wreckage of his choices. I should feel triumphant, should feel vindicated. Instead, I just felt tired and angry. Still angry. The anger never went away, no matter how much he cried. By room 6, he wasn't even waiting for me to prompt him. He just started talking as soon as the door closed behind him. "Amy," he said, "I told her I loved her, made her think we had a future. Then I forced her, and when she tried to leave, I told her no one would believe her, told her she'd wanted it, made her doubt her own memory." I watched him crumble on the screen and felt nothing. No, that wasn't true. I felt something. Part of me, a small, traitorous part, wanted to feel sorry for him, wanted to see his tears and hear his broken voice and see his obvious anguish and think maybe he'd learned his lesson, maybe this was enough, maybe he'd suffered proportionally to the suffering he'd caused. But then I remembered. I felt the dirt, still tasted it at the back of my throat, gritty and suffocating, felt the phantom press of earth on my chest, the weight of it stealing my breath. Remembered the suffocating darkness as my lungs burned and my hands pushed at wood that wouldn't break, at soil that kept collapsing back down on me. Remembered thinking I was going to die, that my last moments would be alone in that box, choking on dirt, with no one knowing what had happened to me. He'd done that to me, put me in a box, buried me, left me to die alone in the dark, left me to suffocate while he went home to my daughter and played the concerned boyfriend. And now he was crying because he had to admit he'd hurt people? No, I didn't feel sorry for him, not even close. The part of me that wanted sympathy shriveled and died. Good riddance. I pressed the button, released the door to the next room. "Move," I said coldly. "Mechanical." A recording might sound warmer. He looked up at the door, then back at where he thought I was. "How many more?" he asked, defeated. I didn't answer, just watched him on the screen as he pulled himself to his feet and stumbled towards the next room. 6 rooms, 6 women, 6 lives, damaged or destroyed by his actions. And still more to go. I thought about those women, about Sarah and Emma and Madison and Jessica and Chloe and Amy. I thought about what they were doing right now. Were they sleeping peacefully? Or were they awake, haunted by memories of what had been done to them? Did they sense that tonight, in an abandoned shop in Bath, the man who'd hurt them was finally facing consequences? Would it matter to them if they did? I didn't know, couldn't know, but I hoped, I desperately hoped, that somewhere in the universe, the scales were balancing just a little bit. It was going well. Too well, maybe. Part of me kept waiting for something to go wrong, for him to find a weakness in the structure, for someone to discover us, for the whole thing to fall apart. But nothing went wrong. The maze held. Finn stayed trapped, and I stayed in control. 6 rooms down. More to go. I leaned back, taking a sip of water. My hands were steady. My mind was clear. Graham would be horrified if he could see me now. My gentle, dying husband who apologized to furniture. What would he think of his wife building torture devices and kidnapping people? But then, Graham didn't know what Finn had done. Didn't know about the coffin, the dirt, the suffocation. Didn't know his wife spent hours clawing her way back from the dead. Maybe if he knew, he'd understand. Or maybe he'd be horrified anyway. Maybe this was something you couldn't come back from. This darkness I'd embraced. I pushed the thought away. Couldn't afford doubt now. Not when I was this close. For now, that was enough. I might as well enjoy it. On the screen, Finn disappeared through the doorway into the next room, his shoulders hunched, his movements slow. He looked diminished. Nothing like the confident young man who'd walked into my house weeks ago. Nothing like the charming boyfriend who made my daughter smile. He looked like what he was. A predator caught in a trap. Good. Let him keep moving. Let him keep confessing. Let him understand what it was like to be powerless, to have someone else control every aspect of your existence, to be trapped with no escape. We weren't done yet, but we were getting there. And for the first time since I'd clawed my way out of that grave, I felt something close to peace. Not happiness, not satisfaction, not even vindication, just peace. The knowledge that I was doing something, that I wasn't a victim anymore, that I'd taken back control. Whatever happened next, at least I had this moment, this small victory. I settled deeper into my chair and watched the screen. Room 7 awaited him, the one I'd been saving, the one that would determine everything. But for now, I just watched and waited and let him suffer a little longer. Chapter 32. Zoe. Room 7 took longer. He stood at the threshold for a full 5 minutes, just staring into the darkness. This room was different from the others. Smaller, yes, but also more deliberately suffocating. The ceiling was lower, the walls closer. I'd painted shadows on the black surfaces to create the illusion of even less space than there actually was. I'd made it feel like a coffin. When he stepped inside, his whole body tensed. He realized what this room represented. "This one's special," I said into the microphone. "This room is just for me." Again, he looked up at where he thought I was. His face was a mess. Red eyes, tear-streaked cheeks, snot crusted around his nose, breaking down room by room. But this was the one that mattered. This was the one that was mine. "You know what I want to hear," I continued. "You've admitted everything else, every woman you've hurt, every life you've damaged, but you haven't talked about what you did to me, about what brought you here." "I've said I'm sorry," he croaked. "I've said, sorry isn't enough." I leaned forward, closer to the monitors. I could see every detail of his face, every twitch of fear. "I want the truth. All of it. Why you did it. How you did it. What you were thinking when you buried me alive." He slumped against the wall, sliding down until he was sitting. The cramped space forced his knees up nearly to his chest, the posture of someone trapped. "Good. I don't know what you want me to say," he whispered. "The truth," I repeated. "Start at the beginning. When did you decide to kill me?" Silence. Long silence. He was thinking, maybe trying to figure out what would get him out of this room faster. Still trying to game the system, even now. "When you started following me," he said, "when I realized you didn't trust me, that you were going to dig until you found something, and you couldn't let that happen." "No." "Why not?" "Because," he stopped, swallowed, "because I loved Buffy. I didn't want to lose her." I laughed. The sound came out harsh and bitter through the speaker. "You loved her? Is that what you call it? You loved her so much you were willing to murder her mother?" "I didn't want to." His voice rose, cracking. "I didn't want to hurt you, but you wouldn't stop. You kept watching me, kept suspecting me. I saw it in your face every time we were in the same room together. The way you looked at me like you knew." "I did know," I said quietly. "Not everything, not then. But I knew something was wrong with you, something false." I panicked. He breathed faster, the space closing in on him. "That night when you followed me, I saw you. I knew what you were doing, and I couldn't let you find out. Couldn't let you tell Buffy. So I followed you instead. Waited until you were in that alley where no one could see. And then I hit you," he said in barely a whisper, "from behind. And you went down and I thought you were dead at first, but you were still breathing, just unconscious. And I knew I had to finish it. Had to make sure you couldn't tell anyone." I leaned so close to the screen that my nose almost touched it. I gripped the edge of the desk, every muscle tense. "So what did you do?" "I ran back and picked up the car, drove back to the alley and put you in my car. In the boot. Drove out to that field I know. I used to go there with friends. No one around for miles. I found that box on the side of the road near the farm. It was big enough. Just barely big enough. He was crying again. But I didn't care. I needed to hear this. Needed him to say every word. You put me in the box. Yes. And then I buried it. His voice broke. I dug a hole. Not deep. I didn't have time for deep. And I put the box in, and I covered it with dirt, and I left you there. The room spun slightly, even though I knew what had happened. I'd lived through it, survived it. Hearing him describe it so clinically made it real in a different way, made it deliberate. You left me there to die, I said, shaking. Couldn't help it. Even though I'd survived, even though I was here and he was the one trapped, hearing him describe it made my hands tremble. You knew I'd wake up eventually. Knew I'd be conscious when the air ran out. You wanted me to suffocate slowly in the dark. I didn't think about that part. He was shouting, panicked. I just needed you gone. I didn't think about you waking up. I didn't think about... Liar. The word emerged sharp, hard. You thought about it. You thought about every part of it. You're a planner, Finn. You've planned every assault, every manipulation, every lie. You've got away with it for years because you're careful, because you think things through. You didn't bury me on impulse. You buried me because it was the most convenient way to make me disappear. No, that's not. You went home afterwards, didn't you? I leaned even closer to the screen. You went home to my house, to my dying husband, to my daughter. Did you wash the dirt off your hands first? Or did you tell Buffy you'd been gardening? He made a sound, half sob, half laugh, broken. I told her I'd been at the pub with friends. I drank a can of beer outside the house, so my breath smelled of alcohol. She believed me. She always believed me. The casual way he'd said it. Like Buffy's trust was just another tool to exploit. Like saying he'd been at the pub explained the dirt. I wanted to reach through the screen and strangle him, but I didn't. I stayed in my chair. Stayed in control. Say it, I demanded. Say what you did, all of it. No more excuses. No more I didn't mean to, or I panicked. Just the truth. The complete, unvarnished truth about what you did to me and why. He was hyperventilating. The small space, the pressure, the hours of confessions. It was all building to this moment. His hands shook. His whole body shook. I can't, he gasped. I can't. Say it or you stay in here forever. This is your last chance, Finn. This is what everything has been building towards. Tell me what you did to me. Exactly what you did. Why you did it. What you were thinking. All of it. I could see him cracking. See the moment where he realized there was no way out except through the truth. His face crumpled. The last of his defenses crumbling like walls made of sand. And then he screamed. Not words. Just a sound of pure anguish, pure defeat, pure surrender. His hands rose to his head, fingers gripping his hair like he wanted to tear it out. And then the words came pouring out. I wormed my way into your life, he shouted. I targeted Buffy because she was vulnerable and sweet, and I knew I could make her love me. I came to your house and I smiled at your dying husband and I pretended to care, and the whole time I was just waiting for the right moment. And when you started suspecting me, when you started getting too close, I followed you, and I hit you, and I put you in a box, and I buried you alive, because I had to. Because I had to. The confession hung in the air, raw, complete, undeniable. I sat back, trembling. This was what I wanted, what I needed. To hear him say it. To hear him admit not just the act, but the calculation behind it. The deliberate, cold-blooded decision to murder me. To hear him confess that he'd targeted my daughter, used her, manipulated her. That he'd smiled at my dying husband while planning to kill me. Why? Because we'd had a one-night stand? Hearing it, really hearing it in his own words, made it real in a way that surviving it didn't. Made me understand just how close I'd come to dying. How easily he would have let me suffocate. How little my life meant to him compared to his comfort, his convenience, his continued access to my daughter. Because you had to, I repeated slowly. I sounded distant. I tilted my head to one side, trying to process what I was hearing. Why did you have to, Finn? Why was it necessary to kill me? Why couldn't you just leave? Walk away? Find another girl to target? He looked at the ceiling. He was destroyed, empty, like he'd used up every emotion he had, and there was nothing left. Because the door behind me exploded inwards. Not opened. Exploded. The sound was deafening in the small space. Wood splintering, metal shrieking, hinges tearing from the frame. The door I'd thought was locked, that should have been locked, that I'd checked 3 times, smashing open with brutal, impossible force. I spun in my chair, heart stopping. Graham stood in the doorway. My husband. My dying, gentle husband who could barely walk to the bathroom without help, who needed assistance getting dressed, who fell asleep in his armchair after 5 minutes of conversation because the cancer stole his energy. Except he didn't look gentle now. And he didn't look weak. His face was twisted with something I'd never seen before. Not pain, not exhaustion, not the patient suffering I'd watched for months as the disease ate through him. Rage. Pure, focused, terrifying rage. His body, the body I'd thought was wasting away, barely holding itself upright, was tense, coiled, ready, like a predator about to strike. And his eyes, those cold, wrong eyes, were fixed on me with an intensity that froze my blood in my veins. This wasn't my husband. This was someone else wearing his face. Graham? I sounded confused, almost pleading. How did you? What are you? He moved towards me. Fast, too fast for someone so ill. Too fast for someone who could barely stand without support. Too fast for someone dying of lung cancer. His footsteps were sure, steady, no hesitation, no weakness. His hand reached out, not to embrace me, not to touch my face with love or relief or concern for where I'd been, what I'd been through, to grab me. And in that split second before his fingers closed around my throat, I understood. I understood everything. I understood why Finn said he had to. I understood why all of this, had felt like it was going too well. Because it was never about Finn at all. And I realized I'd made a terrible, terrible mistake. The screen behind me showed Finn in his room, looking up at the sound of the crash, confusion and hope flashing across his broken expression. But I couldn't see that anymore. Couldn't see anything except Graham's face looming over me, his hand at my throat, and those cold, dead eyes. Eyes that stopped being my husband's long before I'd even noticed, stared at me with venom. Chapter 33. Zoe. The hand in my hair yanked me backwards. Pain exploded across my scalp as Graham's fingers twisted, gripped, pulled. He dragged me off the chair, and I stumbled, my feet tangling beneath me. The screen blurred past, Finn's face, frozen mid-sob. The laptop clattered to the floor, screen cracking on the concrete. Before I could catch my balance, before I could even process what was happening, Graham shoved me hard against the wall. My shoulder hit first, then my cheek. The impact rattled my teeth, sending stars across my vision. I tasted blood. I'd bitten my tongue, probably. The copper taste flooded my mouth. "Graham," I said, but his hand was still in my hair, pressing my face to the rough brick. The texture scraped my skin. I couldn't breathe properly, couldn't think. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. "Shut up," he said, cold and flat. Nothing like the gentle tone I'd heard for 22 years of marriage. Nothing like the man who read poetry to me in bed, who cried during films, who held my hand when I was sad. Not a word. He released my hair with a violent shove that sent me sliding down the wall. I caught myself before I hit the floor completely, ending up on my knees, hands splayed on the cold concrete. My palms stung. My face throbbed. My scalp burned where he'd grabbed me. My mind raced, trying to process what was happening, trying to make sense of it. Graham. My dying husband. That Graham. This Graham. They couldn't be the same person. This couldn't be real. But the pain in my scalp was real. The taste of blood was real. The cold concrete under my palms was real. The bruise forming on my cheekbone was real. This was happening. Graham turned away from me, facing the doorway, his body tense, coiled. Ready. You, he barked. Get in here, now, on the floor with her. Who was he talking to? I looked up, blinking away the stars in my vision, the tears that had started forming. And Buffy appeared in the doorway. My daughter, my beautiful, innocent girl. Her face streaked with tears, eyes red and swollen from crying. She trembled, terrified. Her hands shook at her sides. She must have followed him, must have refused to stay home when he'd left, must have sensed something was wrong, the way he'd moved, his tone, the cold determination in his eyes, and decided she needed to see where he was going, what he was doing. She must have tailed him through Bath, keeping her distance, watching him break into this abandoned shop, and he must have seen her outside before he'd barged in, caught her lurking in the shadows, dragged her in here to witness whatever he'd planned. My heart broke looking at her, at the fear on her face, at the way she held herself, arms wrapped around her middle like she tried to physically hold herself together. She shouldn't be here, shouldn't see this, shouldn't be part of whatever nightmare was unfolding. Mom? Her voice was small, broken, the voice of a little girl, not a 19-year-old woman. Mom, what's happening? I don't understand what's... I opened my arms. She didn't hesitate, didn't question, just ran to me, collapsing into my embrace like she used to do when she was a child and had a nightmare. Her whole body shook, great heaving sobs racking through her. I held her tight, one hand cradling the back of her head, the other wrapped around her shoulders. She was taller than me, had been for years, but right now, she felt tiny, fragile, breakable. It's okay, I whispered. Even though it wasn't. Even though nothing about this was okay. Even though I had no idea what was happening or how to fix it. I've got you. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. A lie. Probably a lie. But she needed to hear it. She was crying too hard to speak, just clinging to me, like I was the only solid thing in a world that had fallen apart. Her tears soaked through my shirt, her nails dug into my back. I stroked her hair, made soothing sounds, the things mothers do instinctively when their children are hurting, even when they had no idea how to actually help. Over her shoulder, I studied Graham. He'd gone to my control panel. His movements were efficient, purposeful, no hesitation. He hovered over the laptop for a moment. Then he bent down and pressed something on it. A mechanical sound echoed through the shop, metal sliding, locks releasing. One of the doors, the one leading from room 7 to this space, slid open. No. No, no, no. Graham, don't. I said, shut up. He didn't even look at me, just kept observing the screen. On it, Finn. Still in that cramped room, still sitting with his knees pulled up, his head jerked towards the sound of the door opening. He saw light, saw a way out. He scrambled to his feet, stumbled towards the opening, practically falling through it, and found himself right there, right next to us. He emerged from the structure, blinking in the brighter light of the control room. His face was a mess, tear-streaked, snot-crusted, swollen from crying. His eyes red-rimmed and bloodshot. His clothes were filthy, covered in dust from the rooms. His hands shook, fingers twitching at his sides. He looked around, confused, disorientated, trying to understand where he was, what was happening, how he'd got here. His gaze landed on me first, on Buffy in my arms. Recognition flickered across his face, surprise, then confusion. What was Buffy doing here? What was any of this? Then he saw Graham, and everything about his expression changed. The confusion didn't fade. If anything, it deepened. His brow furrowed. He was trying to work out what Graham was doing here. How a dying man had made it to an abandoned shop in the middle of the night. How he'd found us. What this meant for the situation. But the fear lessened. Just slightly. Just enough to notice. Because Graham was Buffy's father. My dying husband. The gentle, patient man who'd welcomed Finn into our home with open arms. Who'd never questioned his relationship with Buffy. Who'd offered him tea and asked about his studies and treated him like family. Not a threat. Not someone to be afraid of. Just a sick old man who'd probably come looking for his missing wife. Finn straightened, wiped at his face with his sleeve, clearing away the tears and the snot. An act that was almost automatic, presenting himself better now that there was an audience. Making himself more sympathetic, more like a victim. And then, slowly, carefully, a smile crept across his face. Not relief exactly. Something else. Something sly. Something calculating. The smile of someone who'd just realized the game had shifted in his favor. He looked from Graham to me to Buffy and back to Graham again. His eyes were calculating. He was working through the possibilities. Running scenarios. Graham was here. Graham had seen the structure. Graham had heard at least some of what had happened, or had seen enough on the screen to know that I'd kidnapped Finn, imprisoned Finn, kept Finn trapped for hours. Whatever Finn had done before, whatever I'd accused him of, this changed things. This changed everything. This gave him leverage, gave him a story, gave him a way out. Poor Finn. Innocent Finn. Victimized by his girlfriend's unstable mother, who'd become obsessed with him, who'd attacked him, who'd locked him in a torture chamber and forced him to say terrible things about himself. Who wouldn't believe him over me? Who wouldn't see me as the monster here? Buffy stiffened in my arms, her whole body going rigid as she saw that smile spread across Finn's face. She'd seen it before. I knew she had, but never like this. Never so nakedly predatory. Graham, Finn started, hoarse, but he was gaining confidence. Thank God you're. Quiet, Graham said. One word. Flat, cold, final. Finn stopped mid-sentence. Something in Graham's tone cut through his building courage. Graham didn't move towards him, didn't move towards us. Just stood there, blocking the only exit, his gaze moving from Finn to me to Buffy and back again. Assessing, cataloging, planning. The silence stretched. Heavy, oppressive. The kind of silence that made your ears ring and your skin crawl. Finn shifted his weight, clearly uncomfortable now. The smile wavered, but didn't disappear entirely. He was still working out the angles, still trying to figure out how to play this, how to position himself as the victim. How to make Graham see him as an ally against the crazy woman who'd hurt them both. She kidnapped me, he said, motioning at me with one shaking hand. She attacked me, drugged me, probably, brought me here, and locked me in that thing she built. For hours, making me say things, threatening me if I didn't comply. She's completely, I said, quiet. Graham's voice hadn't risen. Hadn't changed in volume or intensity at all, but something about it, some quality in the flatness, the coldness, made Finn's mouth snap shut. The smile was still there, though, clinging to his face like a mask, because he wasn't afraid. Not really. He should be afraid. Over his shoulder, I could see the screen still displaying the empty rooms, the structure I'd built. The maze designed to break him down. The evidence of everything I'd done tonight. Graham saw it, too. His gaze flicked to the screen, to the laptop on the floor with its cracked screen, to the microphone sitting on the desk, to me and Buffy huddled against the wall like frightened animals, taking it all in, processing, cataloging. And when his gaze came back to us, to all three of us, his face was completely expressionless, cold, empty. Nothing like the man I'd married. Nothing like the man I'd thought was dying. Nothing human at all. Finn saw it too now. Finally, the smile faltered, cracked at the edges like old paint. His eyes widened. His weight shifted back, just an inch, just enough. Because there was something in Graham's eyes, something wrong. Something that made the air feel thin and the room feel smaller and the exit feel very, very far away. Buffy whimpered against me. She was seeing it too. And in that moment, watching my husband's face, or what was wearing my husband's face, I understood. Finn was just the catalyst, the trigger, the thing that set everything in motion. But whatever Graham was doing here, whatever he'd planned, it was bigger than revenge on a predator. Bigger than justice. Bigger than any of us. We were all in danger here. All of us. Every single person in this room. And Graham just stood there, glaring at us all with those terrible, empty eyes. Not moving, not speaking, just glaring. Waiting. Game over, I thought. But not the game I thought we were playing. Not the game any of us thought we were playing. This was Graham's game. And we were all pieces on his board. Chapter 34. Zoe. Sit, Graham said to Finn, pointing at my chair. Finn hesitated for only a moment before obeying. He practically collapsed into it, his legs giving out. Whether from exhaustion or fear, I couldn't tell. Probably both. Graham remained standing, looming, positioned between us and the only exit. I pulled Buffy closer. She'd stopped crying, but still trembled. Still clung to me like I was all that kept her tethered to reality. Maybe I was. Do you know, Graham began conversationally, how long I've been planning this? None of us answered. The question didn't seem to require one. 18 months, he continued. 18 months of watching, waiting, setting pieces in motion. He sounded almost pleasant, like he discussed the weather or a mildly interesting book, not revealing that he'd orchestrated some elaborate revenge plot. And then the cancer. Stage 4, lung cancer. Terminal. The doctors gave me a year at most. Ironic timing, really. I'd spent over a year setting everything up, and then my own body started betraying me. But in a way, it helped. People see a dying man, and they stop questioning. They stop paying attention. You become furniture. Background noise. Just the poor, sick man in the corner who needs help getting dressed. He looked at me when he said this, those cold eyes boring into mine. He breathed harder. For the first time, I noticed the sheen of sweat on his forehead, the slight tremor in his hands, the way he braced himself against the wall. He really was dying. The cancer was real. Of course it was. I'd spoken to nurses, been to the hospital with him. And this, all of this, was taking everything he had left. Graham, I started. No, he interrupted. Shut up and listen. Buffy flinched. I stroked her hair, trying to soothe her, trying to pretend I wasn't terrified. It started, Graham said, when I found out about the affairs. The word hung in the air like a grenade. Buffy went rigid against me. Mum? Her voice was very small. What's he talking about? I couldn't look at her, couldn't bear to see the confusion and hurt in her eyes. Your mother, Graham said, has been unfaithful for years. Multiple men, multiple affairs. She thought she was being discreet. She wasn't. That's not... Buffy started, but she trailed off, because she was staring at my face, at the guilt written all over it. Mum? She said again, quieter now, broken. I'm sorry, I whispered. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. How many? Graham asked. Not angry, just curious. Clinical. How many men, Zoe? I lost count around 8. Shame flooded through me, hot and choking. I wanted to defend myself, wanted to explain. But there was no explanation that made it better. No excuse that erased the betrayal. It doesn't matter, I said. Doesn't it? Graham tilted his head. I think it matters quite a lot. Certainly mattered to me. When I found out, and believe me, it wasn't hard to find out, I had a decision to make. Divorce you, leave you, forgive you, and move on like some pathetic cuckold? He shook his head. None of those options satisfied me. Because you didn't just betray me, Zoe. You betrayed our family, our marriage, everything we built together. And for what? A few hours of excitement? Validation from strangers? Each word was a knife, precise, aimed to wound. So I decided, he continued, that you needed to understand what betrayal feels like, what it's like to have someone you trust destroy you from the inside out. He coughed suddenly. His hand went to his chest, fingers pressing against his sternum like he could physically hold himself together. When he looked up again, there was a flash of something, pain, maybe, before the cold mask slid back into place. He stared at Finn, then back at me. "Enter Finn," he said. Young, charming, predatory. I'd been watching him for a while, following his pattern, documenting his victims, waiting for the right moment. Finn's face had gone gray. He gripped the arms of the chair like he might fall off otherwise. "I set up the meeting," Graham said. "That night in the bar. Made sure you'd be there, Zoe. Made sure Finn would see you. Made sure the circumstances were just right for him to approach, to flirt, to plant the seed." My stomach turned to ice. "You?" I could barely get the words out. "You set me up to meet Finn?" "I set him up to meet you," Graham corrected. "The rest, your attraction, your reciprocation, that was all you. I just provided the opportunity." He was right. Of course he was right. Finn had approached me, but I'd let it happen. I'd flirted back. I'd given him my number. I'd made those choices. "But that wasn't enough," Graham went on. "Simple infidelity wasn't satisfying. I needed something more, something that would really hurt. So I manipulated Finn into targeting Buffy instead." "What?" Finn sounded shocked. "You didn't. I chose—" "You chose nothing," Graham said coldly. "I showed you her Instagram. Mentioned casually that my wife's daughter was studying at Bristol. Made sure you saw pictures of her. Young, vulnerable, trusting. Everything you look for in a victim, and you took the bait perfectly." The room spun. I couldn't breathe properly. All this time, I'd thought it was because I'd told Finn those things, when all along, Graham had, too. And both of them had hidden this little secret. When Finn had come to meet us for the first time, neither of them had acted as if they'd met each other before. "You used our daughter," I whispered. "You used Buffy to hurt me." "Our daughter?" Graham laughed, an ugly sound. "That's rich." "Because here's the thing, Zoe. When I found out about the affairs, something occurred to me. A possibility I'd never considered before. So I did a DNA test. One night when she was passed out on the sofa after some drinks with friends, I swabbed her mouth. No. No, no, no. "Buffy's not mine," he said simply. "She never was. And honestly, once I knew that, I stopped caring what happened to her." Buffy made a sound. Not quite a scream. Not quite a sob. Something in between. She pulled away from me, staring at Graham with wide, horrified eyes. "Daddy?" Her voice was a child's voice, small and lost. "You don't mean that. You can't mean—" "I do," he said. "You're not my daughter. You're the product of one of your mother's affairs. Probably the first one, given your age. I've raised you for 19 years, thinking you were mine. Do you have any idea what that knowledge does to a person?" Buffy was shaking. Not just trembling, full body shaking. Like she was coming apart at the seams. I reached for her, but she jerked away from me. Away from both of us. "So, you see," Graham said, "I had no qualms about using her. About letting Finn worm his way into her life. About watching him manipulate her. Hurt her. Because it wasn't hurting my daughter. It was hurting yours, Zoe. And watching you suffer. Watching you realize what kind of monster you'd let into our home. That was the whole point." He smiled. "And when Finn buried you alive, when he tried to kill you, I was glad. Because part of me hoped he'd succeed." The words hit hard. "But you survived." He sounded weaker now, raspier. "Clawed your way out, like the cockroach you are. And then you did this." He gestured at the structure, at the control room. and the movement made him wince, and handed me exactly what I needed: evidence of your instability, your violence, your willingness to kidnap and torture someone. Perfect. He leaned more heavily against the wall. The effort of standing, of speaking, of maintaining this cold facade, it visibly drained him. Why? I asked. Why tell us all this? Why not just— Because I wanted you to know, he said. I wanted you to understand that everything, every single thing that's happened is because of your choices, your betrayal, your selfishness. You did this to yourself, to Buffy, to all of us. Silence. Heavy. Suffocating. And then I spoke. You're right. The words came out quiet but clear, cutting through the tension. Graham's eyebrows rose slightly. He hadn't expected agreement. You're right, I repeated, louder now. I looked at Buffy, at her tear-streaked face, at the devastation in her eyes. I did this. The affairs, they were wrong, selfish, cruel. I betrayed you, Graham. I betrayed our marriage. I betrayed the family we built. And I'm sorry. I turned to Graham, meeting those cold eyes directly. I'm sorry for every time I lied. Every time I chose someone else over you. Every moment I made you feel small or worthless or not enough. You deserved better. You deserved a faithful wife, a partner who honored her vows. And I wasn't that person. The words hurt to say, but they were true. Every one of them. I was selfish. I was looking for something, validation, excitement, escape. And I didn't care who I hurt in the process. I told myself it didn't matter, that what you didn't know wouldn't hurt you. But it did matter. It mattered enormously. And you have every right to be angry, every right to hate me. Buffy stared at me, tears streaming down her face. But Buffy, I said, almost breaking. Buffy didn't do anything wrong. She's innocent in all this. Whether she's yours biologically or not, you raised her. You were her father. And using her, hurting her to get back at me? That's not justice, Graham. That's just cruelty. I took a shaky breath. I'm sorry, I said to Buffy now. I'm so sorry, baby. For the affairs, for lying, for bringing this into our home, for every way I've failed you. You deserved better. You deserved a mother who made better choices, who protected you instead of exposing you to danger. She sobbed, openly, ugly crying the way she used to when she was little. I wanted to hold her, but stayed where I was. Let her have space. Let her choose whether to come to me or not. And I'm sorry, I said to the room at large, that it took all this horror, this nightmare, for me to finally face what I've done, to take responsibility, to admit that I was wrong. The silence that followed was different now, softer somehow. Or maybe that was just wishful thinking. But, I added, my emotions hardening. What you did, Graham, manipulating Finn, using Buffy, letting me be buried alive. That's not justice. That's abuse. That's torture. That's poetic, he interrupted. That's poetic justice. An unfaithful wife destroyed by her own poor choices. A predator exposed for what he is. A daughter learning the truth about her family. It's perfect. It's sick, I said flatly. He shrugged, like it didn't matter. Like none of this mattered. Perhaps. But it's done now. And soon enough the police will arrive, called by me, of course, and they'll find this scene. You, having kidnapped and tortured a young man. Me, having tried to rescue him. Buffy, traumatized by her mother's actions. It'll be quite the story. He'd sounded so pleased with himself. So certain. That's when I smiled. It was a thin smile. Tired, but genuine. The police are already on their way, I said quietly. But not because you called them. Graham's expression shifted. A tick of uncertainty. What? The computer. I nodded towards the monitor. It's been live streaming since the second Finn woke up in that first room. Everything he said. Everything he admitted. Every single word. The color drained from Graham's face. He processed what I'd said. "And you've been on camera for the past 10 minutes, I said, confessing to your orchestration of all this, admitting you let me be buried alive, revealing that you used and manipulated your daughter. Sorry, the daughter you raised, just to hurt me. All of it. Recorded, live streamed, saved to the cloud." Sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder, getting closer. Finn's face had gone completely white. He looked like he might vomit. "You," Graham started, but nothing followed. No words, just stunned silence. "I set this up," I said, my voice steady, "before I brought Finn here, before any of this started, because I knew that the only way to truly expose him was to have proof. Real, undeniable proof. So I connected everything to a private stream. One that's been recording since the beginning." I looked at Finn, then at Graham. "Congratulations," I said softly. "You've both been exposed. Your crimes, your manipulation, your cruelty, all of it out there now for everyone to see." The sirens were right outside. I imagined blue lights flashing. Graham moved towards the laptop, probably to shut it down, but it was too late. Far too late. I pulled Buffy close to me. She came willingly this time, collapsing into my arms. "It's over," I whispered to her. "It's finally over. Even if we'd lost everything. Even if we'd lost the men we loved, or thought we loved. Even if we were left with nothing but wreckage and truth. At least we had that. The truth. And each other." The door burst open. Police flooded in. Voices shouting. Movement. Chaos. But I just held my daughter and watched Graham's expression crumble as he realized what I'd done, what we'd all done to each other. And I smiled. A thin, tired, victorious smile. Game over. This time for real. Chapter 35. Buffy. They put the handcuffs on Finn first. I watched from across the room as the officer read him his rights. The words blurred together. Something about remaining silent. Something about a solicitor. But I couldn't focus on them. Couldn't focus on anything except the way Finn's wrists looked with metal wrapped around them. Small, fragile, nothing like the hands that had held mine, that had stroked my hair, that I'd thought would keep me safe. He was crying. Still crying. Had been crying since the police arrived. Great heaving sobs that shook his whole body. I felt nothing. That should bother me, shouldn't it? The fact that I could see the man I thought I loved being arrested and feel absolutely nothing. No sympathy. No urge to defend him. No instinct to go to him. Just emptiness. They led him towards the door. He glanced back at me once, his eyes red and swollen, his face a mess of tears and snot. "Buffy," he said. "I'm sorry. I'm so—" "Don't." I sounded strange. Flat. Like the word belonged to someone else. "Don't say my name. Don't apologize. Just go." The officer nudged him forward, and he stumbled out into the night, into the waiting police car, into whatever came next. I didn't watch him leave. Graham, Dad, the man who'd raised me, went next. He wasn't crying, didn't protest, didn't try to explain or justify, just stood there as they put the cuffs on, his face completely blank. He seemed old suddenly, older than his 54 years. The cancer had eaten away at him, yes, but it was more than that. It was like all the rage and coldness that kept him upright had drained out, leaving nothing but a dying shell. "Buffy," he said, barely audible over the chaos of the police moving through the shop. I didn't want to see those eyes that used to look at me with love, or what I'd thought was love, and now see me as nothing, as someone else's daughter, as collateral damage in his war against Mum. But I stared at him anyway. "I did love you," he said, "before I knew. I want you to know that." "But not after," I said. It wasn't a question. He didn't answer. Didn't need to. We both knew the truth. They led him away. He walked slowly, each step an effort, the cancer eating through him with every breath. He'd probably die before he ever saw trial. Good. The thought surprised me with its viciousness. But I didn't take it back. Didn't soften it. Good. Let him die knowing what he'd done. Let him die knowing that his revenge destroyed everyone, including himself. Let him die alone. The shop emptied. Police, evidence technicians, paramedics who checked Mom over, checked me over, asked questions neither of us could really answer. Are you hurt? Physically? No. Do you need medical attention? I don't know. How do you treat this? Can you tell us what happened? Where would I even start? They took photos of the structure Mom had built, the maze, the rooms, the control panel, documented everything, bagged evidence, conversed in low voices about kidnapping charges and false imprisonment and psychological torture. They were talking about my mother, about things she'd done, and I didn't know how to feel about that. On one hand, Finn had buried her alive, tried to kill her. She had every right to be angry, every right to want revenge. But this, building an elaborate torture device, kidnapping him, making him confess for hours on camera, that wasn't justice. That was something else, something that scared me when I thought about it too long. My mother had done this. My mother, who'd made me tea when I was sad, who'd helped me pick out dresses for nights out, who'd taught me how to do my makeup, built a psychological torture chamber and used it on another human being. How did I reconcile those two versions of her? How did I see her the same way again? I glanced across the room. She was speaking to a police officer, gesturing at the laptop, explaining about the live stream. Her face was animated, focused, like she described a set design for a play, not evidence of her own crimes. Would they arrest her too? They must. They had to. She'd kidnapped someone, tortured him, but then again, he'd tried to murder her, and Graham had orchestrated the whole thing. Who was the villain in this story? Who was the victim? Everyone. No one. All of us. The officer nodded at something Mom said, made notes, moved on to chat to someone else. She was done talking. She peered around the room, found me with her eyes. For a moment, we just stared at each other. My mother, the woman who'd given birth to me, who'd raised me, who'd also, apparently, had so many affairs that she didn't even know who my real father was. That's what Graham said, that I was the product of one of her affairs, that he did a DNA test and I wasn't his. I didn't know who my father was. The thought sat in my stomach like a stone. 19 years of my life. 19 years of thinking I knew where I came from, who I was, what my family looked like. All of it. A lie. Mom took a step towards me, opened her mouth like she was going to say something. I turned away. I couldn't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I heard her stop, felt her standing there, wanting to reach for me, wanting to fix this somehow. But some things couldn't be fixed. Some things were just broken forever. An officer approached me, young, seemed kind. She asked if there was anyone I could call, anyone I could stay with tonight. I thought about my friends, about phoning them and trying to explain what had happened, trying to find words for this nightmare. I couldn't. I'll go to a hotel, I said. I just need to be alone. I can't stand to go back home. Not yet. The officer appeared uncertain, like she wanted to argue. But something in my face must have convinced her, because she just nodded. We'll need you to come in tomorrow, she said gently, to give a full statement. Both you and your mother. Your mother. Like that was still what she was to me. Like that relationship hadn't been broken tonight. Fine, I said. She gave me a card with a number to ring. Victim support services, she said. Counseling. Resources. I took the card. Probably wouldn't use it, but I took it. Some officers started to leave, taking their evidence bags and their cameras and their notes, taking the last pieces of the nightmare with them. The shop felt cavernous suddenly. Empty. Just me and Mom and the structure she'd built. This monument to revenge and rage and pain. This was what happened when hurt people hurt people. Everyone bled. I studied the maze one last time. At the black walls and the flickering lights and the doors that locked people in until they broke. Then I glanced at Mum. She stood by the door, waiting, not approaching, giving me space, or maybe too afraid to come closer. Her face was bruised. Blood had stained her shirt from biting her tongue when Graham shoved her. She seemed exhausted, broken, human. She looked like someone who'd lost everything, just like me. "Buffy," she said quietly. "Baby, please. Can we?" "Don't," I said. "Don't call me that. Don't try to fix this. Not tonight." She flinched like I'd slapped her. "I need time," I continued. "I don't know what I need. But I can't be around you right now. I can't look at you and not see." I gestured vaguely at the structure, at the laptop, at everything. "This. I understand," she said. And maybe she did. Maybe she knew exactly how betrayed I felt, how lost. "Do you?" The words came out harsh, bitter. "Do you understand what it's like to find out your whole life is a lie? That your father isn't your father? That your mother is a—" I stopped. Couldn't finish the sentence. Didn't even know what word would fit. Vigilante? Criminal? Torturer? Victim? All of them. None of them. "I'm sorry," Mum said. "For all of it. For the affairs. For not protecting you from Finn. For building this?" I waved a hand towards the maze again. "For kidnapping him? For becoming the kind of person who does that?" She didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Because we both knew what she'd become tonight. And we both knew she couldn't take it back. "I need to go," I said. I walked towards the door, past her. She didn't try to stop me, didn't reach out. I was grateful for that. If she'd touched me, I might have shattered completely. Outside, the air was cold. Autumn in Bath. The city was quiet at this hour. Just the distant sound of traffic and the river and normal people living normal lives. I stood on the pavement and stared at the sky. No stars. Too much light pollution. I was alone. The thought should terrify me, should make me want to run back inside to Mum despite everything. Should make me want to call someone, anyone, just to hear another voice. But it didn't. I was alone. And maybe that was okay. Maybe that's what I needed right now. To be alone with the wreckage. To sort through the pieces, to figure out who I was, when everything I thought I knew had been stripped away. I wasn't Graham's daughter. Not really. My mother wasn't who I'd thought she was. The man I loved was a predator who'd tried to kill her. So who was I? I didn't know yet. But I'd figure it out. I had to. I took out my phone, ordered an Uber, watched the little car icon move across the map towards me. Behind me, I heard Mum step outside, felt her presence on the pavement. Not close, respectful of the distance I needed. "Buffy," she said one more time, "I love you. Whatever happens next, whatever you decide about us, I love you. And I'm sorry." I didn't turn around, didn't acknowledge the words, but I heard them, and maybe someday, not today, not tomorrow, but someday, that would matter. The Uber arrived. I got in, gave the driver the name of a hotel. As we pulled away, I looked back once. Mum stood outside the shop, illuminated by the streetlight, small and alone and broken, just like me. And then we turned the corner and she was gone. Bath passed by outside the window. Beautiful old buildings and cobblestone streets and the kind of history that made you feel insignificant. I leaned my head against the glass and closed my eyes. Tomorrow, I'd have to think about what came next, about statements and investigations, and whether Mum would be charged, about who my real father was and whether I even wanted to know, about how to rebuild a life from the ashes of the one I had. Tomorrow, I'd have to be strong. But tonight, I was just going to let myself feel it. The grief, the betrayal, the loss of everything I'd thought was true. Tonight, I was going to fall apart. And tomorrow, I'd figure out how to put myself back together. Alone. But maybe that was the only way to do it anyway. The hotel came into view. Generic, impersonal, Perfect. I got out of the car, walked through the lobby with my head down. The receptionist barely looked at me as she handed over a key card. Good. I didn't want to be seen right now. Didn't want anyone to notice the girl whose family had just imploded on camera for the world to see. The room was bland. Beige walls, white sheets, nothing personal. I locked the door behind me, sat on the edge of the bed, and finally, let myself cry for the father who wasn't my father but raised me anyway, until he'd decided I wasn't worth loving anymore. For the boyfriend who I'd thought I'd marry someday, who'd turned out to be a monster. For the mother who I'd thought I knew, who'd become someone capable of things I couldn't even process. For the girl I'd been this morning, who'd had no idea her entire world was about to shatter. I cried until there was nothing left, until I was empty, until the sun started to rise, and Bath woke up, and the world kept turning like nothing had happened. And then I got up, washed my face, looked at myself in the mirror. I didn't recognize the girl staring back at me, but maybe that was okay. Maybe she was someone new, someone who'd survived the unsurvivable, someone who could build a life from wreckage. I didn't know yet who she'd become, but I was going to find out, one day at a time, starting now. Epilogue. Zoe. 3 months later. The house was quiet when I got home. Too quiet. I dropped my keys in the bowl by the door. The ceramic one Buffy made in primary school, lopsided and painted with wonky flowers. The sound echoed through the hallway, bouncing off walls that seemed to amplify the emptiness. Empty house, empty life, just me now. I stood there for a moment, listening, waiting for some sound, any sound. Graham's cough from upstairs, Buffy's music bleeding through her bedroom door, the television on in the living room, the kettle boiling, any sign of life. But there was nothing, just silence, just the house settling around me like a tomb. The visit to Bristol had gone better than expected. Buffy had actually invited me this time, rather than me begging for scraps of her attention. We'd had coffee at that place she liked near campus, the one with the uncomfortable chairs and overpriced lattes. Talked about her classes, her dissertation on psychological trauma and memory, about the new flat she was moving into next term, closer to the university, about everything except what had happened. We didn't talk about that anymore. We'd tried, at first, in those early weeks after the arrests, after the investigation, after the trial, but every conversation had ended in tears or silence or both. So we'd stopped, packed it away, sealed it up, and now we talked about safe things, surface things, things that didn't hurt. It wasn't much, but it was something. Graham had died 6 weeks ago. Pneumonia, in the end. The cancer had weakened him too much to fight it off. They'd called me from the prison hospital, asked if I wanted to go and say goodbye. I hadn't gone. Buffy had, though. She'd spent 2 hours at his bedside, holding the hand of the man who'd raised her and then discarded her. She wouldn't tell me what they'd said to each other. Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. I hadn't gone to the funeral. Finn was in Belmarsh, awaiting trial. Multiple counts of rape, assault, attempted murder. The live stream evidence made the case airtight. His family had hired expensive solicitors, but there was nothing to argue against. He'd confessed, on camera, to everything. He'd die in prison, probably, and I felt nothing about that. Nothing except the faint satisfaction of knowing he couldn't hurt anyone else. As for me, I got away with it. Temporary insanity, they'd called it. A woman who'd been buried alive, who'd clawed her way out of her own grave, couldn't be held fully responsible for her actions in the immediate aftermath. The trauma defense. The jury had sympathized. Kidnapping and false imprisonment. But given the circumstances, the psychological evaluation, the clear evidence of PTSD, probation, community service, mandatory therapy, no prison time. Lucky me. I walked through the house, turning on lights as I went. The kitchen, the living room, Graham's study, though I supposed it was just the study now. His things were still in there. His books, his papers, his reading glasses on the desk. I hadn't touched any of it. Couldn't bring myself to pack it away. Couldn't bring myself to acknowledge that he'd really gone. The man I'd married was dead. Had been dead for a long time, really. Long before the cancer had taken him. He'd died when he'd found out about the affairs. When he decided revenge was more important than love. Or maybe he was never the man I'd thought he was at all. I sat in his chair, ran my fingers along the smooth wood of the desk. My lungs felt tight suddenly, like I couldn't get enough air. I took a breath. Deep. Steady. But the tightness didn't ease. The room felt smaller than it should. The walls closer. The ceiling lower. I stood quickly, moved to the window, opened it, let the cool evening air wash over my face. Better, that's better. Except, my hands shook. I looked down at them, at my fingers spread against the windowsill. There was something dark under my fingernails. Dirt. My heart stopped. No, that couldn't be. I peered closer, squinted in the fading light. It wasn't dirt, just shadow. Just the way the light was hitting my hands. I was seeing things. I'd been seeing things a lot lately. The therapist said it was normal. PTSD, trauma responses. My brain trying to process what had happened by replaying it in fragments. Sensory flashbacks, she'd called them. The taste of dirt in my mouth when I ate. The phantom press of wood against my chest when I lay down. The sound of my own screaming echoing in my ears when the house got too quiet. All normal, apparently. All part of recovery. But it didn't feel like recovery. It felt like I was still there. Still in that box. Still clawing at wood that wouldn't break. Still suffocating. I closed the window. Forced myself to breathe normally. In, out, in, out. The tightness in my chest didn't ease. I walked to the bathroom. Turned on the tap. Scrubbed my hands under scalding water. The soap foamed and swirled down the drain. When I examined my nails again, they were clean, pink and clean and normal. See? Nothing there. Never was. I was fine. I was home. I was safe. I was fine. I glanced up at the mirror. My reflection stared back at me. Pale. Drawn. Older than I remembered. There was something in my hair. I leaned closer. Reached up. Touched the strand near my temple. Dirt. Actual dirt. Crumbling and dark against my blonde highlights. How had that? When had I? I washed my hair in the sink. The water ran brown for a moment before clearing. There. Gone. All gone. I dried my hands. My hair. Checked myself in the mirror again. Normal. Fine. Put together. Except for my eyes. They looked wrong. Hollow. Like someone had carved out everything behind them and left just the shell. I turned away from my reflection. Back to the living room. I should eat something. Should watch television. Should do all the normal things people did in the evening. But I just stood there. In the middle of the room. In my empty house. Listening to the silence. It was so quiet. Too quiet. Like I was underground. Like I was... No. Stop it. I'm home. I'm safe. It's over. But the air felt thick suddenly. Heavy. Hard to breathe through. And the walls, were they closer than they were before? I shook my head. Forced myself to go in the kitchen. Poured a glass of water. Drank it. Felt the cold slide down my throat. Real. This was real. Water was real. The glass was real. The kitchen was real. I wasn't in the grave. I'd got out. I'd survived. Except sometimes I wasn't sure. Sometimes, in the space between sleeping and waking, I wondered if I'd ever really escaped. If everything that had happened after, the maze, Graham's revelation, Finn's arrest, the trial, Buffy's devastated expression, if all of it was just my brain's last desperate attempt to make sense of dying. A fantasy. A dying dream. The synapses firing in random patterns as the oxygen ran out. Maybe I was still in that box. Still clawing. still suffocating. Maybe I'd never got out at all. The end.